All right, I'd like to welcome everyone inside Sunset Lanes here in Moorhead, Minnesota for the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of match play and the finals here today, where by the end of the day we will give away the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. We are kicking off today with game number 1 of match play, and our featured pair is Lucas Herzrud against Brent Newman. Again, thank you to everyone for joining us early on. And Ken, welcome back to NDBowlTV. It's been since what, Alex?
I think Alexandria for me. It's been a weird kind of winter for both of us, but we're here. We're in my home center, and should be a fun day today with 12 games of match play.
Yeah, so let's kind of back it up just a little bit. Yesterday, in our qualifying round, we had roughly 65 or so people on the list, and by 12:45, we were at 96. A few minutes later, we had some more people come in who were on the list and were able to sign up, and after talking with the people who were signed up already, ready to bowl, they said, hey, let them bowl past what we would say the cap of 96. So we ended up with 99 bowlers here yesterday for the qualifying round, where the top 24 advanced to the match play portion here today. You want to take us through some of the scores briefly as to what happened yesterday?
Yeah, absolutely. We had really solid scores all day long. Pattern with 99 bowlers in this house held up surprisingly well. Good scores early, good scores late, and it was led by Dawson Peterson with a 1909.
Who is a youth bowler out of the city's area, I believe.
Yeah, low game of 206 for him. He had 279 game 7, 257 game 8 to kind of steal the high qualifying spot from Brady Stearns, who ended up qualifying number 4. But yeah, it's a really good scores. Our cut, which was pretty much right in the ballpark where you expected at 20 over, and we ended up with a tie for 24th, excuse me, with Blake Wallstrom, and you're going to have to help me with Earl's last name.
Earl Sobokiewicz.
Yes, there we go.
Earl from Canada.
Yes, we always say Earl from Canada. Yeah, tied at 20 over, and they did a 9 and 10 frame roll-off, which Blake won 50-47 last night.
By going 9 spare and then 3 bagger in the 10th frame, where then Earl went strike, 7 count spare. So Blake ended up winning 50-47.
Yep. But yeah, it's a loaded field of 24, no pushovers whatsoever, including 2 former champions, and one of them being 3-time champion Mike Morris, who shot a 246 his final game to solidify his spot today.
Yeah, so a very stacked field. The pattern we're bowling on today is Kegel's Krypton pattern, which is a 43-foot pattern with a shade under 27 mils. It's a 3-to-1 ratio. It is in an asymmetric pattern, so it kind of blends out both sides of the pattern a little equally for the amount of traffic that gets thrown on that side. So I did feel like the pattern held up pretty well for both sides. With 99 people in here, that was 8 people on a pair, with some pairs having 9. So it was a pretty slow qualifying round yesterday, but we ended up getting through it. The lanes held up better than I thought they would, and with only 24 people bowling here today, I think we'll see some decent scores and not as drastic of a breakdown. And yeah, 12 games of match play and then 2 stepladder finals.
Yeah, no, it should be a good day. You can see the guys kind of, as is the norm, starting a little bit further left than they did yesterday, but that's normal. Even with 12 games match play, should hold up pretty well. We know our feature pair can be a little bit tricky, but yeah, no, there should be good scores. Speaking of good scores, we did have at least one person go first 9, and that was actually first game, I know. Ryan Savoy, who also made the cut today, had first 10, had 289. And we did have a 300 yesterday, which is the first in several years. And that was shot by Ryan Selk, who also made the cut today.
Yeah, so a lot of good scores out there. There were a lot of not so good scores as well. So it was a nice mix of styles, a nice mix of players yesterday. So a good qualifying round nonetheless. If
Yep.
you are just joining us, please head on into the chat room. Let us know how everything looks, how everything sounds. That would be greatly appreciated once again. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the match play round here at the NDBowling.com Classic. We will be here for the remainder of the event, all the way through the final match in the Stepladder Finals. We are starting an hour earlier today. Due to a little bit of snow going through North Dakota, we want to get everyone underway here in the match play round so that they can get on the road and get back home safely before the snow kind of takes over the state and the wind takes over the state, because everyone who lives up here understands what happens when it snows and the wind blows and roads close and everything else. So
Yep.
that's why we are here at 8 o'clock today instead of 9. So if y'all would be so kind, share the live stream with everyone you know on social media. Please hit that thumbs up button. And if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to the channel. We are knocking on the door of 2,000 subscribers, which is something I never thought would happen, but it's an awesome thing. It's been a frustrating year for me personally when it comes to bowling with the injury and everything, but with what's happened with NDBowlTV and NDBowling.com, it's been a great year for the website. So
Yep.
appreciate everyone out there who has tuned in throughout the season. Again, we are in game 1 of 12. It's going to be a long day here, so grab a coffee, grab some breakfast, get settled in. Again, our first match here, Lucas Herzrud out of the Fargo Moorhead area against Brent Newman.
A couple people that we are a little familiar with.
Yeah, Brent made the show at the CMA, I believe it was last year.
Yep.
And then we've all known Travis Herzrud here, a past champion. This is his kid, Lucas, who just yesterday signed to St. Ambrose to Bowl College next year. So congratulations to him.
Yep. And, you know, he's also he's been on the show in the Midwest Youth Classic
Yes.
three times, and likes to say that we have a jinx on him when it comes to that tournament, or maybe more specifically me, I think.
I expect nothing less from a Herzrud to give us grief.
That is 100% true. But, yeah, I mean, Lucas is incredibly talented, obviously. No surprise that he made it here. I think he was a little surprised last night after his last game.
Right, the cut dropped, 11 pins the last game?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy with going to the 10th frame of the last game. I think there were 4 or 5 people that could make it, and Lucas didn't think he was in good shape after shooting 188, but with the scores around him, actually turned out to be fine. But yeah, there's a little bit of drama, including like we said, the roll-off with Blake and Earl, and there were a couple other people that were just a extra strike away from potentially joining them.
Yeah, we got a nice mix of players here as well. You got Eric Galbrinson, Dustin Harold, and Blake Wallstrom are the 3 lefties that made it to the second day. Earl, like we just mentioned, just missed out. He is the alternate. What's another lefty? So a good tournament for that side of the lane, which, like I think I mentioned to you yesterday, how the lefties have kind of had a rough go of it with the patterns that have been put out at the big tournaments this year. So to see a few of them have success out here today is good to see.
Yep.
We got 3 youth players here today, in Dawson Peterson, Lucas Herzrud, and Zach Andreessen. So
yeah, and
a very good mix of players. And like you said, there's even a couple seniors here in Mike Morris and Randy Peterson. So
yeah, I mean, there's anything and everything. You got some guys that go straight. You see Brent playing up the boards here. You got Lucas, who's a two-hander, who's inside hooking it. Like you said, lefties. The couple guys to our right, Jonathan Domingo, Doug Wagner. They can kind of play wherever. It's
You got country down here who can hook the lane. So.
yeah, there's it said it did like the pattern yesterday did what you wanted to, which was just kind of establish who the best bowlers were. It's like it gave everyone a chance, and it shows with who's here today, and that the best bowlers kind of came out, and mix of styles doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and honestly, the pattern was fair in a way that, like you said, you have so many different styles, lefties, righties, all made it kind of thing, so that no one was ever shut out on this pattern, and that's kind of what I liked about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, case in point, Ryan Selk had 3 games over 200 yesterday.
And they were very big games over 200, at least
well,
2 of them.
He had 208 game 7, and obviously he had the 300, and he had 282 games before. Other than that, 160, 180, 190, and, we were looking at it earlier this morning, and a teammate of ours, Rod Holm, one bad game, but every other game was 180 or 190, and it's like, if you had it, it was there, evidenced by, 4 guys shooting over 200 over. Or if you didn't have it, it was, it could be a little bit ugly at times.
And one thing I did notice yesterday during the qualifying round, because you and I were here from about noon to 8:45 yesterday, it got to be a pretty long day, but noticing the difference in the way the pattern played across the house. There was a point where Brady Stearns was down on the high end of the house, and the pattern was hooking pretty early on in the block, and then he made the jump down to the low end of the house, and nothing hooked. Yep. It was just crazy to me. He had to go from the new IQ Tour Ruby to a TNT.
Yeah.
In the grand scheme of things, those things aren't very close, and he went from one to the other, and in typical Brady Stearns fashion, reeled off a 4-bagger after he did it, but just seeing how the lanes played from pair to pair was interesting to me because, like you said, 13 and 14 were playing drastically different yesterday.
Yeah. Everyone said, characteristics of the house, 13 always hooks about 3 to 5 boards more than 14.
And you're seeing that, like, I know it's not on our screen here, but Doug Wagner on 13 now, he hasn't struck yet. But he's got every strike on 14, so it just kind of shows to you how different that pair is.
Yep. And, 11 and 12 has always been a tricky pair. Never been my favorite pair. You get to, the high teens, and they're typically pretty good pairs. But then you get all the way up to the end, 23, 24, and that usually hooks off the charts, and it's never been my favorite pair, but can play well. And then, like you said, you jump down to the low end, nothing hooks.
Right.
First double of the match over here, but yeah, the more that you bowl here, the more that you can kind of see those trends, and I wouldn't say there's like totally terrible pairs in this house. North Hill Bowl, for example, is known for a couple pairs being
right along the aisle.
Yep, a little difficult, but
I would say 17 and 18 is that way for me here. For whatever reason, I have a hard time on 17 and 18 in this house.
Which is funny. That's one of my best pairs.
That doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, pair to pair, they don't play too dissimilar as you go from low end to high end. Like, you can kind of make gradual moves, and they're not going to be drastic as you move, but you jump from one end to the other, yeah, it can get a little bit funky, but yeah, and it's also, like you said, it's a house that always has that good hold room in the middle. It always holds up really well, and it naturally carries really well too.
Yeah, the middle of the lane, there's more natural hold here than most houses, so I think that's a benefit to many people, especially on a pattern that makes you play left.
Yep, absolutely.
Another storyline today is our NDBowling.com Player of the Year race, which will conclude here today. Currently, Jeremiah Smith leads that at 106.7 points. John Breckel is close behind at 98.55 points. Rodney Holm in third did miss the cut. Randy Peterson is here today bowling on day 2 He's in fourth at 95.2 points. Ryan Selk is in sixth at 93.4. Josh Craig, who was in fifth, did not make the cut, nor did Jamie Craig. And Taylor Wallstrom is here. So we have 5 of the top 10 in our standings bowling today, which could pretty much lock up that those 5 players are going to become the team of the year. Now, whether or not Jeremiah will win player of the year will depend on how he finishes here today. A good finish by John Breckel or Ryan Salk or Randy Peterson paired with I would say, in the 20th range by Jeremiah Smith, and we could have a different player of the year. So we'll see how that kind of pans out. I unfortunately do not have the spreadsheet that I use to calculate everything, so I won't know exactly unless Jeremiah finishes highest out of the 5 people. We may not know who player of the year is at the end of the day. But that'll be in the article in the recap on NDBowling.com either Monday or Tuesday. Looking around, looks like we're getting close to wrapping up our first game. I do see a possible 290 going on down here.
That is not Brady Stearns.
It is
either.
Against Brady Stearns.
Which
It looks like Eric Galbranson has a 290 working going into the 9th, so looking good early for him.
Yeah, then I can't see who down on lane 1 has a decent game going, but outside of those two, well, Zach Andreessen over here has 2. Nope, sorry, that's not Zach.
Well, Zach's got 2-0 possible. Ryan
Yeah.
Savoy's got 230 possible against Nick Heilman.
Yeah, it's who's bowling. Zach has 250 possible. Doug Wagner has 250 possible.
Peyton Sumners is bowling against Zach Andreessen. Peyton out of the Williston area. Good to see him make cut.
Yeah, and up towards the high end. I mean, there's a couple in a row here and there, but nothing real crazy going on yet outside of Eric's possible 290.
And really, like we said, it's a 12-game match play today. This is going to be a marathon type thing, so even a couple bad games, you have the chance to get back in it here today. Unlike the match play rounds, which are 8 games, you don't really have much margin for error. In a 12-game block like this, you have the opportunity to take a couple bad games and still make a run for it.
Well, that 290's out the window already, so.
Is that our first booth jinx of the night?
Yeah, maybe.
The night. How about the morning?
Yeah, hey, 20 after 8 in the morning. I think something to watch today is if our lefties can get lined up, especially Eric right away. I mean, you can see he's got a good game going, but he's got the first 12 lanes to himself for half of the day. If he can get it going, like that could be a problem for everyone else, but at the same point,
Something on that note that I want to kind of make a note for us is that on the other group to our right, both lefties started on 15 and 16. So if Eric comes down to 15 and 16, that pair is going to play drastically different for him than any other pair in the house. And I don't know if he's paid attention to that or not, but that is something to consider.
Yep, absolutely. But, I mean, keep going with that point. Once Blake and Dustin move down to the low end, you know, they're only going to have to contend with, you know, 1 game on each pair, and then plus whatever.
Right,
you know,
and they should be aware of where Eric started because he's going to end up bowling more shots on that pair than any other one. So
yeah, that's true. But if they can get lined up, you know, I could see the lefties taking over this pretty easily. I mean, said the righties, like, you know, some of them look like a pretty decent look so far, but yeah, it could very quickly turn into 2 or 3 lefties towards the top, I think.
again, if you're just joining us, please head on into the chat room. The chat room is a little quiet this morning. Maybe it's too early for many people, but let us know how it looks, how it sounds. We appreciate everyone tuning in. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Again, I'm Darren Cini with NDBowling.com alongside Ken Fletcher calling the action here at the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic. As you see there, one of the proprietors here in the green shirt, Darren Sundstrom. Big shout out to him and the staff here at Sunset Lanes who have helped get everything run as smooth as possible for 99 entries that they were not expecting. So
Yeah. So kind of put in a tricky situation as the bowlers just kept filing in yesterday afternoon. And, kudos to them and kudos to everyone else for being okay with those couple extra bowlers. I mean, I didn't even notice that, there were pairs that were ending that much slower than the others, even with 9.
right,
So,
yeah, it actually moved pretty well.
I think they made the right decision to let those guys in and, just a little bit more out of the prize fund. I don't think anyone can complain about that.
Right. It's a good problem to have. That's kind of what we were saying yesterday.
100%, but yeah.
Speaking of that prize fund, I do want to give a big shout out to Country Big Ryan Krabanoff here,
yes.
who put in $1,000 to the prize fund this weekend, which is helping us give away $2,500 to the winner here today. So they'll take home a $2,500 check along with the nice shiny trophy, and then we're going all the way down to 24th, who is taking home $250.
Yep.
Great payout. You want to take us through the rest of that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, like I said, $2,500 for first. Oh, geez, I don't know if you caught that on the screen. That was almost a 2-8-10 pickup. Sorry. But yep, $2,500 for first. We got $1,250 for second, $900 third, $800 fourth, $700 for fifth, $600 for fifth, $550 for seventh. Did I skip a number there? It feels like.
Maybe.
$500 for eighth, $450 for ninth, $400 for 10th, and then 11th, 12th get $350, 13th, 14th, $325, 15th, 16th, $300, 17 through 20 get $275, and then 21 through 24 get $250. So, yes, absolutely thank you to Country for the added money, because I don't think we would have been able to get that as good as we have been. Oh, and looks like we do have a bunch of people in chat.
Well, that's the thing. I was like, there's got to be people in chat, so my chat wasn't working at the time, so I had to move some things around, but it looks like there's everyone. I found all the chats. Andy.
Go through whatever's going on here.
Andy, thanks for joining us. Sean Coots, thank you for joining us. Cheering on the Canadians. Yeah, Austin Ducharme is bowling here today, and Earl just missed out. Jonathan Domingo as well, so a good turnout by the Winnipeggers. Let's see. Nevin, thank you for joining us. Dawson is from Rochester. Very nice. Henry, thank you for joining us. Thomas Wolf, good to see you. Brian Gehring, thank you for joining us this morning as well. Again, 99 entries here this weekend. Crazy turnout for the NDBowling.com Classic. I do believe 99 entries is a record, because it has always been capped at 96.
Yep.
Even back in the years where it was the WDAY, WDAZ Bowling Classic, they did 48 entries here, 48 up in Grand Forks, which totaled up to the 96. And we got what did you say, 89 back in 2020, right before COVID started. We had a big year.
Yep. And I mean, the same kind of thing happened there, where we had that 50, 60 signed up, and then all of a sudden just everyone kept filing in, and it shows the growth of this tournament the past few years.
And then the good thing about it, and I know you and I talked about it yesterday, was even with 99 entries bowling, I could count probably 10 to 20 people that were watching that were more than capable of competing in this tournament for many different reasons why they weren't bowling, but you could have got probably 120 people bowling if the space allowed for it.
Yeah, if the space allowed. And said, I mean, there were another, dozen people that probably weren't here for, some reason or another. And, I mean, just shows, like I said, just shows that people are out here ready to support and ready to bowl. But, yeah, regardless, it's one heck of a good field here, and should be a good day. I don't know how many times I've already said that today.
Yeah, so our first game is complete here. The players will move around, and we will switch over our graphic now for game number 2. Again, the winners of each match will get 30 bonus spins. This is a 12-game match play round, so they're divided into 2 groups of 12. They'll bowl round robin within their group, which is 11 games, and then a position round for game number 12. Following the 12th game, we will move on into a top 5 stepladder finals, where the winner will take home $2,500 and the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. Which, if we have a moment, let's bring it on into the booth. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher. We are going to give away this bad boy here today, the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, to the winner. I am currently injured, as many of you found out at the CMA Memorial Shootout that I was having surgery on my right elbow, which happened about 10 days ago now. I still have stitches in my arm, but those will get removed this week. It's healing well. We're on our way up.
You can lift your arm. That's a
Yeah,
step.
yeah. I can only go about there, and that's about as far as we can extend it. But hopefully, they say 6 to 8 weeks, and I'll be back. That leaves us really close to when we would be going to the USBC Open in Reno. So we'll see what happens there. No guarantees that I'll bowl, but there's no guarantee that I can't. So looks like we have a matchup of Zach Andreessen against Ryan Savoy. Is that what I'm seeing right now?
That, I believe, is correct, and looks like Zach is throwing urethane, I think.
For those of you who don't know, Zach is a back-to-back winner at the Midwest Youth Championships, which we cover in August each year. So he won that tournament the last 2 years. We did see Ryan Savoy on our show up in Minot about little over a month ago.
And for those of you wondering where they maybe saw Zach's name too, one of your top 5 picks.
Yeah,
for the
I actually got some grief for that from some people here in the, and I'm not saying bad things. They were just like, "You're gonna pick a youth?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've seen enough from this kid. All these kids here today, between him, Dawson, and Lucas, they're incredible talents, and I know they can compete at this level."
Oh,
and
yeah, 100%. I mean, said Dawson led qualifying.
Yep.
Zach has won Midwest Youth twice, and this is Lucas's home house. So, there aren't going to be too many bowlers that bowl here more than Lucas Herscher does.
Correct. I would like to say, Laura Potter did correct me there. Israel is also from Canada, the Winnipeg area, and he is bowling here on day 2 as well. He is in the group, I believe, to the right.
Yeah, I believe he's up on the high end with Austin Ducharme as well.
And Jonathan Domingo. So I think all of the Canadians are all in the group to the right. So we'll be seeing them the latter portion of match play here today.
Yeah, and just to clarify, in case everyone is wondering, it is a random draw on who gets in what group. Yep. So you come up and you pick a sheet, and they have your starting lane number, and that's kind of how that works. So it's not like this was intentional. It's just how it worked out.
Chris Massey, thank you for joining us in the chat room. Do appreciate that. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Please hit that thumbs up button. Also, share with everyone you know on social media. That does help us quite a bit. And also, we are approaching 2,000 subscribers this season, which is insane considering we started the year at about 1,400 back in October. We're at about 1,920, so we need about 80 or so subscribers to hit the 2,000 mark here this season. That is the goal. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Let's see if I can get my chat to work right. There we go. All right. So I do apologize for ignoring everyone in the chat there for good portion of the first game, but we're back on track.
Chat's a little quiet now. There's 15 comments already.
Yeah, I'm like, where is everyone? Oh yeah, I had it set up wrong. That's all. Yeah, like we said, a good mix of players. We got the Wallstrom brothers bowling. We got Taylor and Blake. I want to give a shout out to Taylor, who shot 300 at the Minot City tournament last weekend, and then also followed that up with 825, I believe it was, at League on Tuesday night in Minot. So Taylor's throwing the ball really well. I believe he was throwing the Global Zen for all of it. Big shout out to Taylor for bowling lights out lately.
Yep, and you can see him just to our left here. Country up on lane, just finished up on lane 10. Said shout out to him not only for what he added to our prize fund today, but has been on a tear this year in this house. I think he has 3 800s and 3 300s.
And not just bowling either, but what he's been doing for the game of bowling. I mean, he's got his 9-pin no-tap tournament that's going on here at Sunset Lanes from early February all through the end of May. So if you guys are interested in that, go to the upcoming events page on NDBowling.com and scroll all the way down. I have the poster posted there. All the money he's putting into that, he put $1,000 into this tournament. He made a very kind donation to NDBowling.com, which allowed us to get some new equipment this year. I can't say enough good things about Country, and he's also been bowling well, like you said. It's just crazy. He won the doubles tournament earlier in November with Randy Peterson. He did really well up in Williston, like you said, killing it here in league at Sunset Lanes.
Yeah,
and he just had knee surgery, from what I heard.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that, you know, a few years ago you looked at him as, oh, it's a guy that just, you know, likes to hook the ball. I remember him, I think it was my first or second year bowling this tournament, and he led qualifying, and I remember seeing him like, really, that guy?
And took home a TV, I believe. Yeah, that's when they used to give away a TV. Yep.
Yep, and now it's like, oh, Country made a cut? Sure he did.
Yeah, you expect it now.
Yeah. It's I don't want to say it's surprising to see, but, you know, it's not something that I think anyone expected. And, you know, he's able to, like you said, how much he's giving back to bowling in this town especially is
right, top notch. The guy deserves all the recognition.
100% he does.
So let's go back into the chat room and see what we have going on. Scooby, thank you for tuning in today. Chris Barros as well. Kevin, yeah, we started early this morning. That was announced yesterday right before qualifying started due to the snow that is moving in. Snow and wind is moving into North Dakota, and we have a lot of players that have to travel west tonight. So we wanted to get started a little early, so we'll probably see more people filtering into our live stream coming around 9 o'clock. But we wanted to get started early. Scooby says, Darren, hope the wife and kids are well. They are well. My kids are doing well. My kids are 3 and 1. And my wife's great. Can't thank her enough for helping me do what I love to do with NDBowling.com and helping me, you know, follow my dreams doing these kind of things. They say it takes a village to raise kids, and that's for sure. So a shout out to all the great spouses out there, because I know there's a lot of bowlers in here that are crazy, have a lot of bowling balls, travel a lot of miles to bowl and do what they love. And if you have kids, there's only one way to make that possible. You have to have someone with you, you know.
Yep, absolutely.
Again, thank you for everyone tuning in today. Appreciate you all keeping us company. It's a long day here at the NDBowling.com Classic, a 12-game match play round, followed by a Stepladder Finals where we will give away $2,500 to first place along with the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. Again, I'm Darren Cini alongside Ken Fletcher, joining us for the first time this season since our show in Alexandria last August.
Interesting things going on with Zach's ball reaction this game. Looked like he had a good one to start, and now I thought that was pretty good off his hand, and nope, that didn't go anywhere.
Nate, thank you for joining us in the chat room as well. Do appreciate the kind words. He's cheering for Brent Newman and Clayton Moore. Two pretty good guys to cheer for. Zach on the spare. Yes.
Good kick.
Thought he was going to get the old okey doke there and not get the 10 out, but
something to keep an eye on with this pair, though, as the day goes on, is if that left lane continues to be the tricky one.
It always is, doesn't it? It seems like our featured pair here is always tricky. I'm going to step away for a second and leave you guys with Ken. I'll be right back.
I'll be curious to see if, with how you can see how far left Ryan is already starting. That's where he played most of the day yesterday. If that shot holds up, if you know, the urethane being thrown, which I don't think it's very prevalent. I only see 1 or 2 guys doing it, but if that's going to come into play later on today and how the pattern, how this pair specifically will break down. Yep, Ryan yesterday, I think it was on 1 pair to our left, had first 10 and left a solid 9 pin for 289. And for those that don't know, the first 300 in qualifying is given a ball of their choice from the pro shop, so he had a chance at that. I think it was game 4, and unfortunately got a bad break with a 9 pin, but you know, not anything that I think was too much of a worry that he got or didn't get. So yeah, you can see maybe the left lane just laboring a little bit. So that could be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, leave me alone. I can't quite get the headset on.
The little laugh that I had there before he joined us, yep, that's what that was.
Yeah, if only the camera was on me, you'd see how ridiculous it is for me to try to get this headset on when I can't bend my arm to my head, but we're making do. A little early to be taking trips to the little boys' room already, Fletch.
Well, that's what you get for drinking what you're drinking.
Hey, I drank a ton of water on the way here. That's kind of what did it.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Oh, looks like Dawson Peterson is also throwing urethane over here to the right, throwing a Pink Widow, I think.
Yeah, that's what it looked like, and like I was saying, what's that going to do to the pattern later on today? And like, you can see how deep Ryan is already starting as well, and what's that going to do to the pattern?
Right, and urethane normally stretches out the pattern, so I think later in the day, and I'm looking down there, it doesn't look like Brady's throwing urethane. He's kind of one that likes to pull urethane out on day 2 in this building because he's had great success doing so. It looks like he's throwing a Helios.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting from that.
Way down there. So it'll be interesting to, like you said, see, because Zach started on 9 and 10. I don't know where Dawson started down here, but it'll be interesting to see how those pairs break down different from all the rest, because that's where they started. That's where they practiced. They had all the shadow balls there. I believe that those pairs are going to stretch out a little bit further. You're going to see equipment be a little lazy down lane.
Just kind of like that one was, tripping out the bucket. But like, you can already see that 11 is hanging a little bit more than 12 is. And wondering if that'll continue to be the theme. And then, like I said, with Ryan playing as far left as he is right now, you know, Lucas was in there right away on this pair as well. So breakdown's going to be interesting because, you know, what's the rule of thumb when it comes to day 2 is everyone starts where they finish it.
Yeah, usually. Good break there for Ryan.
It's about 3 in a row that I think we've seen just crumble in the bucket. But yeah, I think today could definitely favor the higher rev guys later on. You know, if some of them can get lined up early on and get some games going, could be good for them down the road here.
And I would like to mention, too, that thanks to our sponsor of Storm, who is official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network, we were able to give away a couple bowling balls yesterday. We did raffle one off, which was ultimately won by Clayton Moore. And then we did a random number generator to determine whoever finished in that spot will get a Storm ball of their choice, and that turned out to be Ryan Selk.
So Ryan won 2 balls yesterday.
Yeah, so the part of the rule here is the first 300 on Saturday gets their choice of a bowling ball out of the pro shop. And then before the final standings were determined, Ken and I used a random number generator on our phone to determine what place would get the ball. That was determined to be 13th, and then probably about 10-15 minutes later, the final standings came out, and Ryan Salk was indeed in 13th.
And yelling at us the whole time of who was 13th.
If you know Ryan Salk, you know.
Yes.
But yeah, if you're interested in this tournament, each year I like to give away a bowling ball, and since Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of NDBowling.com, we'll be giving away Storm products, and we'll likely be doing the same next year. As long as you enter the tournament, you have a chance to win a ball, and then we'll probably next year do the same thing as well, try to raffle off a ball to the players as well as the fans that are here watching. If you're interested, just to raise some money for NDBowling.com. Again, I can't thank the folks in Utah at Storm enough for what they've done for us this season. They've supported us well. They take care of us, and a big shout out to them. Again, we're in game number 2. Our featured match here is Zach Andreessen against Ryan Savoy. Game 2 of 12.
Big shot for Zach to not be able to be shut out if he can strike here. You know, and to throw up a potential 240 when there's not a whole lot going on yet. I mean, you know, some decent games, some 2-0s, 2 teens, and there's that left lane. Believe Eric Gulbranson is a 4-bagger down there. Brady and Randy on 1 and 2 are not doing a whole heck of a lot. So yeah, score's a little down this morning early on, but should pick up as the day goes on.
Yeah, as we said, this is more of a marathon than a sprint, being a 12-game block. People do have an opportunity if they have a bad game or two.
Dawson with a ball switch and back to reactive. That looked good.
I think Dawson makes a lot of things look good. That's just me.
When you throw it that well, yes. Because well, there's another break for Ryan. I don't think either one of us could ever hope to throw it that well ever again.
Right, yeah. Given my current state, I just hope I can throw it again.
Well, I'll give you that. Yeah, I mean, we do have some good matches, you know. If Blake can stay out of shoving it to the left just a little bit, and, you know, he's staying clean but can't find a double right now.
If I were talking to Blake, I know it's a pair to our right of our featured pair, I would tell Blake to find something that tumbles a little more forward and then tighten up his angles, move left a little bit, and not circle it so much. That'd be the advice I'd tell him, but
we're here and he's out there, but nice spare. So you could see that just on the far right of the screen.
Looks like he's going to the bag to try to find something else.
Oof. And on the very far right of our screen, his brother just chopped 6-9.
Looks like Blake's going to a Zen Master, which I would say is a little more forward. It's a solid ball that's going to kind of blend out the pattern a little better. I think he's going to have to make a small move left with his feet to make this work. But we'll see. He's up on the right part of the screen there. Ryan Savoy can strike here for 208, which will force Zach to mark. Is that what I see?
Yep. And had a chance to...
There we go, Blake. That's closer. I like it.
Yeah. Ryan had a chance to strike out and shut out, but that left lane that's just hanging, you can see it. He just went 2-8, 2-8. But right now, 2-0 is not a bad score.
No. And you do get that 30-pin bonus for each win in match play. Looks like Eric Albrinson against Jeremiah Smith.
He's got a string going again.
Lucas Hersrud has 226 left.
Oof. Careful there, Blake. Yep, looks like he's going to be in the 220s, and in a shocking match so far. You can see him on the far left of our screen, Nick Heilman. Did not have a very good first game and is not much better. And after leaving a bucket, leaves
Still has a
himself-
chance to win, though. That's the key. He's going to still have a chance to win his match.
Yeah, but also with leaving that bucket, gave away the opportunity to shut out.
Yes.
But yeah, kind of an uncharacteristic slow start for Nick.
Looks like Zach will get the win here in front of us.
Oof. And then misses the bucket.
So Nick missed the bucket for 168. That means Country will need a mark to win that one.
17-pin fill, but I mean, you look at the scoreboard up there with those two, and that's no gimme right now on that pair.
And again, something I want to point out is Zach started on that pair with urethane.
That's true.
So something to consider about 9 and 10. Maybe some other pairs across the house where people started with what they were throwing.
It's all right.
So
Switch
Country
seven.
leaves a
Country.
7, so pick that up and get 8 for a win, 7 for a tie.
Yep. But a nice 2:15 game here in front of us for Zach.
Yep. And to our right, looks like
A 1-pin match going to the 10th.
match. Yeah, Dawson is up in the 10th here. This is his first shot. You'll see it to the right. Dawson leading by a pin. Both players have 9 spare working in the 9th.
Lucas did finish off 226 with a win.
Trip 4.
It's big just to hold the count.
Oh, looks like a rough game for Jonathan Domingo against Taylor Wallstrom. Jonathan left what is open strike open or open strike split in the 10th there for 158. Taylor can strike out for 202 here in the 10th. He's already got 172 in the 9th, so Taylor will get that win.
Yeah, Country shreds a 7-10 in the 10th frame, but that's enough for a 169-168 win.
Wow.
I did see a 168 win down there earlier, too, down on, I think it was 17 and 18.
Dawson does catch the 10 on the messenger for a double. Now 9 pins to guarantee a tie at worst. Strike to shut out Blake Wallstrom.
Yeah, I think that move back to, I can't even tell you what ball it is, but I think that was a really smart
I want to say it's the new Black Widow hybrid, but I'm not sure.
Has that kind of color scheme, but yeah, it's hard to tell. Considering he has a Pink Widow that he was throwing, I would say that's probably a fair guess.
Not too up to date with the lines other than Storm these days, but that would be my guess. Looks
Oh,
left.
boy.
Looks left. Brooklyn, 9 pins. So Blake must strike out to tie. And Blake will be throwing over there on 14. You won't be able to see him, but you'll be able to see the ball going down the lane. Looks like past champion Nick Heilman will be moving on here to our featured pair. We do not know who his opponent will be.
Eric looked like he went spare 6 or 7 in the 10th, but I think that's a 240 on the board over there. So
Okay.
a couple really solid games for him to start.
First shot
Probably
from Wallstrom looks right, and 7 counts. So Dawson Peterson will take out Blake Wallstrom in that match.
but important to get the spare, keep a 190, which is still passing or keeping with probably half the field right now.
Might have to offer up a slight word to my boy Blake here after this shot, as long as he has a fill ball. You never stop ball repping, Ken.
No, careful.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to get the headset back on.
Yep.
All right, just offered up a slight bit of advice to my boy Blake Wallstrom. Hopefully he can get lined up.
Looking over Clayton Moore with a 170, but still a chance to win against, looks like it's bowling Brent right now. So, yeah, not a lot going on right now. Be curious to see the first sheet and see how low they actually are, if they are as low as it appears. Ooh.
Ken, it looks like we have some breakfast back here. Would you like me to grab you one?
Yeah, I was eyeing that a little bit ago.
Yeah, well, shout out to the folks here, because that came from the restaurant here at Sunset, right?
Yeah, I think they did make it. if I'm
Yeah,
not
shout out to
mistaken.
them, all the good food, and they were pumping out food and drinks here yesterday. Big shout out to the staff here at Sunset.
Yes, 100%. 150 people in the building, and they could do what they did yesterday is incredibly impressive. And that was a win for Clayton Moore down there, 170 to I think 155. So that just shows what scores are at right now. Oh, and it is Eric Gulbranson in front of us, stoning a 9-pin on his first shot.
Welcome to the featured pair. So Nick Heilman, Eric Galbranson. Eric, I believe, last I knew, was out of the Superior, Wisconsin area. Used to bowl for Wichita State back in the day. Very talented bowler, as well as our past champion. Not exactly sure what year it was, but Nick has 2 Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophies to his credit.
And pretty much a regular around here. If you don't know who Nick is, you probably don't follow
Yeah,
bowling
you
too
haven't
much
been
around
following us, yeah. As Nick has been a mainstay on our show up in Minot, he has been on our show quite a bit here in Moorhead as well.
Just somebody you expect to see.
Yes.
something you would not expect to see is that shot right there.
Yeah, I don't think Nick looks exactly comfortable yet.
No, he hasn't. I've been keeping an eye over there, and he has not looked himself yet today. Whether it's just the pattern or whether there's something else going on, we don't know.
I would honestly consider this more of a title defense for Nick. After last season, he was not able to bowl day 2 due to a little issue he had from a dog bite.
Yeah.
So he was not here for day 2 last year to defend his title. So I consider this more of a title defense for him. And in speaking in which, our defending champion Dale Newton was not in attendance this year. From what I understand, he is also dealing with some various health issues. We wish Dale the best, and hopefully things are improving for you. Kevin Cummings says, how much can urethane really affect the condition overall? With all the reactive going down the lane or removing the oil, don't they pretty much cancel themselves out? In my mind, the urethane is going to stretch the pattern, and what it wants to do is it wants to dry out the fronts a little quicker because urethane wants to start so early on the lane, and then it just drags that oil down lane. It doesn't absorb oil at all. Urethane does not do that. So I would say urethane moves the oil more, whereas reactive kind of does a little bit of both. You'll get the carry down from it, but you'll also get it to burn the lanes. So I feel like when urethane's in play, you're stretching out the pattern, and you're burning the fronts up a lot quicker than you would normally. So then as you move left, you still have head oil from the left, but you have all this carry down. You have this, what I call the urethane puddle down lane.
Yep.
And what that's going to do is it's going to give the advantage to those high rev players who can kind of slow hook the lane and still create motion on the back end of the lane to carry out the corners. Where if you have a guy like me, I don't have the biggest rev rate, so to speak, but I have to get left because the urethane burns the head so quick, and I deal with early hook and whatnot.
Yeah.
So then it causes this kind of over-under type thing once I get left, unless you're a player like Country or a player like Clayton who has that rev rate to get the ball to still shape down lane in that puddle.
Right, and kind of why you see two-handers throwing it as often as they do is they can still get that shape even with a urethane ball because they've got that higher rev rate. And on a day like today, it's going to affect it a heck of a lot more than it would, say yesterday, where, you've got 9 to a pair instead of 2 to a pair. One person throwing urethane on 9 to a pair, not going to be as drastic, but today, yeah, it can make a big difference. And, you can see that over on 9 and 10. You can kind of see that right here in front of us. Now, I think those last couple shots from Nick are obviously not his best, but,
Yeah, the lanes are definitely doing weird things, down lane especially.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, you catch it, like you said, 9 and 10 where Zach started. Could be a big problem pair for some people because he had extra reps there.
Yeah, and he was throwing, I believe, a purple hammer for most of practice and all the first game, so. Well, looks like my boy Blake Wallstrom down on 17 and 18, sticking with that exotic gem, and struck his first 2 shots, so perhaps we made a good move. Yeah, Connor Allen, thank you for joining us. Hopefully things are going well for you down in Arkansas. We do miss you up here. We miss you bowling all these tournaments. Hopefully we'll see you again down the road.
Yeah.
Again, if you're just joining us, I think a lot of people are going to be coming into our chat room here in a few minutes. We did start at 8 o'clock this morning as there's a little bit of snow moving through the state of North Dakota. And collectively as a group, we decided to start a hair early just to get everyone done. And on the road this afternoon. I know we have a few bowlers from Bismarck who are going to be driving through some fun conditions here this afternoon. So we do wish everyone a safe trip home. But yeah, we're just now reaching the 9 o'clock hour. Appreciate everyone tuning in on this fine Sunday morning from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota, where we will have live coverage here of the match play and finals of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. I'm Darren Sweeney alongside Ken Fletcher. Here in game number 3, our featured pair is Eric Galbranson against Nick Heilman. Eric is one of, what do we count, 3 lefties that made the cut?
3 lefties plus Earl.
Earl, the alternate, would have been a 4th.
And would like to point out, just finished throwing on lane 13 is Austin Descharme, who won Manitoba, I believe, this year. Is that right?
He did win Manitoba and is also a Canadian national team member, as he qualified for the Canadian national team, the adult team, for the first time this season with his performance up in Montreal back in January.
Yeah, obviously very talented. And then Dustin Harold, who you'll catch here in a second on 13, one of our 3 lefties. Started off qualifying yesterday with 135 and fought all the way back to, I think, make it rather easily, actually. And I'm totally, oh yeah. Started off with 135 and he ended up qualifying 3rd to show how well he bowled yesterday. Yeah, actually, if you take out his first game completely, he still qualifies.
Wow.
That's how well he bowled the last 7 games.
It's pretty impressive.
Oh, and we were wondering who that 277 was the last game yesterday. That was him.
So a pretty decent week for the Southpaws here at the Classic. We mentioned it earlier in the show. I do believe this pattern was very fair for everyone who participated this weekend. We have a variety of styles. You have a nice mix of lefties, righties, two-handers, one-handers, young, old, everyone alike, you know. So high rev rates, low rev rates. This is a very good pattern that played well for everyone. If you're just joining us, we're bowling on the Kegel Krypton pattern, which is a 43-foot pattern with a shade under 27 mils, 3-to-1 ratio. That proved to be very fair for everyone bowling. Looks like it's playing pretty decent here today as well.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit. You know, you're getting the early breakdown finally, and they're opening up just a smidge. You can see some strings pretty much everywhere except for right in front of us, which, as we've kind of said, has always been a trickier pair for everyone here. But, you know, you're seeing some 3s and 4 baggers. Also, with a nice 3-bagger right there to take well control of that match.
Good shot there by Nick. Do want to give a shout out to Nick and his pro shop out at Playmore Lanes in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Any of you out there in the Wisconsin area, go stop by and see Nick. And I would prefer you stop by and see Nick and drill up a storm ball, you know, or roto grip, or 900 global.
He'll probably push you another way, but
yeah, that's fine. We are going to suggest drilling up a storm ball. So speaking of, Ken, have you drilled up any new storm equipment over the last year, and what do you think?
I've got one in the bag right now. You know, I'm excuse me, slowly kind of making the transition over, and you know, just wanted a good benchmark ball. And the first one that pretty much everyone suggested was a phase 2.
Yes.
So put that in the bag right away, and it's a great ball so far.
I think many in the chat would agree. The Phase 2 is a top-tier ball.
Yeah, said you want some kind of good benchmark ball. It can do a lot. And, with my game, I got it set up to hook early, and I can just get in it and get on it, and it just one of those that it's consistent, and you know what you're going to get from it, and that's all you can ask for if you ask me.
Very nice. If you're in the chat room, let us know what your favorite SPI product is. So any ball from Storm, Rotogrip, or 900 Global, let us know in the chat room.
Yep. Always looking for more suggestions as far as what to get.
Yeah, I will be on the horn to possibly get a new arsenal here, because after following the surgery, I am contemplating the move to 14 pounds just to help save what left I have in the arm. Don't want to be able to do this longer than the current age of 35, and I feel like it's the best or the right thing to do for me. But that just means we have to put together another arsenal, which, oh darn, kind of thing.
Well, fortunate you have the resources that you do to be able to do that.
Yeah, and big thank you to the folks in Utah at Storm for taking care of not only NDBowling.com, NDBowlTV, but myself as well. Big shout out to Gary Holsenberg, his wife Leanne, and everyone for taking care of me there. Please visit your local pro shop to get a new Storm, Rotogrip, or 900 Global ball. Andy says exotic gem. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of those over the last couple months at the big tournaments. Brings you back to the Defiant line. Yeah, those are all good products. Nevin says the Zen Soul and then the Honey Badger. Nevin, a 900 Global guy. So do you have scores through game number, what is that, through 2 games?
Yep.
Okay,
Well, we're halfway through game 3, so we do have a game 2 score sheet.
So then they have it separated by scratch and with bonus pins. Is that what it's looking like?
Yep.
All right, so Ken Fletcher here with our first game 2 update.
Well, coming as no surprise, I think, from what we've seen so far, is Eric Gulbranson is in the lead currently. And with a scratch of 498, so 240, I believe. And John Breckel in second. So Eric's at 558 with his bonus pins. John Breckel in second at 536. Lucas Herzard in third at 497. Ryan Selk in fourth at 468. And 3-time champion Mike Morris in fifth at 460. And at this point, you go all the way down to Jeremiah Smith in 18th at 392. That's obviously nobody's out of it at this point.
And I do know we have a lot of Canadian fans in the chat room. You want to let us know how all those guys are doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a couple spots back, 12 pins away, is Austin Ducharme at 448, and he just threw up a 5-bagger, so you've probably seen him going up a little bit here soon. Israel Potter is in 17th at 393, but hasn't won a game yet either. And I think that was it for our Canadian guys.
Okay.
Oh, no, sorry, Jonathan Vingo is at 364. He's in 24th place, but again, 100 pins in 10 games that's nothing. That can happen in one game.
Yeah, again, we have 10 games left to go. So, a lot of time. Going back to our chat room here, Kent Worthington says the Phase 2 in the exotic gem. I would agree, and Kent, I would like to thank you for bowling the tournament yesterday. I do appreciate that.
Yep.
Connor Allen says Victory Road. I'm going to have to second that motion. I had a lot of success in this tournament, especially with the Victory Road.
Yes, you did.
Nate says the IQ, the Zen, and the Night Road. All great products. I'm a big fan of the IQ Tour myself.
Yeah, had one of those back then, and oh yes.
So a lot of good products. Thank you all for participating in the chat room, letting us know what your favorite Storm, Roto, or 900 Global bowling balls are. If you're joining us as well, there are still a few more tournaments coming up this season. If you want to head on over to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. There's actually 2 really good tournaments going on next weekend in Williston. I know Brad Peterson is here, the proprietor of Strike Zone. He told me he's got $7,000 added to that weekend, and I believe he's putting $5,000 into the Coca-Cola singles tournament on Sunday. So what they have going on up there next weekend is a trios tournament on Saturday where there's 4 different shifts, I think, and it's a trios thing where I think you bowl 3 games and it's just total pins, and you can mix and match. So if, let's say, you, me, and some other person bowled the first shift, we just have to switch out. I believe it's just one guy to make a different team to bowl again.
Yeah, I forget who. Somebody is going up there. I think they said they're bringing 6, and they're going to be able to do all 4 shifts.
I believe that was Ryan Selk. They were going to bowl everything and then just split everything. So that's kind of what people like to do up at that one. And then on day 2, it's a completely different tournament. It's a singles tournament where I think they bowl a 6-game qualifier, and then they cut into a bracket. And pretty sure with the 5,000 added, I want to say if you lose out in like the second round of the bracket, it's $1,000. It's insane the kind of money that they're going to give away up there. So if you're in Western North Dakota or in driving distance of Williston next weekend, I highly suggest going out there. What Brad does, raising money in oil country, is insane.
I hear it all the time. Obviously, how much money is added up in Wilson. I don't know how he does it, and
he told me that there's just so many companies up there that have oil money and nobody asks for it. So he just goes around and does his due diligence as far as asking for money, and people are just like, hey, here you go.
That's like that's an insane amount of money added to just, a trios and a singles tournament. I mean, like, we're excited to get what we got here. I know North Hill gets some money added. Obviously, the K-Fire gets money added too, but like, that's just crazy.
Yeah, so again, if you're in our chat room and you want something to bowl next weekend, I highly suggest going out to Williston. At the end of this month, there is one of my favorite tournaments going on at North Hill Bowl in Minot, which is the Hemi Bowl, and it's a very unique sort of format where they split you up into 6 divisions and 2 conferences, so they base it off of like the old football used to be. And then if you win your division, you go to the playoffs, and then they take 3 wild cards on each side, and then you just go into a bracket like football playoffs would. As you sign up, you draw a conference, you draw a division, and you go on your way. It's one of my favorite formats. It's something different. I think it's an 8-game qualifier in the first round, and then as long as you get out of your division, get out of your conference, so to speak, you have a chance. Every year it seems like there's one division that's got like 5 guys that are averaging 220, 230, and it's hard to get out of that division. And then every year there's a division that it takes 20 over to win it. And I've been the beneficiary of that. So that tournament's in Minot at the end of the month. I believe it's on March 26th. We have the poster on NDBowling.com. Aside from that, the state tournaments are ramping up here across the region. I know the State Open tournament here in North Dakota starts at North Hill Bowl in the entire month of April, excluding Easter weekend. So I know they're taking sign-ups for all that. You can go to ndusbc.com to sign up for the various state tournaments, whether it be the Women's Open, the Youth Open, or the General Open tournament. Last I checked, Jeff Craig posted that they have a lot of spots open the final weekend of state tournament, which is always strange to me. I always thought people like to go the last weekend because they know the score to beat kind of thing. But the way it looks, the first couple weekends are already full for state tournament here in North Dakota, but the last weekend has some openings. So if you want to bowl, that's the weekend to do it, which would be the 22nd and 23rd of April, I think is the last weekend.
Right when we were leaving.
Just so happens to be when you and I head on the road for Reno. Hoping I'm bringing my bowling balls with. I hope. We'll see.
Cross your fingers, yep.
Depends on how rehab goes with the arm, but that's the goal. In front of us here looks like another rough game for our 2-time champion, Nick Heilman. He'll take the loss here to Eric Galbranson, who is leading the tournament at the moment.
Yeah, that's a 1 open, 2 strike, 174. That is a lot of I don't know what the heck's going on, and making spares. But yeah, Eric just going to plod along, shoot 2-0. You know, nice game. To our left, Jeremiah Smith just finished off a 201, which Ryan Savoy has every chance to win that match. To our right, Austin Descharme has 240 on the board still. See a 220 down there. I can't remember who that was. 217, I believe, from Brent Newman, and I think Brady has a chance to double to take that with 220, so I mean, still a lot of up and down scores right now. Oof. And a rough game for Dustin Harold. That's split number 5 in 10 frames.
Yeah, he's working 130 here now. So
yeah, he had one yesterday and it didn't phase him. So
Anthony Wilson says in the chat room, hard to beat the old virtual gravity. Yeah, a lot of people love the gravity series and that one especially. I would agree there.
Looks like we'll have Clayton Moore on our feature pair here.
Again, we're about to enter game number 4 here at Match Play of the NDBowling.com Classic, the season's final major. While we have a minute, let's bring it back into the booth. Once again, I'm Darren Sweeney alongside Ken Fletcher for the first time this season since, well, if you consider the Midwest Youth Championships back in August being this season. It's been a good year, celebrating 10 years here at NDBowling.com.
Yep.
Been a pretty good year for us. It's a frustrating year for me personally on the lanes, but we've experienced some good growth. The live stream is pushing 2,000 subscribers, so if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to our channel as we'll be nearing 2,000 here shortly. We're about to enter in game number 4. Move our graphic over here. As you said, Clayton Moore, and then
Not sure yet.
yeah, we still got Brady Stearns bowling, Randy Peterson bowling, Jeremiah Smith just got done, so a few bowlers could be coming down here. We'll see momentarily.
Oof. Well, that hurts a little for Brady going strike 4-0. So 217 win from Brent Newman will help him out. He was having a little rough day. Austin Charm looks like what could have been 240 is going to be 220, high 220s, maybe 230. Lucas Hersrud is going to shoot 180 in a loss, it appears. And my eyesight can't see down to 3 and 4 to see what country is going to shoot, if he can win or not.
Yeah, not sure on that one. Austin Ducharme will finish off with a 229. Is that what I see?
Yep. No, I mean, that's
And a 100-pin win about over Dustin Harold.
yeah, that's
Rough game for Dustin. Chris Massey says he really liked his RSTX2 Supernova to add. Yeah, those are all really good. Brian Gehring says Eternity or DNA. Also great products. I would agree there.
Can I say I loved my hot rod back in the day?
The good old hot rod.
Yeah, I had my second 300 with that ball, so.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, so let's see what happens. Looks like we have everyone finishing up game 2. A little bit of game 3 player movement happening right now as we are about to be underway in game number 4.
Looks like we're going to get a glimpse of 3-time champ Mike Morris.
You'll be on the pair to the right. Kent likes the Supernova as well. Yeah, that is a great ball. I feel like the original Nova was a ball that worked well for certain players, but the Supernova with that beefed up cover stock really kind of meshed well with a bigger variety of players. And speaking of rev rate, I think we're going to have a big rev rate game here on our featured pair featuring Clayton Moore against Country Ryan Krabanoff.
I'd be curious to see who wins that battle.
Yeah, as long as, I wish we had Specto in the building and we could see all the stats here on our live stream.
Oh boy, I remember.
It'd be fun to see like if people would hit certain spots and what their rev rates would be, that kind of thing.
I know. I remember bowling the K-Fire a few years back and was bowling with Henry Trutwin and Scott Ennersby. And I asked the two of them, I'm like, who's got a higher rev rate between you two? And I'm pretty sure Scott looked at me and didn't even flinch and said Henry.
I would agree there, yeah.
But, yeah, like you said, you know, we had Nick and Eric last game, and I wouldn't consider either one of them real high rev guys.
Nope.
And then you go to Country, who doesn't use the thumb, and Clayton Moore, who with the thumb
loves to rip the cover off the ball.
Sweet potato farming, as we like to say.
Kim Peters says she's still throwing the triple X Factor. He got with a phase 2, good combo of products there. First look at Country today, a little thin to win.
With the classic Country reaction.
Giving it to Eric Galbrinson as he's walking off the lane.
Along with Country's many, gifts to the bowling community, it's also his personality, I think, that makes it even better. You can hear that guy laugh in the entire building some days.
Right. Nevin says Supernova cover is too strong for anything he's bowled on, although he hasn't traveled much due to work and kids. I can respect that. A big shout out to Nevin and his tournament coming up in August. If you're a youth, look up the Midwest Youth Championships. Great talent, a lot of money to give away, and then Ken and I, once again, plan on being there to give you guys the coverage of the final day.
Yeah,
great tournament there.
I don't think there is a better youth tournament anywhere in this area.
And seeing the players who have had success there are in our building right now having success.
Yeah,
just goes to show how good the field is in that tournament.
Yeah, we have, 4 that are bowling currently today that have had success in that building.
And I would say Brooke Salzman was bowling as well, and she just had a rough couple games towards the end of the block yesterday. Otherwise, she'd be bowling here today too.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, I mean, the talent with these kids is it's pretty incredible. And I mean, can't even necessarily call them kids anymore, but when you look at it from our point of view, I guess they're kind of kids still.
Yep. Good shot there by Clayton throwing the Night Road, which is a ball that I have not had a chance to throw yet, but one I would like to take a look at if and when that time becomes available for me to start throwing bowling balls again. Hopefully that is soon.
I think Clayton could give us, well, both of these guys could give us a blueprint on what to do with this pair, I think.
It's left.
Except when you throw it there.
I believe Country's throwing an Eternity. That's what I see. New ball by 900 Global. That many people say is a slightly beefed up altered reality. And if you're just joining us, let us know where you're tuning in from. We do appreciate everyone in our chat room today and joining us on our live stream. We will be here until the end of the tournament, where we'll give away a $2,500 top prize as well as the shiny Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. here sitting to our right. I know Ken talked about it earlier. We have 2 past champions in the building, 2-time winner Nick Heilman, as well as 3-time winner Mike Morris. Otherwise, looking around the house, we have a collection of major champions. Jeremiah Smith in the building, as well as Austin Ducharme won the Manitoba Open earlier this year for his first major. Just trying to look around and see if we have any others. Well, Brady Stearns, a 3-time winner. If Brady does win today, he'll be the first ever to complete the Triple Crown, which is to win all 3 majors stateside.
Yeah.
No one has ever done that.
Don't forget Blake Wallstrom, former
Blake
K-Fire
Wallstrom
champ.
won K-Fire back in 2020, I think it was.
And, of course, on our feature pair, Clayton Moore.
Yeah, won the shootout back in 15, I believe. A guy who has been in the final probably close to 10 majors, and it's surprising that he only has the one, but I think he's been in the final of all of them, all 4
sure.
several times. So,
and just, bad luck and, bad timing on some things happening, but, somebody you can always count on being there in the end because he's that talented.
It's one of those where you can't judge the career by only the wins, because in Clayton's case, he's got the 1 win at the shootout, but so many appearances in finals that may go unnoticed as time goes on. But here at NDBowling.com, we definitely remember all those times because we've talked to Clayton quite a bit.
Yep.
Chris Massey says he is currently in the Minneapolis airport heading to Charleston. Well, thank you for tuning in, even if it is on mobile. From the airport, hopefully you have a safe flight. And again, if you are a bowler that bowled here yesterday and you're making your way home, watching along the way, please travel safe, as Storm is moving into North Dakota, which is why we started a little earlier today in an attempt to finish up the tournament and get out of here at a reasonable time this afternoon, and hopefully everyone can travel safe wherever home may be. Eric Albrinson there knocking a pin out in the gutter on lane 9.
As well as pins bounced in this building, I'm surprised we have not seen more things made.
I would agree. This is the only house I've ever picked up the 710.
How many years ago?
I was a junior bowler, and it actually happened right here on 11 and 12.
Oof.
Clayton Moore.
Can opener there.
Yeah,
3-bagger.
using that night road.
Said I think he's going to give us a really good idea of how to play this pair right now.
And those of you in the chat room, do any of you plan on heading on out to the USBC Open Championships in Reno? Or perhaps the new tournament they have with the PBA League certification happening out at, I believe it's the Bolero in Wauwatosa. They're having that tournament starting this summer. Let us know when you plan on bowling, when you're heading out to that one. TeamNDBowling.com is due to be on the lanes. I think it is April 25th and 26th in Reno.
I believe that's the correct days, yep.
Thomas says country throwing the Trident Odyssey. Yeah, I do believe he made a ball change there. There is an Eternity on the rack. He did change to a Motive ball there. But again, if you're heading on out to the national tournament, let us know when you are bowling. Ooh.
And I think that kind of epitomizes what's happening right now, which is, excuse me, things carrying down. I mean, kind of scanning as people are throwing, and you see a lot of balls doing exactly what
Yeah,
Jason's
did
did
there on
right
13.
there, which is not exactly hooking a whole lot, or you get it just a smidge right, and it's got a chance.
Very nice
Spare.
pickup by Jason.
Um,
I got to give Jason credit really quick. A guy that has been bowling a lot of tournaments over the last few years, has made a lot of cuts over the last few years, including a couple shows.
Yep.
One here at the Classic, and then he made the show out in Aberdeen. And I think he's made like 3 consecutive cuts out there. So Jason's a journeyman out of Minot. He's been bowling very well over the last few years, and just goes to show the more you bowl, the better things get. You just have to come out here and put in the time. Connor Allen says he'll be bowling in Reno with the Williston crew early April. Darren Weiler will be out there the 26th and 27th. Yeah, you guys are normally bowling right when we are in April. Any idea who's leading after 3? We do not have an after 3 score, but Eric Albrinson was leading after 2. So that's as far as we know. I'm sure we will get a scoring update probably every 2 games or so.
Yep, and as far as after 3, I mean, Eric had, I think 190 on our feature pair, but with a win. John Breckel, who was in second, is having a rough go of it this game right now.
Yeah, three splits up on the board. Shout out to Robert Curry. Thank you for joining us today. Hopefully your vacation to Cancun was good. Hope you're doing well. We'll see you at League, I'm sure, shortly. Frame 5 for more, using the night road, and a little high trip 4.
Big 4-bagger.
Yeah, trip 4 for 4 in a row.
Yeah, and Clayton did not have the greatest of starts either. Was down in, he's down in 20th, but I mean, again, that was less than 100 out of the 5th spot.
With 8 games to go, including this one.
Well, and that was before last game, so I'm not sure what he had last game. Yeah, you can see some pairs, it's like, ooh, what's going on there? And others, it's like, oh, okay, there's actually something there.
It seemed like that's how it was yesterday in the qualifying, too.
Yeah, you'd catch some pairs where it's like, oh, boy.
Yeah, and there wouldn't be a 200, and then other pairs, I think, like 190 was the low game.
Nice shot from Mike there to get a 3-bagger. Get himself a little bit closer to Jason.
Yeah, pretty close game. You're going on 13 and 14.
Yeah, I mean, like, take, for example, the last game. I know Mike had 246 his last game. But then it was the rest of the pair was 190, 170, 160. And, I mean, I know that's game 8, and a lot of those guys probably weren't around the cut line, but that was kind of how it was all day long. I know we were watching another pair earlier in the day where 260 potentially going into the 10th frame could have been third on the pair.
Yep. Yeah, a very big, like, feast or famine type day across the house yesterday in qualifying. There were a lot of big scores and a lot of little scores each game, and just depended on who was playing what, who was playing where, that kind of thing.
Yep. Austin Ducharme rolling again with another 5-bagger.
Yeah, looking pretty good against Jonathan Domingo down there on, what, 15-16 or 17-18?
Yep, 17-18. Tight matches to our left. Zach Andreessen's having a rough go of it this game. Up against Randy Peterson, who in typical Randy fashion, couple strikes, bunch of spares.
Clean game, yep.
Yep, just kind of hovering right there. That's what he does. This could be a big shot for country right here. confidence in more than anything, I think. That was pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good shot there. Got a double up on the board.
Dawson Peterson with 240 possible over here to our right.
Yeah, he was our qualifying leader yesterday.
And looks like we got a
Scoring update.
Game 3 sheet, which is stolen immediately by Chris Charles to our left.
I think Darren will give us one too. All right, and here is Ken with a Game 3 scoring update.
And no big surprise on the top C, or on our leader so far. Eric Gulbranson with a 68-pin lead currently.
Wow.
Followed by Austin Ducharme second. Eric at 779, Austin at 707. Again, this is with bonus pins. Ryan Savoy making a move up to third at 705. John Breckel fourth at 687. Unfortunately, that's probably going to drop. And then Lucas Herzrud kind of steady in fifth place at 676. Dawson Peterson 3 pins behind him, 673, and that's probably going to go up.
Yep.
Country 661 in 7th. Doug Wagner 654 in 8th. Randy Peterson 638 in 9th. And rounding out top 10 is Mike Morris at 631.
Okay.
But again, you know, 5th place is 676. You go all the way down to Israel Potter in 23rd, and that covers 109 pins.
Okay.
So, I mean, even down to our 24th bowler currently, who I'm just going to not name for his sake. Nobody's out of it because the guy in last place can bring it as well as anybody can.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a tightly bunched group, you know, outside of the lead for Eric. And, you know, like I said, he gets it going because he's all by himself down here. He could run away, but what's going to happen when he comes to the high end and runs into the pairs that Dustin and Blake have been on?
Correct. Yeah, he'll finally see some traffic over here.
Yeah, Country looks like, you know, he's probably not going to have this game against Clayton. Clayton's going to make a big move here potentially this game. So, I mean, you know, Dawson Peterson has 240 on the board. There's going to be some moving around again.
Samantha, thank you for tuning in, watching from Winnipeg, cheering on the Canadian boys. Very nice. You were talking about the youth tournament coming up. I have a bowler who might be interested. If you do have a bowler who's interested, go to MidwestYouthChampionships.com. There's also a Midwest Youth Championships Facebook page as well. And Nevin, if you're still in the chat room, you can also chime in with where Samantha can go for that. A great tournament. They gave away $5,000 to the boys open division winner last year. I think it was $4,000 for the girls open division. And then there's also a handicap division. So 3 different divisions you can enter in. They offer re-entries throughout Friday and Saturday's qualifying rounds. And then Sunday is the finals, where they do a cashier's round bracket type hybrid thing. And then we go into a stepladder finals, which is all covered here on NDBowlTV. I recommend that tournament to anyone who has a youth bowler out there of any skill level, because even if you're not as advanced or not as skilled, you still have the handicap division you can get into. I recommend that tournament to everyone. It'll be held in August, I believe, the 11th and 12th.
It's right around that time frame. It'd be that weekend.
Yeah, the second weekend in August is when we'll be down there.
Yeah.
There's also a youth adult tournament going on, so if you do have a kid and you want to bowl the youth adult doubles tournament, I believe they're only doing it on Friday night now because they have so many entries in the regular tournament that the youth adult will be taking place on Friday night. But you can go to those, the MidwestYouthChampionships.com, or else find them on Facebook in the the group page.
And just want to point out, well, Clayton's got 250 plus.
Yeah, he'll be making a jump this game.
Mike over here on 14 needs this strike to steal a win, and swishes a 7. And Jason went open 9th, 10th, and gave Mike a chance, but unfortunately didn't get that one to go. Well, even with that 8-10, which this could be fun to watch.
Eric does confirm that the adult youth will be Thursday and Friday this year at the Midwest Youth Championships. That is good to know. So if you want to enter that, it'll be Thursday night and Friday night. I do believe they have 3 different qualifying shifts for the actual tournament on Saturday, which is why they got rid of the late night youth adult shift on Saturday. But several different qualifying shifts there. The youth adult tournament. I know if you sign up, you get a choice of a free ball, bowling ball, whatever. I don't know what ball they'll be including this year, but that'll be available. And a well-run tournament with the folks there at Garden Center Lanes in Alexandria.
100%. Nevin and everyone that runs that do a first-class job.
Yeah, the Meyer family is very well respected in the area. We do appreciate what they do for us and allowing us in there to cover the event.
Looking around, Dawson Peterson 224. Austin has 231 on the board. Randy Peterson can strike out for 197, but that's going to be a win regardless. And then pair to our left of our feature pair, you'll catch a glimpse of Eric Galbranson, who's going to finish out with 170 or 180, depending on what happens here with the spare. And Lucas Herjud will have a chance to steal a win from our current number 1 seed, which will keep him likely firmly in the top 5 right now.
All right, and we're wrapping up our match on our featured pair. Clayton Moore 253, Country with a 180. While we have a brief minute, I do want to remind everyone that you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Singh alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the season's final major here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. You can stay connected to NDBowling.com by liking us on the Facebook page, following us on Twitter. Please hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are fast approaching 2,000 subscribers. We'd like to get there by the end of the season. Again, a huge thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. We do appreciate everything they've done for us this season. We are about to head into game number 5 of the season's final major. I also would like to mention that this summer we will have a PBA regional, couple PBA regionals coming to the area for the first time in many years. There will be one right here at Sunset Lanes in June. I believe it's June 13th and 14th. And then that following weekend, a tournament out in Mandan at Midway Lanes. So a couple great regional tournaments there. You can go to ndbowling.com, click on the upcoming events page, scroll down, and you can register for each of those tournaments. There's a link there, as well as a link to buy spectator tickets. I do want to mention we've had a lot of questions in regards to the live stream of that event. Unfortunately, we do not have the rights to live stream that event. That has gone to Beck Communications, so they'll be the ones doing any TV stuff that day. So unfortunately, NDBowlTV will not be there. But I will try to provide updates of those tournaments on our Facebook page as they happen. But if you would like to sign up for those, please go to ndbowling.com, click on the upcoming events tab, scroll down to those 2 tournaments, and there are links for registration as well as spectator tickets.
And then a turn of events over here on our match on 9 and 10. Lucas Herzier needing a mark to win, just 4-9. And does he go for the win with one? Just goes for the one, and that's going to be a tie with Eric Gulbranson. So that's free 15 pins for Eric, if you ask me.
Yeah, that takes me back to the year. What year was it? There was a year at the K-Fire where I made the cut, and I ended up matching up against Phil Mann. And I did a similar thing. I had the match in hand. I walked up there, and I split open the 10th, which gave Phil Mann an opportunity to strike out to tie me. He strikes out to tie me. He ends up making the show by less than 10 pins, so he ended up earning that 15-pin bonus by tying me, and then ended up running the ladder to win the title.
Yep, I remember.
So it makes you wonder, those little things, those little moments throughout the day, are they going to, come into play later on when we decide our final five and eventually the champion?
Yep, looks like we got Randy Peterson coming into our pair, who just coming off a 187 win.
Yep. As you see, the reigning NDBowling.com Player of the Year, John Breckel, off to the right. He will once again be on the NDBowling.com Team of the Year following this event. Who's going to win Player of the Year is still to be determined. I know Jeremiah Smith currently has that lead, but it'll depend on how he finishes here today, and whether or not he will win for the third time, which will be a record.
Yeah, I believe out of everyone that's in the potential top five, I think Randy's high man right now.
Okay.
Jeremiah not having a bad day, but it's a little bit further down. Well, I guess John Breckel was up in fourth, but after the last game, that is going to change. So, yeah, it's it's going to come down to the wire for that one.
Yeah, it'll be weird to put in all the calculations and everything when I get to my office on Monday, and then we'll have a complete recap of this event on Monday or Tuesday on NDBowling.com, where we will also reveal the final standings for the NDBowling.com Player of the Year race. So tune into the Facebook page and to NDBowling.com to be updated when that article goes live.
You can see Israel Potter on the pair to our right, who is a very impressive two-hander.
Yes.
Out of Manitoba.
Yep. Class of 2020, so wasn't out of high school that long ago.
No, I think the front of his shirt actually says Teen Masters 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, very nice. And I don't know if that was a booth jinx or not, but that's his third consecutive open to start the game against John Breckel. Looking by the 9-pin.
Wasn't having the best days to start so far, but again, anything, you get a couple games going, like Clayton just had, and you can run up the board really quick.
And it looks like most of the matches are going, so I do believe Jeremiah Smith will be on his way down here to take on Randy Peterson on our featured pair.
Yeah, it appears so.
Looks like a lot of the matches over to our right are in the third frame already in that group, whereas the left group are just getting underway with their fifth game. So we'll get our first look at both Jeremiah Smith and Randy Peterson. Game number 5 here in match play as we are approaching the 10 o'clock hour this morning. Hopefully everyone's having a good Sunday morning. Do appreciate everyone for joining us here in the chat room. And if you're not active in the chat room and just watching, we do appreciate you as well. Again, I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes.
Yet again to keep an eye on. Zach has made his way back to 9 and 10 again.
Suppose he started there, yeah. And for those of you watching, the way they do the schedule here, it's 6 games across 6 pairs, but there is no way to avoid being on at least one of the pairs that you've bowled on already. Like, that has to happen with a 2-group system. So if you see the same person come to our featured pair or another pair they started on, that kind of has to happen with the scheduling of the matches.
Yep, so when we get closer to our position round, that could be, because that'll likely be the 5-6 match on 9 and 10.
Right, it's either the 3-4 or the 5-6, because they'll start here at 11 and 12, and then...
Yeah, I think it'll go 13-14, then back to 9 and 10, so
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it'll be the 5-6 match, and that
always important.
match.
Yep. Taking a little gander outside, it doesn't look like it is snowing here in the Fargo Moorhead area yet. The longer that holds off, the more I will appreciate Mother Nature. First shot there by Randy Peterson, throwing the new Storm DNA. You can see Randy wearing that Storm VIP Pro Shops shirt. Nice shirt given away by the folks at Storm this year to all VIP Pro Shop operators, as Randy operates out of the Carrington, North Dakota. Central City Lanes. Randy's a North Dakota Bowling Hall of Famer, looking to capture his first major title here at the Classic.
One of those guys that I think most people would be surprised that he's never won.
Right.
You know,
Many know he finished second to Brady Stearns last year at the KFYR.
Yeah, when you go over the list of the best bowlers who have yet to win a major, Randy inevitably comes up as one of the first, probably 2 or 3 names, along with, you know, one of our Nationals teammates that unfortunately wasn't here because he was in
He's
Mexico.
on the beach somewhere. Yeah, Mike Larson also up there. I would put a guy in our chat room, Thomas Wolf, near the top of that list as well.
Yep, I would say those 3 are going to be 3 of the...
And this guy here to our right, I would actually put John Breckel among those people as well. He's made shows. He's NDBowling.com Player of the Year last year. He's
as well as he is bowled, especially in, you know, the last handful of years, 100%. And, you know, think about it, because I believe he just, you know, he had surgery. It wasn't terrible.
in November. Yeah, it was right after we bowled Carrington. He told me he had surgery that following Tuesday. So
yeah, and I mean, you look at what he's done since he came back, and I mean,
yeah, he bowled well in Aberdeen. He bowled well at the K-Fire. He almost made the show at the KFYR. Another player that comes to mind is Ryan Selk. He's been on a tear at the KFYR the last couple of years.
you know, he's made a show here.
Yep.
Somebody who doesn't bowl enough, I think, or else he probably would have multiple majors by now.
Yep. And Ryan's one of those where his kids got to that stage where he just didn't want to miss activities, so he didn't bowl as much. And now that his kids are getting to be a little bit older, he's bowling a few more tournaments. And like I said earlier in the show, I respect that 100%.
Absolutely.
Being a dad comes first, or a mom if you're out here bowling. We had a few ladies bowling in our tournament yesterday. I know Alexis Barton bowled, Emily Peterson, Brooke Salzman. I feel like there was a couple more.
Aaron Carrico was here. Yep. And I still feel like we're missing one, but trying to get the desk attention. About 10 people over here. Oof. Israel Potter with a 4.79 leave.
Yeah, rough game here for him on 13 and 14.
Yeah. Giving it the, are you kidding me look?
I think you and I have done that quite a bit.
That's just like a daily thing when I bowl, so. I was wondering when you were going to bring that out.
Yeah, we have all sorts of sound effects, so don't mind us here. We like to play around with those.
Yep, poking around at the low end, and I I still see a lot of red circles poking around at the high end, and you're seeing a bunch more strikes now. Somebody down on 19 and 20 just had for 6.
That appears to be Taylor Wallstrom, who has been on an absolute tear this last week up in Minot. So I'm not too surprised by a string of strikes by that guy.
Nope, and then you look the pair to his left, and they've got 2 strikes combined through 6 frames, and I think, yeah, what? More opens than marks, unfortunately, and Dawson Peterson having another rough go of it.
Yeah, open strike, 3 opens in a row. Yeah. Yikes.
So, yeah.
Feast or famine out here is kind of the theme this week. You had pairs that give you a lot. You have pairs that give you nothing. You know, Brent Newman over here, front 5 on the pair to our left, our featured pair.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of catching the pair that fits your eye, fits the reaction you're seeing, you know?
Right, and yeah, I mean, you look the pair to our right, Israel Potter is going to be staring at 90 in the 7th frame.
Right.
So, yeah, it's feast or famine, and oof.
Yeah, as we say that, Peterson goes through the nose.
Yeah, and it's,
Yes, Kayla Pashina also bowled. Forgot about her, past champion.
there you go. Like, I knew we were missing somebody, but
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was. There.
Just going through the whole list of people. It's just, but yeah, how could we forget past winner?
Yeah, I mean, all of them incredibly talented, and
Yes, I mean Alexis Barton was right in the cut up until the last game,
yeah, I think she ended up,
as well as Brooke Salzman was right there.
yeah, like you said, Brooke had a couple games kind of later in the block, and Alexis, I know she had a chance going to the last game, just I think she caught a tough pair and wasn't able to finish very strong, but I mean, any one of those 5 could have made the cut very easily and,
Yep.
you know, done well here today. Oof. Yeah, looking around, it's like if you missed right now, the likelihood of making the stair is not real high.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of splits this game so far.
Splits, washouts, I mean, like if you can leave single pins, you're going to be doing really good.
It makes you wonder if, because the players wanted to start a little further left today and mix that with sprinkling of urethane early on, if it's going to turn ugly, like the breakdown is just going to turn ugly down there.
I think so, because I mean, like you look at the guys that tried to stay right, and it's doing what it did to John Bruckle right there. You miss it right, and it's gone. You're
Right.
lucky if you don't wash out. It's like, I mean, I'm pretty sure I said it early on. It's like players tend to start where they finished qualifying, and that can turn the lanes ugly when you're starting as far left as some of these guys were. But it's why I think it'll favor, you know, the guys like Austin Ducharme who can really get on it.
Yeah, you can kind of overpower the imperfections of the pattern, yeah.
Yeah, or Clayton Moore too. You know, guys like John and Jeremiah might be able to find something, but it brings in, like you said, the imperfections or those spots.
And a guy who can do that too, that kind of flies under the radar, is Jason Van Persen. As someone who can overpower the pattern from right if he needed to. He's another guy to watch.
Yep, 100%. Well, and that's kind of how we made the show here a few years back, is he just took it out of play and was able to just make it work. Yeah, it's like you see Jeremiah right there. He's trying to stay in front of him and not give it away too much, but then you get one going just a smidge left and it's gone.
Yeah, and he's throwing the exotic gem. It's got that big core in it, and that that cover just wants to get going. Even though it's a pearl cover, it just wants to get going. And then with the asymmetrical core, once it sees the lane and sees any sort of friction, it just takes off, and that's kind of what he's dealing with right there. Randy playing a very tight line here, and on the middle of the lane, trying to take the back end of the lane out of the equation.
And I mean, let's be frank, that's where Randy's at his best.
Oh yeah.
If you ask me. When he can get enough tip down lane, playing that line, he can be a handful for anybody.
Well, it looks like the big mover this game is going to be Taylor Wallstrom. He's got a strike up in the 10th. One more will put him in the 260s. Down on lanes, what, 19 and 20?
Yep.
And the Booth jinx happens there as he goes for an 8 split, but he's still in the 240s, right?
250s.
250, yep. So 250 and a win for Taylor Wallstrom, which is a good game for him to shoot 250 because he had an opponent to shoot 211.
Yeah, and so it's scanning down to the left.
Yeah, Brent Newman's got a decent game going. Other than that, it's kind of,
yeah, it's
like you said, a lot of red circles.
yeah, you know, Randy right here in front of us has one of a very small handful of doubles that I can see.
Right. Yeah, things are getting interesting here. We got, I think, Game 6 is up next, and then the groups will flip-flop ends of the house, and I'll be curious to see kind of how things happen. And again, Israel Potter.
Just, I mean, like,
So this is one of those games where if it can go wrong, it will go wrong, and you feel bad for the guy because he's not throwing a bad game.
No, like that. How do you hit the pocket with what he puts on a ball and leave that?
And he's made, in my mind, one real error, missing the single pin there in the third, but he's got now five splits with
Five
the
splits
one
and
spare.
Nine frames, yeah.
Lucky enough to have a double in there to help the score out, but rough game for Israel. Yeah. Transitions looking nice and ugly according to Joe. Love it, shot making time. I do agree.
Yep.
Joe, hopefully you're doing well. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you as always.
Yeah, shot making, which is why you kind of see the Randy Petersons of the world. You know, Brent Newman, who I would call more of a shot maker than just I'm going to overpower the lane kind of guy. They're just kind of holding their own, you know, not doing anything special. Mike Morris is doing that this game.
Yep. Yeah, these are the kind of games here in the middle block, the 5, 6, 7, 8 games where if you can shoot your 180s to 2-0s and win your matches, you're going to be gaining on the field.
Yep. Jeremiah, that's, you know, he's in that group too.
To put this into perspective for all of you, Brady Stearns currently has 60-some in the 6th.
64 in the 5th on a spare in the 6th.
Yeah, so and Brady's been on a tear this year, and he's been kind of struggling today. Him and Nick Heilman are both struggling today. Guys that we see as mainstays on NDBowlTV finals. So the lanes are definitely doing weird things, and I think it's just a product of everyone, you know, moving left early, starting left early, sprinkling in a little bit of urethane early on.
Yeah.
It's just a product of the environment.
You almost wish you could have had a camera on Brady right there. He threw what I think he thought it was a good shot, leaves a bucket, he turns around laughing, just throwing his hands up in the air like, I don't know what to do.
And I'm pretty sure Nick Heilman stepped off on the lane to the left, too, because he was laughing at it as well.
More than likely. But, yeah, I mean, those two guys who I think you can almost automatically assume are going to be top 10 here and are both struggling today.
Again, we're not even halfway done with the match play round, so a lot of bowling left. We're going to go 12 full games here, and then we head on into a Stepladder finals. That would have been a 7-10, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
By Jeremiah. Thankfully, he didn't leave it. But if you did,
Kind
you
of
would
wish
have got
he
it.
would have right there, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
He's
pair
kind
I
of
did
looking
it.
at us like, yep.
I give 7-10s better odds in this house than most houses. Good break by Brent, going Brooklyn for a double.
Yeah.
There to our left.
That potential 250 right there is going to greatly help his chances because, I mean, again, he's not had the best day so far, but, 280 potential on the board with your bonus pins will, you might jump all the way up into the top 10.
And here's another thing, like, look at, I mean, we can't really go over to John Breckel's pair to the right, but he's going to, shoot 170, 180 this game and get a win. And that games like that are so important. If you can catch the right player when you have a mediocre game and still catch the bonus pins,
Yeah.
that's the advantage in match play.
And I'm always entertained by, watching John because, the first couple years that I watch him, like, how does he do that and how is he good at that? And you watch him more and more, and it's just like,
His game is actually very simple, and it benefits him. It's just a simple game that he's worked on his whole life, masters his own craft, and he's really good at it.
Yeah, I mean, so, like we've talked about all day today, it's like there's so many different styles here, and John epitomizes that. He's made it his own, and
Yeah, he had
he is
321 and 2170 or something at the USBC Open last year. Like, just
Yeah.
on an absolute tear the last year and a half.
Yeah, and just one of those things. It's like you can throw it any number of different ways and get it done. And back to our feature pair though, and Randy Peterson is now, I think, fully lost.
Yeah, but he's still well in this match.
He needs to pick up the washout here, but yeah, I mean, he's got every chance to win this. I mean, Jeremiah's never going to give away a game. And Brent with a double on the 10th is going to shoot that 250, so that is huge right now.
Yeah, Brent and Taylor are the big movers this game.
Nice spare from Randy. Yeah, you got a 150, 180 match over there. Austin Ducharme has, well,
he had 230 going, but
and now it's probably looking at a 2-0.
yeah, split there on lane 15. You can barely see it on your screen.
And as we say that, we get another sheet.
All right, game what, 4? Game 4 scoring update?
Yep.
Okay.
Game 4 scoring update, and still leading the pack is Eric Albranson. With that tie that he had last match, maintained his lead by now 8 pins over Austin, who at 968 is in second. A tie for third at 942 with Ryan Savoy and Doug Wagner. Dawson Peterson in fifth with 927, although that's probably again going to drop because of a rough game there. Clayton Moore jumped all the way up to sixth with 902. A little bit of a drop back to Lucas Herger at 873. Taylor Wallstrom is up to 8th with 864, and that is before shooting 250.
Yep, 250 and a win.
Randy Peterson in 9th at 855, and Brent Newman in 10th at 849, and that is before shooting 256 with a win there.
So the two big movers are in that spot that they could really jump up into the top 5 here.
Yep, and you go down to
Almost a 2.8 tank conversion.
Jeez. I was not looking and missed that. But yeah, you go all the way down to Jeremiah in 17th at 806 is less than, well, just over 100 pins out of the show. And, even the guys that are right below him, it still could easily happen with, after this sheet, 8 more games, now 7 since we bowled game 5.
And thank you, Ken, for that Game 4 scoring update. We are wrapping up Game 5 in front of us. Tight match here between Smith and Peterson.
Yeah, and looks like Clayton Moore is going to pull out a either a 200 or possibly 211. Country's got one. He might have 2-0 on the board. He's going to have a win.
That's
I think that was over Brady.
154.
Yeah. Here's something I don't think we ever would have thought. The bottom 4 spots include Brady Stearns and Nick Heilman.
Crazy.
I would have bet a lot of money that would not happen. And I would have lost a lot of money.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for me to see what those two do when they flip ends of the house.
That's
because
very true.
Things don't hook down on the low end. And you go down here, you have a little more free hook, you have a little more, I guess, ball motion-wise. So we'll see what happens as the groups switch. We have one more game in their respective bays, 1 through 12 and 13 through 24. And then the two groups will switch ends of the house and bowl what would be 5 more games and then a position round following that.
Yep. Clayton with a nice 209 will help his cause, probably jump him into the top 5. Well, be close because of Taylor and Brent.
Well, with Randy's spare there, Jeremiah cannot be shut out, but Randy can definitely make him work for it. Jim said, what was Izzy's score? Israel Potter had 137. Yeah, it was a pretty rough game on the pair to our right. So again, if you're joining us and wanting to see the likes of, Mike Morris, Austin Ducharme, Jonathan Domingo, Doug Wagner, Ryan Selk, John Breckel, etc., those players are all coming to our section of the house following game number 6.
Randy with a ball switch that does the exact same thing as the other one.
Threw that one through the house, though.
A little bit. But yeah, that went absolutely nowhere. And, I mean, he needs to spare again because spare and another 8 pins would force Jeremiah to get another strike. And, Jeremiah has yet to strike on the right lane in this game. So pick up another washout and just get a few pins, and you never know.
Austin Ducharme goes open, 186, but manages to still get the victory, 186 to 181 over Mike Morris.
Terrible break, wrapping the head pin around the 10 there.
Well, writing's on the wall for Jeremiah Smith to win this match. I'm seeing perhaps Brady Stearns coming to our featured pair.
Yeah,
here next.
Brady and I think Peyton was going to be here as well.
Okay. Those would be the last two we haven't seen yet, so that would make sense.
It's a little left, but
shims in there nice.
That was good. I think that was another, I don't know when he switched to that, but just definitely not throwing that the entire game.
Right.
Yeah. Nice shot.
Zen master there.
Yeah. Nice shot from Jeremiah there.
Nice solid cover there to help blend out the pattern, so that's why that one never picked up like the gem did when he missed inside. All right, so I sent that one a little wide.
Yeah. Those two shots right there show what this can do. It's like you get it there and can do well, but that was, I would bet no more than a board right off his hand. And never stood a chance. And now thinking about it after watching Dustin Harold throw one, Just seeing where our lefties are at currently. Nice spare there.
Applause for Jeremiah. Nice spare.
And, yeah, I mean, Eric is obviously having a very good day, but, you know, Dustin and Blake, who are bowling on the high end currently, not bowling so well. So,
see, and I would think that if the characteristics of the house or they hook more on the high end, I would feel like that would be harder for lefties. And I feel like the low end is good for the lefties based on a little more hold, a little more easy on the end of the pattern, which I would say why Eric is having such a good time down here on 1 through 12.
yep.
We'll see if Eric can keep that going on the high end of the house, and then likewise we'll see kind of how Dustin and Blake do as they make the flip after game 6 here. Looks like Peyton Sumners and Brady Stearns on our featured pair. Everyone's pretty familiar with Brady. Peyton out of the Williston area. Looks like he's got a decent line so far. He's got strike zone proprietor Brad Peterson kind of helping him out, the eye in the sky, so to speak.
Yep, Peyton not having the best of days, but again, I mean, you see it with all the two-handed bowlers, especially the young kids, they can get it going in a heartbeat.
And honestly, with the field we had and the whole 99 players just being in the field here today in the top 24, you're doing something right. You had a pretty good weekend, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
First look at Brady Stearns throwing an exotic gem from left, and that one just hooks up early and goes nose, and I think his reaction tells you all you need to know about his day.
Yeah. This is one of those points where I think had his traveling buddy Chad Nelson been here.
I did see him on his phone over there. Maybe he was talking to just to get an idea. You never know. I just,
It's possible because, I mean, like, you know, typically they're both going to be in the cut when they're here. And, you know, they'll quite frequently be bouncing things off each other when they, even if they're, you know, not close to each other. But Brady obviously is, you know, as good as anybody, and he'll figure it out.
yeah, it seems like for Brady it's a day where when he does miss, he pays maximum penalty, and I know you and I have both had days like that. If you can find the ball reaction where you miss and you leave something makeable, you're going to be in better shape overall.
Yeah, and I mean, with the way this pattern is playing out right now, you know, we always talk about Brady being a guy that loves to throw urethane and kind of stay right, and, you know, he's made how much money doing that up in this area, but his game really lends to doing what he's doing right now.
Right.
Oh, nice.
Shaker double for Peyton.
Nice trip of the 8 to get that double. Yeah, you see the two-handers today, and I mean, Lucas is having a decent day, but it doesn't seem like they're faring as well currently. You know, Zach's had a rough go. Peyton's not had the best day either. Israel's not had the best day, and you know, I mean, they are all relatively young yet, but is it inexperience or is it just the pattern that's kind of
Yeah, the pattern is doing some weird things, and I feel like when we do the switch here, is going to tell the story in a lot of different ways. Because there's a fair amount of rev rate on both sides, really, so I wouldn't say one group has more rev rate over the other. You got Clayton, you got Country over here, which are the kind of the biggest rev rates on this side. Over here, you've got the likes of Ryan Salk inside. You got Doug Wagner is a high rev rate guy.
Dawson Peterson's over
good,
here.
good rev rate. Jason Van Pearson.
Israel Potter's over here.
Austin Descharme.
Austin Descharme. Taylor Wallstrom right in front of us.
So
I mean,
perhaps more rev rate with the group coming to our featured pairs. So
that could play into their hands, though, coming down to the low end that doesn't hook as much.
But likewise for this group that has lower rev rate down to the end that hooks. So
that's
we'll
very
see.
true. Good spare and a stick from Brady. But clearly frustrated, not knowing what to do with his ball reaction right now.
Yeah, and I haven't looked at Brady's sheet, but there's also days in match play where it seems like you catch everyone's 220. I was talking to Joe Gorno back in Aberdeen a couple weeks ago, and the average score during day 2 is probably in the 190s, maybe high 180s, and his opponents were averaging 215 through like 8.5, 9 games of match play. It was insane. Everyone's best game came against him.
Yeah. But at the same time, you look at your scratch scores, and the guys that have the lower scratch scores are down towards the bottom right now. Mike Morris has 797 through 4 games, but has only won 1 game. So you look at Randy Peterson, who has 765, and he's won 3 games. Taylor Wallstrom was the same thing, 774, but he won 3 games.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot about who you're catching at the right time, but, Brady's ball reaction is messing with him right now because I think he thought that one was pretty good, and it just kept going.
And speaking of rough go, I just look up and see Israel Potter leave that 710 that you see on 15.
I did catch that.
He's got another rough game going over here, so.
And, I mean, that's at least 2 that he's left like that. And at some point you just have to start laughing at how ridiculous it is.
Right, so for any Israel Potter fans out there, it's not going the best for him. Maybe not send him a text texting how it's going. He may not be in the best spirits at the moment.
No, not after going 8-1, 8-1, 8-1. That hurts a little bit.
So looks like a ball change for Brady, perhaps to an IQ tour.
It definitely looks like that color.
Different end of the spectrum for him, so perhaps we'll see a zone move here.
I wouldn't be surprised if he stays where he's at either. So I don't think Wright's in play.
Yeah, looking at the old road report, it looks like everything west of Bismarck is already snow covered. Travel alert out there. So for the likes of Jeremiah Smith, John Breckel, and those traveling west, hopefully the weather holds off a little longer for them to make it back to the Bismarck area. I know I'll be heading straight north to Grand Forks here after we pack up. Hopefully we can beat the snow, get up to the north before the snow gets up there and I can get back to Minot safely. Again, that's why we started an hour earlier this morning with the snow moving into the state. We wanted to give everyone an opportunity to get home as quickly and as safely as possible.
Yeah, and regardless if it hits as bad or not as bad, always the safe play. We get a Randy Peterson turn around, laugh, look at the ceiling. So
that is the common reaction here today from people who you don't expect it from.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. That was a right move, and Brady just. I said you're getting that from him, and you're getting that from Randy, and you know there's something funky going on. Which, you know, sometimes these kind of days make for the most interesting match plays.
Yeah, wasn't it last year that the final pair was so ugly? You had Dale Newton throwing a UC3 way on the outside, lofting it about 5 feet down the lane. And
yeah, something like that where he just, I mean, I think he shot like 260 in the finals, if I remember right.
So here's another ball change by Stearns. Looks like he picked up a night road. So perhaps maybe throwing the same spot he did that IQ tour, now with the ball with a little bit more off the back, a little bit bigger motor in it.
Yeah, looks like he is kind of staying in that same zone.
Now will it hook?
Nope.
No.
Nope, not a chance. And the problem is you get that a board or two left, and that's nosediving, and it's toast.
Again, I think it's a product of where people started as opposed to yesterday, where it seems like the general consensus out of the bowlers on the qualifying round is everyone starts right. Everyone tries to do it right because of the unknown. And then day two, after you've been bowling all for a whole day, you tend to want to go where you had success, go where you finished kind of thing. And
yeah. And you know what? To be quite honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the next move is urethane right.
yeah, he's taken the IQ Tour and the Night Road way back to his bag. He's going with something else. We'll see what he comes to the pair with now. He started with an Exotic Gem, tried an IQ Tour, tried a Night Road. We'll see what's coming next. Perhaps a Pitch Black up the right. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, because I'm not sure what options he has left.
All right, so he's coming up with a reality.
I wonder if he's going to go back where he was with that Exotic.
Yeah, because that'll be a little smoother, but still have the motor to get it through the pins the right way. So I would agree there. He would have to go a zone to the left to make that one work.
Kind of scanning up and down, and somebody on 23 and 24 had a couple in a row. Looks like they both did.
I see Austin Descharme and Dawson Peterson bowling on that pair, so both players have something going.
At least a little something. And then you look, it takes you to lane 16 where Doug Wagner had 3 in a row, but then has 2 splits since then to have anything. Well, who's that? Dustin Harold had 3 in a row and then went split open. You look down to the low end, and who's up on somebody bowling? Eric Gulbranson has a pretty good game going. Whereas I think Eric is.
I think that is Eric. Yep. His
Okay.
score just went up on 2, so that is Eric's score. He's
Okay.
bowling Zach Andreessen at the moment.
All right, so Eric having a good game, but, well, somebody who's on 6. Whoever's bowling Clayton Moore has 3 in a row. Is that Ryan Savoy?
I actually, looking around, I actually like Taylor Wallstrom's game the further this gets gross. The speed and revs that he's got will allow him to play in areas that not a lot of people can.
Yeah, and that's why a guy like Austin, too, could do it really well.
I like Taylor Wallstrom, Austin Descharme. That kind of game, I think, is going to be really good moving forward here. And then, of course, anyone on the left side, I don't know if they're seeing the same thing breaking down yet. I can't imagine they have seen too much movement, maybe down here on the high end, but I got to give them the advantage as well. So do we have a Game 5 scoring update, Ken?
We do, and we have a new leader.
Okay.
Our former leader. Eric Gulbranson dropped out of the top 5 with his prior game.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So our new leader at 1188 is Ryan Savoy.
Okay.
Austin Descharme maintaining second place, only 4 pins back. Doug Wagner's up to third with 11:58. Taylor Wallstrom in fourth at 11:47, and Clayton Moore in fifth at 11:41.
All right, so a new top 5.
Yep, and then you've got Eric at 11:37, Brent Newman at 11:35, and then there's a 50-pin drop to 8th place, which is Dawson Peterson at 10:85.
Wow.
So our top 7 are separated by 53 pins, and there's a 50-pin gap. And good news for Nick Heilman fans is he has made his way out of last place.
Well, there you go.
But unfortunately for Brady Stearns fans is he might be finding himself there soon with the way that this game is going.
All right, that is a Game 5 scoring update from Ken. I want to say a big thanks to Jack Nelson for tuning in from Georgia. Good to see you. Hopefully you are doing well. We miss you bowling up here. And based on what you're seeing, maybe you're not too sad about not bowling.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I don't know. Jack's the kind of guy who could probably make this look
Oh,
really
yeah,
easy.
Jack would love this. And Brady now in the reality. Gets to swish out a strike. Still has 186 left. I wouldn't put it past Brady to get that because that's how good he is.
Yeah. I mean, that's unfortunately not going to be enough to win this game, but you'd scratch out a 186 with the ball reaction he's had, and I think he would be ecstatic.
Okay. I wonder if we can get Brad in here to talk about his tournament next weekend following this game. Now that he's right next to us, maybe he'll give us a quick word.
Maybe.
Seeing him right over here as we were talking about his events happening next weekend at Strike Zone in Williston.
Nice shot from Peyton. Well, while we're kind of finishing this up, I am going to go take a quick break.
All right, sounds good. Matt Smallin, thank you for joining us in the chat room. Do appreciate you tuning in, my friends.
Good morning to Matt.
Again, we are in game number 6 of 12. It'll be a nice long day here at Sunset Lanes. 99, a record 99 entries for the tournament yesterday. We are bowling on the Kegel Krypton pattern, which is a 43-foot pattern with a shade under 27 mils. We saw some pretty decent scores yesterday, but the way the lanes are breaking down today, they're turning ugly. I can tell you that right now. It's going to make for an interesting stepladder finals. I think it's going to be similar to what happened last year with some pretty low scores. But nonetheless, somebody's got to win the tournament, and we are giving away $2,500 to the winner to go along with the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. So stay tuned. A big thank you to Country, Ryan Krabanoff, for contributing $1,000 to the prize fund, as well as Bergseth Brothers for a $500 contribution as well. Pair that with the 99 entries, and they're giving away just shy of $13,000 this weekend in prize fund. Again, I appreciate everyone tuning in, doing a subscriber update here. We have 1,923 subscribers, so if you haven't subscribed already, please consider doing so, as we are trying to get to 2,000 subscribers here by the end of the season. Just 77 more to go in the next couple months, and I think we can get there. Shout out to everyone who has tuned in throughout the season. It appears our next show will be at the Midwest Youth Championships in August. So this show today will round out our 10th season here at NDBowling.com. It has been a great year so far. And if you want any indication of how rough these lanes are at the moment, Brady Stearns' game, this is kind of all you need to see. 122 going into the 10th. He's looking for another ball, which would be, I think, his 5th this game. He started with an exotic gem, then tried an IQ Tour, moved to the left lane and tried the Night Road. Gave the reality a shot for, I think, 3 frames, and now going into the 10th frame, he is coming back to the pair with an IQ Tour. So we'll see. Maybe he's going to move way right and kind of take the back end of the pattern out of play, perhaps. We will see. And that'll round out a tough game for Brady Stearns. We're going to have a quick word with proprietor Brad Peterson here. All right, Brad, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, Brad Peterson, proprietor of Strike Zone in Williston, is going to join us briefly here to talk about his tournaments next weekend, right, up in Williston?
Yes, next weekend, Saturday, we have our Budweiser team trio. It's a pretty good time. It's right now we save 16 teams per shift, 4 shifts we're doing. We got $2,000 added money. I believe entry fee is like $50 a person, so
Okay.
not too bad.
That's
Last year we
each
ended.
person of the 3.
Yeah, each
Okay.
person. Yep. Our sponsors this year was, of course, Budweiser and Four Bears Casino and Lodge.
Very nice. Very nice.
And then you're going to shoot on the same shot that we're going to shoot on Sunday, which is the Coca-Cola Classic. Our oil pattern there is kind of unique. It's the shape of a Coke bottle.
Yep.
I couldn't tell you how long or how much is in there right off the top of my head, but Jesse created that last year. It's pretty cool.
I feel like there's still a PDF out there somewhere where people could search on Strike Zone on Facebook and
There
probably find it.
Yep, there should be something out there, yep.
Okay.
So for that tournament, we got $5,000 added money for that. It's a handicap tournament, 90 of 200, I believe.
Okay.
So entry fee there, I think, is $120.
Okay. And that'll be next weekend, Saturday and Sunday at Strike Zone in Williston. Do you have the thing going on with the El Rancho across the street for rooms?
Yes, the Hotel El Rancho really steps up. I believe it's $65 a night, give or take a couple dollars there, but it's under 70.
Okay.
So
Very nice.
It's just across the street. You can't beat that.
Yeah, it's great. So then after you bowl, you can hang out in the bar at the Strike Zone there, and then you don't even have to drive. You can just walk back to your hotel room, walk back in the morning. Your car's already at the bowling center. It's great.
Yeah,
a lot of people utilize that.
Yeah, it's a good time. Sunday we'll start at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the time changes too. So
Oh yeah, that is key.
that's going to mess some people up. I'm sure.
And going into Western North Dakota, I know a lot of people are thinking it's going to be in Mountain Time Zone, but Williston is in fact still in Central Time Zone. So
Yep, yes, we are.
you gotta work with the time change and with the time zone change if you're coming up from Dickinson, and
Yeah, that's
so you
confusing.
need to be you need to be on the horn about the time next weekend if you're bowling in Williston.
Yeah.
So yeah, that is Brad Peterson. Let's bring it into the booth here. I don't know if you can see him. There he is. Hey,
Kind of behind your head.
yeah,
How's it
there's
going there?
Brad Peterson, proprietor at Strike Zone in Williston. So 2 tournaments going on next weekend. If you go to NDBowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. I know we have both posters up
Yep.
there.
Yep, you do.
Again, $2,000 added to the trios on Saturday, and $5,000 added money to the singles tournament, the Coke singles, on Sunday.
Yep.
I do believe you have a really good payout for that posted as well.
That should be on there too, I believe.
Pretty
Yep.
crazy payouts. So again, go to NDBowling.com, find those tournaments, and head on up to Williston next weekend for a good time.
Yeah.
So thanks, Brad.
Well, thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Brad Peterson, everybody. That'll do it for game number 6. We will be moving on over to game number 7 after this game. Everyone's going to be kind of flip-flopping around here, so there's going to be probably a slight delay. Looks like Brady's wasting no time on the pair to our right, but
Still have a pair on each side that have to finish their 10th frames yet.
all right, and let's go now, which it looks like we're going to have Dustin Harold against Israel Potter in our first game with this group.
And Dustin tripping out a bucket to start, so good start for them.
Looks like on our pair to the right, it is Nick Heilman against Brady Stearns. Oh, you heard it right there. Brady says his first ball average is about 6.5,
Oof.
or a little over 6. It's our first look at Israel Potter having a pretty rough day at the moment, but nonetheless, he's still got half a tournament. You never know.
Yeah, I mean, it is a couple hundred pins up to 5th place, but again, you get on a run and with 6 games left, it could happen. Looks like Brent Newman's got 217 on the board and is going to pull out another win. He is one of our top 7.
Yeah, he's already got the win on the board, so it's just a matter of getting a bunch more pins.
You see Nick trying to kind of slap off a Brooklyn 5 pin there.
I think I'm just going to go ahead and raise my hand back here in the booth.
If it was anybody but Nick, I would probably be with you. But I wouldn't be shocked if this is dead straight with the way this is playing right now. And naturally, I am wrong. I think this could be a fun matchup for these two.
Yeah, this is going to be comical because they're to that moment where they can just do nothing but laugh. Which you and I tend to get to a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, but it's usually halfway through day 1, not day 2.
So how's everyone doing in the chat today? We got a little quiet there for a while. Let us know what's the next tournament you plan on bowling. I don't care if it's here in North Dakota, in Minnesota, Wisconsin, or somewhere in the South. Let us know where you plan on bowling soon.
Brady switching to the Helios again, it looks like.
Yeah.
That looked all right.
Again, let us know also when you're going to the USBC Open. TeamNDBowling.com will take the lanes at the National Bowling Stadium on April 25th and 26th. With or without me, that is to be determined.
It's like Dustin Harold is finding this pair no problem and finding the, not quite the lower end of the house yet, no problem, but
And again, this will be the first game for everyone switching sides. And it looks like, oh my goodness, Brady.
I mean,
Oh man. He starts with a double, aces a shot, and 8 pins. I mean, that's it. I mean, it's
yeah, that's just, I mean, that wasn't a laugh from Brady. That was, I think he gets that and he might feel like he could go on a little bit of a run, but
unbelievable. That's all I'm going to say. It's
yeah.
You can't do anything but laugh. I mean, it's just.
But I mean, 2 shots that looked pretty good, and you never know, that could spell some trouble for people if he can get it going.
Asking me how is the elbow, Darren? Hoping all is going well for you. Well, today is 10 days post-op. I feel like each day I get a little more flexibility, a little more strength in it. We get stitches out this week as long as I can get to Bismarck through whatever snow there is. Hopefully that'll happen, and then it's just physical therapy and rehab, and hopefully we can get strong enough to throw a bowling ball towards the latter half of April. So it's kind of a wait and see. But so far so good. I don't know if they fix the problem until I throw a bowling ball. That'll be the tell-all, but we'll see.
Well, here to our right, Brady and Nick seem to have found a little something.
Again, this is the switching of the groups that I think they're going to see some different things happening in the middles. And just like the pair the group we're kind of focused on now, they're going to see some different things happening, and it'll be interesting. And if everyone wants to see the official scores The Sunset Lanes Facebook page is actually posting the scores on their page. So if you want to see complete scores, we will update you when we get them. But if you want to see them on your mobile devices and to see them in their entirety, just go to Sunset Lanes on Facebook, like their page, and they will be posting those scores. Strike Zone is also posting the scores. So we got a lot of people posting scores for us, so I don't need to. Connor says be bowling Broken Arrow, Oklahoma for a doubles tournament. Ah, very nice. Good luck with that.
And Dustin Harold quietly putting up a 5-bagger to start the game here.
Yeah, right. We're in our featured pair, so. And no need to remind you, he had, what, 130 on the pair to our right?
135. Or, no, that was yesterday. But yeah, he had 130 on 13 and 14 earlier this morning. Yeah, and he's sitting currently through game 5. He was 100-ish out of 5th place, so.
Shot there for Israel. Good afternoon, Jay. It's still morning there, buddy. And Jay's joining us in the chat room, says good afternoon. I mean, it may be afternoon if you're somewhere other than Fargo, but I believe you're still here in town.
I mean, unless you got on a plane really quickly from last night.
But hope you're doing well, Jay. You bowled really well here in league on Friday night. Took over the house lead for the year, from what I understand.
Yeah, 838, and his son, same night, threw his first 300, so congratulations to Zach on that, too.
Yeah, very nice. Eric says he'll be up in Little Falls Sweeper on Saturday, and he bowls Nationals May 1st and 2nd. Well, good luck. Good luck there. I did see that the USBC Open kicked off yesterday with the first team squad, and there's already a 32.5. So without really knowing the patterns or anything like that, it seems as though the team pattern is at least playable. We'll see what happens. I mean, it hasn't been in Reno since 2016, so it'll be good to get back to the biggest little city, as they call it.
And I think Dustin might be liking the high or the low end of the house.
Right.
'Cause, that looked like it was maybe a right miss. I mean, I don't think it was much, but that just kind of rolled up and went high flush.
And if you're just joining us, the characteristics of this house, I believe the high end of the house sees a little more hook, a little more tip on the back end of the pattern. You're going to see more hold and a little more push on the low end of the house. And we're referring to 1 through 12 versus 13 through 24.
And 11 typically sees a little bit of a hang spot for the righties, that is. I don't think Dustin's having any issue with that with front 7 currently. Yeah, watching Taylor Wallstrom off to our left here, and he's
he's wondering why it's not hooking, and that's kind of what the MO is down here.
Yep. Yeah, you're not seeing a whole heck of a lot put up this game because, you know, people are used to the side of the house they were on, and then once you flip, it's like, oh, this is different. Somebody who's bowling Blake, I cannot see, has 3 in a row after spare to start, so.
Jason Van Pearson is bowling against Blake.
Okay. Looks like. Oh, nope, it's whoever's bowling Mike Morris. Looks like they have the same thing going.
And Brady didn't quite see that rolling pin, but it took out the 9 pin before the rack came down on our pair to the right. So I can vouch for that to be a strike. They will switch that score there.
Yeah, and then down on 21-22, we got a couple doubles. You go to the pair to the left, and there's about 5 splits through a half a game. So pretty much what we've been seeing all morning. But yes, lots of confused looks as far as what is happening with their ball reaction currently.
Except that from Dustin Harold.
Except for Dustin Harold, who has flushed 7 shots in a row. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Nick and Brady are giving each other the business currently.
Dustin Harold.
Make that flushed 8 in a row.
All right, Dustin Harold up now on lane 11, front 8 working. One of 3 lefties bowling today. Looks okay.
Pretty close. Waving it up, it looked like. And it was pretty good shot, though. I mean, that's still, you know, no matter what he ends up with this game, he's going to be making a sizable jump up the boards, and looking down there, and it was, I believe, Dawson Peterson had a couple in a row down on 1 and 2, and has since left something. 21 and 22, is that Ryan Savoy, and I'm not sure who else. Have a couple decent games going. Oddly enough, the best match is probably Brady and Nick right now.
Yeah, that's happening on the pair to our right. Israel Potter, 9th frame, working on a strike. Leaves the 3-9. And comes back with a look kind of like everyone else here today.
Yep. Yeah, because he just pushed one a little bit right the last time on that lane, and it left super washout. Gets one a little left on that one, and it's nose diving. It's a good spare, though. Looks like over on 21 and 2, Eric Galbrinson's strike open 3-bagger. So the end switch hasn't affected him yet.
Oh, and it looks like that open was just a single pin miss.
Yeah.
According to my line of view.
And that looks like a stone 9.
Stone 9, right as we start talking about him. I think the booth jinx is alive and well. And
just stick to what's in front of us.
Hopefully they don't rewatch this in the archive and figure out we're the reason. Well, Brady's kind of got it figured out here. Yeah. If there's 2 guys I don't want to count out being down towards the bottom, it's these 2. And
yeah. No, it's not surprising that, you know, they can find something just like that, but I think it's more of a fact that through 6 games, they're both at that end instead of the other end of the scoreboard. And, you know, said with 6 games, you can make it happen really quick. And, you know, get one here, you shoot 250 for Brady, and you turn that around, that 140 around really quick.
right. Old Helios is looking pretty good now for Brady on the right of us here. Israel Potter about to finish out a possible 170 here in our featured pair. Going
And
back up ball 2-handed, so good to have that in the old arsenal. Maybe he thought, well, if Dustin's good over there, I'm going to try it.
Honestly, with the way it's been today for him, maybe that's not the worst thing in the world.
I would agree.
Yeah, I mean, if he's obviously practiced that, I'd say.
Yep. And this is by far the biggest game in the building at the moment. Dustin Harold still has 279 left entering the 10th here.
Taylor Wallstrom just threw up a 3-bagger. Ooh, that looked wide, and that still got there.
Yep.
Austin Ducharme on 3 in a row as well to Taylor's left.
I see, looks like a Peyton Sumner's 5-bagger down on 19 and 20
Yeah.
against Country. Yep.
Yeah, I think so.
Dustin Harold, second shot in the 10th, looks pretty good. Doesn't get the 10 now, but the Messenger takes out the 7. Well, 269 still.
It's it might be the high game of the day so far, actually. Pretty impressive right there. So a guy that I would not want to see.
Right. So Dustin Harold looking good. Where was he after 5?
He was 13th, which was about 100 pins out, and
I don't know what he had game 6, but he's in good shape. Tough tournament. Stony 8 cost me the match play. Yeah, that's happened for quite a few people, myself included.
yep, I've been there, done that one.
We know how you feel. Unfortunately, only 24 do get to advance out of the 99, but as with everyone else, do appreciate you bowling. It looks as though Nick and Brady found a little more consistency down here. We'll see kind of how it goes as they move further down the house towards the high end. While we have a brief moment, I'm going to step away for a second and I'll be right back.
Doug Wagner throwing up what could be another 220 possible. Keep him well up there. John Breckel has possible 220, which would shut out Taylor Wallstrom. And Peyton Sumner's looks like he just left a 4-pin on that 5-bagger. Double from Brady for 250 something. I mean, that will help his cause out a bunch. People starting to figure it out though after half a game of what is going on here. Looks like Lucas Hergert over against Clayton Moore is having a decent game on 23 and 4. Can't see exactly what he has. Brady just with a ball test here, it looks like. 259 for Brady. That's that'll help his cause. Even 214 for Nick. That's a solid game. Over to our left, you can see Taylor Wallstrom barely on the edge of the screen. Needs a strike to steal the match there. And I think we're going to get a visitor here in the booth real quick.
So yeah, we're gonna visit with two-time winner Nick Heilman. And Nick, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. You wanna kind of go through what's going on out there? You guys seem perplexed.
Not particularly, but I'm ahead of Bradley somehow. So yeah, it's a combination of not throwing the ball well, balls that don't match up to the pattern, and the pattern just playing tougher than yesterday. So I'm kind of 0 for 3 right now, but that'll turn around any second. Brady's got a much better look now that he's at his pin down equipment. It really smooths things out and goes to the pins better. I've been telling him for years, and he refuses to listen, but now we're getting on track. But it's just everything. I mean, not throwing the ball well, but everything that was in a pinch was through the nose. Everything that was out of pinch missed the head pin right. And you just couldn't get a ball to – I couldn't get a ball to read any of the mid lane to kind of give you any room for error. Sure. It was either going dead straight into the head pin or dead straight missing it to the right. And anytime like I said, I just couldn't get anything that would give you kind of any kind of that a ball to read the lane earlier for me. The Dell stuff was way too early, and everything shiny just went 60 feet. So
that's what we've been seeing with the low end of the house. Now, moving over here, you just jumped to what's considered the high bay.
Yep.
Did you guys see anything different? I see a much better scores that first game over here.
This was pretty similar to the last two pairs I've been on. Once I got into this, it's a melee jab that's just a little bit shorter of a pin for me, so it kind of rolls a little bit earlier, even though it's still a pearl cover stock. So that's been helping me. I didn't notice this pair being much different than the last two. It's just not enough people just say they throw the ball bad. Like you're not robots. Everybody, nobody out here is on regular tour, so it's kind of foolish to think that it's all going to be ball reaction or the lanes are playing different. The hard part about it is you have to repeat shots. It doesn't matter what your form is or how you throw it, or if you can't do the same thing twice, you're going to be in a world of hurt, and that's where I'm living today.
So would you consider today kind of like a title defense for you after kind of what happened last year with not being able to bowl day two?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember exactly. I know qualifying went well last year for me, like 5th or 6th. But if I led qualifying or if things really looked really good, then maybe. But no, last year was its own thing.
Yeah.
Load of cash. I got an alternate spot, so.
Well, at least everything worked out for you. You were okay and everything, and you're back out here bowling with us. We do appreciate you giving us a minute of your time.
Yep.
Good luck the rest of the way.
I think scores will keep going up now. I think it's got through the weird transition, and I think enough people are in the same part that it's going to burn that track out a little bit. So now people's misses rights, I think, will have enough traction to kind of get back. You won't see like the 2-8-10s or washouts. I think it's going to start getting easier, but we'll see.
Yeah. Well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nick Heilman, two-time winner here at the Classic, giving us a minute of his time. A little bit of insight on what they're seeing out there. It's always good to get firsthand information.
Yeah, man, it seems like he's spot on. It said you kind of look in the first half of the games there, it's like, what's going on? And now you get the second half of that game, and it's like, okay, now we're kind of starting to figure some things out. And, it's usually this, like you said, got to get through that weird transition, which is hopefully starting to be done with. And, games 8, 7, 8, 9, 10 should be probably pretty good.
Laura said you mentioned Strike Zone is posting scores. That's on their Facebook page. You can also go to the Sunset Lanes Facebook page. They've been posting them as well. I'm not sure if they're posting every standing sheet or not. We have been going through the scores. We have scores through only Game 5. We'll probably get a Game 6 or 7 update here shortly. We have a little break in front of us. There are a few other pairs that are finishing up their 7th game. So we will go through the standings momentarily. Again, I'm Darren Sweeney alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. The season's final major, our last show of the season. We'll be live again from Alexandria in August at the Midwest Youth Championships. So put that on your calendar. That's always a fun tournament to see the up-and-coming stars from our region compete for a lot of money. And while we have you, just want to remind everyone that you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. You can stay connected to us on Facebook, on Twitter, and please, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button, share the stream with everyone you know on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. And again, Storm is the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Big thank you to them this season. We are heading into game number 8 here in match play of 12. We'll go 11 games and a position round, where our next match will start momentarily.
And a nice game from Randy Peterson, 213 with a win.
And we'll bring it back in the booth to let everyone know once again we are playing for this bad boy, the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, and a cool $2,500, I believe. And what does 5th place get? So what's our guaranteed money for the show?
5th place is 700. Yeah, it goes 25, 1250, 987.
Very nice. So you're guaranteed $700 if you make the final 5, and a $2,500 top prize.
Yep, and even, top 8 places get 500 plus, which can't ever help but think about your very first TV show, very first and only TV show.
Yeah, I made the show at this tournament 11 years ago now, and finishing 5th, I got $400 by beating 95 people or 91 people. I got $400. Looks like we have a scoring update. We can go over here. All right. So after 6 games, Ryan Savoy is leading at plus 262. Doug Wagner in second at plus 218. Eric Gulbranson back into the show at the moment in third at plus 212. Taylor Wallstrom in fourth at plus 193. Austin Descharme in fifth at 192 over. Brent Newman in sixth at 171 over. Dustin Peterson in 7th at 144. Clayton Moore in 8th at 140. Ryan Krabenoff in 9th at 108. And Dustin Harold prior to that 269 in 10th at 73 over. So he's going to make a nice jump into the area of 6th, 5th, and 6th. So we'll see that next scoring update. After that, Lucas Herzard in 11th, Jason Van Versen in 12th, John Breckel in 13th, Blake Wallstrom in 14th, Randy Peterson in 15th. That kind of rounds out our top 15 after Game 6. Looks like we got Doug Wagner on our featured pair. Still awaiting perhaps John Breckel. It looks like John Breckel. Here we go. John Breckel, Doug Wagner on our featured pair.
Yeah, things seem to be a little bit slow getting going this game. Everyone probably realizing, oh, I need something else now.
Again, it looks like the stream is looking good, sounding good. We haven't had any drop frames, so that is good. Would like to thank the folks here at Sunset Lanes for providing impeccable internet speeds of near 100, both upload and download, which is pretty awesome.
Doing your speed tests. Oh, we need to be at 2.5.
Yeah.
94.
I need 2.5 upload for HD, and they give us close to 100. So no issues here at Sunset Lanes. And shout out to the proprietors here, Darren Sundstrom, Lonnie Thielbar, Mike Emerson, doing such a great job, and then the rest of the staff. They've been really good to us all weekend. especially the staff in the restaurant. They were punching out food like crazy last night.
Yep. Mike's wife, Faye, and I mean, she's kind of here, does whatever she needs to do. You know, Darren's wife, Amber, helping with the scoring all day, helping with accounting.
Even you and I were running around at times doing things to help out since there were so many people here.
Yeah, but it always seems like it's kind of a hectic mess. You know, especially with the scoring system not doing exactly how they wanted, just, you know, not expecting 99 bowlers. I like what you were saying last night. I don't think it could have ran any better. You know, 0 lane issues outside of the norm, and you know, with 99 bowlers getting that much bracket money, that side pots, all that. I know it came out late. It was like 10 o'clock, but considering we didn't finish until, you know, basically not, well, it was after 9. Oh, jeez.
Almost. Yeah, everything ran really well, all things considered. There were a few things that, you know, the staff here at Sunset Lanes learned, and a few things that we're probably going to change up going forward next year, knowing that there's so much interest for this tournament as far as signups go and registration on Saturday. So it's a constant learning experience, and hopefully everything gets a little bit better next year going forward. But a big thank you to everyone who came out to bowl and everyone who came out to watch as well yesterday. It was a fun atmosphere in here. I definitely enjoyed it, even though I wasn't able to bowl.
Yeah, always good to be around and, you know, see the talent of this field.
Yeah, compare it to what it was 10 years ago. And you know, nothing against the fields of old, but the kids are getting better. The talent level is getting better. It's just how it is.
And
Whoops.
Doug finding this pair a little tricky.
He's realizing they don't really hook over here.
No, and I mean, he's not short on rev rate to get a ball to
No.
hook.
No, not at all. So Ken, what's up next for you? Is it the Open? Is that the next tournament for you?
Yeah, as of right now, I got a lot to work on in my game to be ready for that, but yep.
Well, if anyone asks you to go to state in the early part of April, just know it's up in Minot, so you have every opportunity in the world to get some games in if you needed to.
That's very true. Yeah, looking forward to going back to Reno. It's always a place that we enjoy going. Maybe not my best track record for houses, but
Let's not go down that rabbit hole of stories. But if the coverage gets boring enough here, maybe we'll dive down that one. But
you know, you get a certain point when you're doing 12 games of match play that
yeah, you're not wrong.
you got to find some things to fill the time with.
Again, we're heading out to the USBC Open in Reno at the end of April. We will be bowling around the same time as John Breckel, you see here on our featured pair. Him and his group bowl, I believe, they bowl team the day we bowl doubles and singles, and then they bowl their doubles and singles the day after. So they normally bowl right around us. And again, if you're just joining us, I am hoping that I will be able to bowl. That is the current goal, to rehab the arm and be ready to go by the end of April. I know for a fact I will not be attempting to throw a bowling ball until at least mid-April, if not a little bit later. And then if we get the all clear, we're gonna go to Reno on minimal practice, which is okay.
Which is okay, because you'll still end up beating me by 150 pins.
And what do we got betting on that? A round of golf at Lake Ridge? Is that what's betting?
Yes, we do.
Interesting. If any of you are going out to Reno, make sure you golf at Lake Ridge. It's one of our favorite places to golf out there.
Yeah, the 15th or 16th hole, par 3, kind of looks back over. You can see pretty much all of Reno, and it's pretty cool. Just it's like a 250-foot drop.
Yeah, like an island green type thing. Yeah, it's really, really neat.
Yeah, so for those golfers, that highly recommend that course.
A lot of fun things to do out in Reno. I know Reno's changed a lot over the last few years since we've been there. We haven't been to Reno since 2016, as the USBC Open was supposed to go there in 2020, but COVID had other ideas. So we're going back this year for that tournament. Next year is in Vegas, and then a much anticipated return to Baton Rouge for you after a good year, huh?
Well,
that was a good year there.
It's my best year. Let's be quite frank about that.
And that was back when
2012.
they in 2012 when they did a one pattern and you bowled on the burn for doubles and singles, which I think you and I both would rather do. I would rather bowl on the burn 90% of the time to play in the dirt right away, but
yeah, anymore, like I feel like my game is so switched from back then that I'd almost rather bowl in the fresh.
okay.
But, just getting in and be able to wheel on it is something that's always fun.
Yes. Jeff Craig says they look interesting. Yeah, that would be one way to put it at the moment. This pattern broke down fairly decent yesterday, but I think the players starting a little bit further left, which is what typically happens out here, and then sprinkling a few shots of urethane in practice, I think it just created something slightly gross, but some players are finding their way, navigating through this to get some decent scores. Connor Allen says, Brad Peterson won't let me golf before bowling nationals. Last year I pulled something in my neck the day before we bowled. Well, then Brad has every right to deny you golfing privileges when you're there, Connor. If that's how you're going to be, then you need to golf after bowling. And if I was the team captain, I would say the same thing. Although your track record starting off tournaments, maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. Connor Allen's average goes up about 30, 40 pins after the first 2 games of every tournament. So bad neck or not, who knows? Again, we're in the middle of Game 8 of 12 here at the NDBowling.com Classic. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the season's final major here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. At the end of the day, we will crown a major champion. Unfortunately, we will not know who will win NDBowling.com Player of the Year unless Jeremiah Smith finishes top 10. I think it guarantees him the win. But at the moment, he is not in the top 10. He is currently 18th. You would need the likes of Taylor Wallstrom, Randy Peterson, John Breckel, etc., Ryan Selk to finish in the top 5 in order for them to steal the Player of the Year, but it is still possible. Everyone who is tuning in now can get the complete recap of this event on NDBowling.com probably Monday or Tuesday, depending on when I can get the article written. And we will have the final standings for the NDBowling.com player and team of the year posted at that time. Doug Wagner finally going a little more direct at spares after not being able to hook it to 2 single pins.
He let that one go, and I wasn't sure that was going to hook
Right,
it up
that barely
anyways.
got there to the 4, yeah. Or was that the 2-5? Yeah, the
2-5, yeah.
So it barely got to the 2 pin, even though he is almost pointing a Rotogrip TNT right at it.
Ooh. Yeah, looking up and down, and looks like we got Israel Potter with a 3-bagger. I think Jason Van Persen had a few in a row down on 1 and 2. And a bunch of nothing in the middle.
All right, question here in the chat room. Was just made aware of this storm coming last night. What's Fargo expected to get as far as snow? They're only supposed to get like 2 to 4 inches of snow. Not too bad. It's just the winds are going to pick up.
Yeah.
Those heading to Bismarck are probably going to get the worst of it. As long as I can get out of here and get straight north to Grand Forks, I'll be all right. But you got players like John Breckel, Jeremiah Smith, and those heading west that will likely have to drive into the worst of it here this afternoon. And that's why we started at 8 this morning to kind of help get people out of here in time. But, yeah, as far as it goes right now, there are not snowflakes flying here in Fargo. So far, so good for those of us traveling to the east or north and west to mine out like I am. We have a Game 7 scoring update, and Ryan Savoy is your leader at 305 over. Doug Wagner in second at 261 over, although he's having a little bit of trouble this game. Eric Galbranson in third at 217 over. Taylor Wallstrom in fourth at 197 over. Dawson Peterson in fifth at 195 over. Austin Descharme in sixth at 188 over. Dustin Harold moved all the way up to seventh after that 269 game and a win to get to 172. And then we have a pretty big gap going down to Brent Newman in eighth at 120. So 52 pins separate seventh and eighth. Lucas Herzrud and Clayton Moore are tied for ninth at 112 over. Then you have Jason Van Pearson, Ryan Krabanoff, John Breckel, Randy Peterson, and Nick Heilman are your top 15. So Nick is inching his way up there. Nick is now plus. Has a decent game going against Lucas Herzrud over on 17 and 18. So that is your Game 7 scoring update. After game number 11, we will have a brief break while they compile scores and we go into the position round. And then following the position round, the final 5 will bowl in the Stepladder Finals right here on NDBowlTV. $2,500 top prize along with the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy.
Shot from John right there. And Brady Stearns doing Brady Stearns things again.
Yeah.
Said he's got enough games where if he keeps doing what he did last game, and I'm not going to say what just happened.
That one's on you, Ken.
Yeah, Booth jinx again.
Yeah, we can barely see it on the corner of our screen, but that is a Ken Fletcher Booth jinx on Brady Stearns with the 210 sitting over there. Again, thank you to everyone who has subscribed to our YouTube channel today. We are up to 1926. Just 74 subscriptions away from that goal of 2,000 that we are trying to get to this season. So thank you to everyone who has subscribed this year and has been following along.
Got a good game going with Nick and Lucas over here. See a lot more perplexed looks down on the low end of the house.
It's kind of what we were expecting, wasn't it? With this being the pretty much the tougher end, the way the pattern's breaking down today.
See a lot of numbers down on 1 and 2 that I can't see what they are, but not many X's. And Austin Ducharme missing something in the 10th frame. And was not very happy about it, so does not look like a very good game down there. And you got Brent Newman, who just can't buy anything currently. Right in front, just to our right here.
Maybe John Breckel? Yep.
Yeah, that's a good spare for John.
Keeps him in the match here.
So you miss that, and you give Doug a little bit of hope. And I mean, Doug is not throwing a real good game. I mean, hasn't really had anything that's been that close outside of, I think, one shot. And looks like Lucas Hershard can step up in the 10th and double the steal one from Nick Heilman, who just split in the 9th frame.
And again, that is on you, Ken.
Hey, I was just saying what was going on.
But you can't see it, but Lucas just 4-9'd in the 10th frame. So that game, barring a conversion here by Lucas, that match is probably going to Nick Heilman.
Yeah, with count way it's at, Lucas has to pick it up. Otherwise, Nick just needs a mark.
These bowlers like Brady, Nick, Mills, can you go into detail about what exactly they get as reps for their companies, manufacturers? What do you mean as far as specifics go? Yeah. Specify that question just a little bit more. Not sure I'm understanding the angle on that one.
My bet is, what they get, for like their staff contracts.
Oh, and then everyone's kind of different, but I know Brady's on the Storm regional staff. I can only imagine Nick is with the Brunswick Pro Shop staff because he has a pro shop out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. He could be on a regional staff too, but I don't know. Cody said, what's the pattern? We're bowling on Kegel's Krypton pattern, which is a 43-foot pattern with a shade under 27 mils, 3-to-1 ratio. So not terribly easy, but not exactly difficult either. The way it's breaking down today is playing a little more difficult than you would expect. But there were definitely some decent scores yesterday.
Oof. And a big old rain 10 pin from Doug there that could have put some heat on John. And in the Nick Lucas match, it was the I don't want it, you take it, as Nick goes split to finish and lose to Lucas by 5 pins.
Wow.
It's not something you expect him to do.
No, and it looks like Zach Andreessen is going to have a good game against Brady here to take the win in that match as long as he shows up in the 10th.
Yeah, just keep it clean, and that'll kind of halt some of the momentum Brady had.
Looks like Taylor Wallstrom is going to get a win with a 175 over his brother, perhaps? Is that the all-Wallstrom match?
I think it might have been.
So Taylor getting a rare win with a $1.75, so...
Dustin Harold sneaking out a win with 193 against Jonathan Domingo over here as well. Nice 235 from Peyton. .160 is going to hurt Doug, but he's still well up there and well within a chance. And Zach, I believe, left a 10 pin.
Yeah, I heard them. They gotta set it up over there, so he'll have to pick that up.
Pick that up and get a couple pins to beat Brady. Oh, somebody had, I think that was Eric Albrinson, had a decent, low mid 2, so he's gonna pick up a win over Randy.
And right here, I mean, John on our featured pair is going to get a win over the guy sitting in second place at the moment. So might shake up the standings a little bit.
Yeah, I couldn't tell what was going on down there. I think Reinsvoy had an all right game. So he could be stretching his lead out a little bit with kind of what's going on right behind him. And somebody at 230 over here. I'm not sure who Mike Morris is bowling.
Yeah, I don't know. A lot of people have already moved around, so could be quite a few different people. Ball change from John Breckel to an exotic gem to see how that looked. 179 winner for him. Again, being able to win those games that are sub 180, I think is going to go a long way in this tournament.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at, as day goes on, where the top 7 is kind of stretching it out from people behind them.
Yeah, that's where that big gap was between Dustin Harold and Brent Newman. 7th and 8th is a 52-pin gap at the moment.
And with Brent shooting 170, Lucas had 190 with a win, so that'll keep him in touch there.
Did we see what Ryan Savoy had that game?
No,
as the leader.
He was down on one of the last couple pairs
Okay.
that I can't see with my eyes.
With Doug Wagner going 160, Ryan Savoy could be leading by a decent margin now.
Yeah, I think he probably is now. Eric had a pretty decent game with a win. But yeah, those top 7 appear to be kind of stretching it out from the rest of the group. And I don't think we know who we've got this next game yet. And
I guess we'll wait and see. It's got to be somebody from the left. I see Austin Descharme coming this way. He could be headed to 11 and 12.
And it appears as he's not.
He is not. So you got to think it's Mike Morris and perhaps Blake or Rhino or Van Fersen's down there. He could be moving this way too.
Yeah.
Rhino's coming down this way.
Thought I saw Blake put his stuff on 9 and 10, but I could be wrong. And looks like we're going to get Ryan Selk.
So I believe Ryan was one of the big winners yesterday. He won our random draw for a free Storm bowling ball of his choice. He also shot 300, which the local pro shop here, Rolani Thielbar, gives away a bowling ball to the first 300 in qualifying, which hasn't been done in many years at this tournament. So he will also win a ball from the Sunset Lanes Pro Shop. A little slow going getting here into our 9th game. Let's change our graphic before I forget, since I'm pretty good at that. Just entering game number 9. It looks like Ryan Selk and Mike Morris will be our match on our featured pair. Our first look at the 3-time winner of the Classic. I feel like he did it all in, 4 years?
Yeah, he won 3 out of 4. That was back in the late 2000s, early teens. I can't remember the exact years.
I feel like Joel Galley ran the ladder one year up in Grand Forks, and that's kind of the one that broke up the... He did that in 2010, and
Yeah.
Mike Morris must have won in 8, 9, and 11.
I think you're right on that because so 07 was, I believe, Travis Hersrud.
That sounds right. 06 might have been John Matter over Hersrud, or was that like
that was the
02,
year
03, or 4, or
before.
something like that?
06 was the first. Nope, 07 was the first year I bowled it.
So what year did Todd Iverson win it? He was a past champion around that time too.
Yeah, Todd might have been 06.
Okay. Because if the even years were in Grand Forks, and I'm pretty sure he won it up in Grand Forks.
Yeah, and so John Matter would have been 04. 05. Oof, that's a long time ago.
Yeah, and I have all the details in my office. I should have it on this computer, and I could I could pull it up in seconds. But I might have to do that. Move some things over to this one just so we have it for history's sake, you know.
Well, if anybody remembers. But yes, for those who don't know Mike Morris, he's basically a legend in North Dakota. You know, you could borderline put him up there with Jack Nelson as, you know, some of the best ever.
Yeah, the greats
come out
of
of
Jack
this.
Nelson, Dwayne Sandvik.
Yeah.
Even Dave Schick having as many majors as he's got.
You know, Barry Zimmerman.
Absolutely.
Wasn't too many years ago. I believe they faced off, Barry and Mike, and they were at one point doubles partners,
Yep.
as they told us. And yeah, I mean,
Right up there with the Randy Petersons of the world.
yeah, you know, guys that way back when you would expect to be here, and you know, Mike, who I think will admit is no spring chicken anymore, and still can come out here and get it done.
Yeah, he won the NDBowlTV Masters not this past October, but the one before, and earned a spot at the USBC Masters where he did compete and held his own. I actually thought he was going to go into the Senior Masters, but he's like, if it's an opportunity to bowl against the best in the world, that's what I want to do. So I respect his decision for that.
100%.
He held his own for the 3 5-game blocks, and
Yeah, and I mean, Mike is somebody who was out on tour for a time in the 90s, and I want to say finished as high as 6th or 7th in one tournament.
yeah.
Where he, like, very close to making a show. So, I mean, it kind of, it shows how good he's been for a long time.
And then on the other side of the coin, you got Ryan Selk, who is the grandson of the late Morris Anderson, the old proprietor of North Hill Bowl. So that's where Ryan grew up. I don't think a lot of people really realize how good Ryan was as a junior. Back when it was the old Coke tournament, I think in the late 90s, early 2000s, he went down to Reno and actually led qualifying for that tournament. And I think he ended up losing to like Ryan Simonelli the first match and somebody else the second match, but he led qualifying in the Coke tournament, which was extremely difficult to get into, extremely difficult to win.
Yeah, I want to say Simonelli sounds right, and it was somebody else too. It's just like
Another big time.
you hear the name, and it's like, okay, well, that makes sense. But, like, Ryan is a little bit before my time in juniors. I mean, I didn't start bowling until I was, you know, really 15, 16 anyways, but so I never got to see that.
Yeah, I was fortunate enough to be able to bowl league with Ryan when I was in middle school. He needed players on his team, and I was like, well, I want to move up to this sort of like junior high school league. And he's like, hey, just bowl with me. And we worked in the restaurant together there for a while, and then bowled on the same league and travel teams. And I learned a lot from Ryan over the years.
Yep, and, you know, like we talked about a little bit earlier, he doesn't bowl as much as he used to, and that kind of comes with having kids and having kids that are the age that you want to go watch him do stuff. But when he is out here and can bowl, he's still one of the best.
Right. Even on very little practice, I would take that guy over a lot of people.
100%.
You got two different ends of the spectrum here in this match on our featured pair. Game number 9. You see Mike floating an exotic gem up the corner, kind of doing what he does best.
I do find it interesting that he's out there now. When we saw him over on 13 and 14 a handful of games ago, he was kind of playing that left fallback shot that you saw him win so many tournaments with. And shows you his versatility still. And good potential match shaping up just to our right here with Country and Eric Galbranson to start.
Ooh, trip 4-9, and he's giving the old Ken Fletcher.
the classic, yep, thanks, I'll take that.
And the old, I leave a 10-pin and
yeah,
walk away. One of the finer moments. Matt Smollett says Ryan just has it. Not a ton of revs, but hand tricks, tilt tricks, loft levels, yeah, that's the thing. Like, Ryan was extremely talented in many different ways as a junior and just kind of maintained what he was really good at over all those years. So it doesn't matter how much he practices or anything. There are times he comes to tournaments with 3 bowling balls and he's still top 10 in qualifying every time. I mean, he's always there. Until we go to Aberdeen. He really didn't like Aberdeen last weekend. So we all have a pattern that's an equalizer, I feel like. But,
can't shake the 7 out there, though. Oof, Eric
I think he only has 3 to 5 balls. Well, he won 2 more over the weekend, so I think Ryan is increasing. He's going to have to get 2 triple totes now.
Well, I think one of those was...
he's going to give to Jack, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is going to be given to him.
The always entertaining Ryan Selk. Nobody picks up a single pin quite like him.
Would I find a...
Oh, trip country, no.
Quite. What I find entertaining is we have probably 2 of the loudest guys in the building right in front of us, and it's extremely quiet right now.
If you put country Ryan Krabanoff against Ryan Salk in a match, they're even chirping at each other right now, and they definitely are the 2 loudest people in the building.
Nope. Good,
a good balk
catch by
there
Ryan as they're setting up some pins over to his left.
Always good to see random feet come down on a pair next to you. And just some of the things you deal with as a bowler. At least you can stop. People like me sometimes have a hard time doing that.
Yeah. How many people couldn't stop right there and would just let one go, and God knows where it would go.
Yep. Actually, he graduated to 6 now, says Mark. Okay, he's got 6 bowling balls, and he just won at least 1 that he's going to keep. So he might need 2 triple totes and a single one of those, like, the seesaw things.
Oh, yeah, get a little Joey.
Yeah.
Oof.
There you see
Country just staring over at Ryan.
they're chirping at each other, and then you got the ever calm Mike Morris in the middle.
Oh, it's not that he won't go with you, but Mike's definitely not someone to be loud and boisterous, if you will, like these 2.
Oh, always a good time with the mix of people we have here.
And when you get somebody who you've seen, like for you with Ryan, basically your entire bowling career growing up.
Oh, here we go. Game 8 scoring update for everyone in the chat. Ryan Savoy has opened up a 124 pin lead in the tournament at 380 over. So Ryan Savoy in complete control right now. Eric Galbranson in second at 256 over. Dawson Peterson, the youth bowler here, one of 3 youth bowlers that are bowling right now, in third at 225 over. Doug Wagner, after that 160, falls to fourth with 221 over. Taylor Wallstrom currently in fifth at 202 over. Dustin Harold in sixth at 195. Austin Descharme in seventh at 165 over. Clayton Moore has moved his way into eighth at 151 over. Lucas Herzard in ninth at 140, and then we start to kind of drop down considerably each one. Jason Van Persen at 124 over in 10th. Brent Newman at 94 over in 11th. John Breckel at 68 over in 12th. And then Peyton Sumner's, Ryan Krabanoff, both in 13 and 14, right about 60 over, and then it drops for Andy Peterson at 18 over in 15th. So crazy scores. Like you said, seeing Nick Heilman and Brady Stearns both essentially minus. Nick Heilman's plus 12, Brady Stearns minus 47. Ryan Salk right in front of us here is at minus 56. Mike Morris at minus 77 in 23rd. Zach Andreessen in 20th at minus 54. So a mix of scores. Mike Morris here kind of showing up for the cameras, as we would expect. With the front 5, looking around, Eric Galbranson has a decent game going here. Again, I believe Ryan Savoy is towards the end of the house, perhaps bowling against...
He's made his way a little bit closer. I think he's
he's right here against
18.
Brent Newman.
Yeah, Eric's just, he's locked and loaded right now, and I mean, the little I've seen with Ryan, it's pretty much the same thing. It's just Ryan's been left all day, and is that going to hold up?
And again, I do believe that Sunset Lanes on their Facebook page, they are posting the scores that they are giving us. So if you go over to Facebook, search Sunset Lanes, make sure you get the one that's here in Moorhead, as I do believe there are a few other Sunset Lanes centers out there on Facebook. You will find updated NDBowling.com Classic scores. Gary says, I don't understand the line. The dude is playing to the left. He's either deep in and has been all day for his ball speed, or he's playing directly at the head pin. I don't know. That's usually where Rhino is playing. He likes to play left on the lane, almost like a fallback shot for the moment. But the problem with that is when you get the ball a little wide, it does what just happens right there. It just never recovers, never sees the lane, so to speak. Smallin says Morris finished 6th at the PBA stop in Denver. Very nice. Can't wait for the next season after 2 years off. Comeback year also complete. Very nice, Jack. Good to see you back out here next season if possible.
Yep. Jack, someone who has made the show at the former WDAY before.
Yeah, and didn't he just shoot 300 not that long ago?
He shows up for a Tuesday night league at the bowler. First night bowling, shoots 300. Yep.
Yeah, it sounds like Jack Holstrom.
Welcome back, Jack.
So hopefully you're doing well, Jack, and maybe we'll see you out here next year. I hope to be making a comeback season with you next year, as I haven't bowled much this year either.
Ryan Savoy having a ho-hum 190-ish game bowling against Brent Newman right now. And
Mike Morris doing Mike Morris things. And I haven't been really watching him that much. Is this the first game he's been playing out towards the gutter with that ball?
I've seen, like I said, when he was on 13 and 14, it's been a few games now, he was left.
Okay.
I would guess that he's moved out here somewhat recently. Just with his game anymore, it's not quite what it was as far as being able to play that inside line. So I think he is just finding that he just probably couldn't get corners out and moving a little bit right, playing direct. And
yeah, with his ball roll, it looks pretty good. Got that one a little left, but still left to makeable. Been a couple hours. Let's take a look at the old road report to see the progress of things. And it looks like from here to Bismarck, they still say it's good. So as long as that holds off and stays over there for about 3 or 4 more hours, I should be all right to get north out of here before it arrives.
Ooh. And potentially big game over here on 7 and 8. Dawson Peterson needing 9 spare strike in the 10th to shut out Dustin Harold. Gets the 9 spare and throws it out the window for 5. So Dustin can go up and double and steal one.
5 in the fill ball to possibly lose. I feel like I've seen that before.
Yeah, we might have seen that on TV a few years back.
And it was in the championship match. If memory serves me correctly, if anyone out there can name that match and that winner, you get bonus points. That's about all I can offer. But if memory serves correct, somebody had a chance to win and got 5 and ended up losing the championship match right here at the Classic.
Yeah, looking up and down, said first 6 lanes are not very good. I see a double, a lot of spares. But yeah, the big match currently is Dustin Harold over on 7 and 8 needs this strike right here, and which trips out a 6-pin. Now needs 7 pins to steal a victory and march towards potential show, because he's one of the bowlers that's right there.
Yep, Dustin was in 6th going into game number 9.
Yeah, and Dawson was 3rd. Don't know how far apart they were. I can't see her sheet, but yeah, they're 30 pins apart. So with 7 pins here, Dustin will actually jump over Dawson.
And Adam Peters in our chat room, you got it right. It was Mills. Mills needed just good count in the 10th and ended up leaving a Greek church in his fill ball. And Caleb Pashina stepped up and went bang, bang, bang to win the title in 2019. Right here at Sunset Lanes just 4 years ago. And one of the more epic finishes to a Classic that I can remember.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some good ones, but I don't know if anything quite will top that for a while.
Yeah, I mean, we had the year where Tad Schmidt doubled in the 10th to win. I believe that was back in 2016, 17, or 18, one of those years. There was the year that Andy Mills and Eric Parvey both shot 250 plus.
Yep.
In a high-scoring final. I remember last year, I wasn't in a match against John Breckel and Brady Stearns. I think it was a semifinal match where John went like Brooklyn, Brooklyn strike, and then Brady went split count and won by a pin to advance to face Dale Newton in the final.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, we've had some good matches here, and all of those are on the NDBowling.com archive on YouTube for NDBowlTV, so just go over there whenever you get time, and you can watch all of our old shows.
Looking down 1 and 2, looks like Doug Wagner's got a...
He's got 230 going there, that looks.
Is that what it is?
I see a 2 up with a double in the 10th, so perhaps it'll add 30 if that's how the scores work here.
Yeah, I think so. So, that's, I mean, that kind of erases that 160 from a couple games ago. So, maybe a little shake up in the top 5 again. Eric's going to shoot 260 here, potentially.
Yeah, big game there. And then looks like Ryan Savoy is going to...
He's got 220 on the board, which he's, depending on what Brent does right here, spare strike would force Ryan to get the first one.
Well, here comes the spare attempt. Has it? Okay. don't know what happened to Mr. Salk, but
there he is. Looks like he might have had to run somewhere real quick.
visit the vending machine, it looks like, for a drink, it appears. Yep.
Yeah, over here, a big fill shot for Brent to keep him at least within shouting distance, potentially, if he can, if Ryan was to not strike. And the big 258 game from Eric will jump him up even closer to Ryan regardless. That's a 7. Ryan Savoy only needs 9 spare strike to steal a win from Brent Newman.
Wow, yeah, that last ball, the count really hurt him. And that's an Eric Galbranson 258 win, so he's going to kind of cut into that Ryan Savoy lead regardless. What happens over there? Ryan Savoy's shot is on the way, strike. So that'll do it there for him.
Yeah, that's potential 220, which, I mean, that's still maintain a 80, 90 pin lead roughly on Eric. And looks like it might separate them a little bit, those two.
Got a fun match going here on 15 and 16, which I believe is Jeremiah Smith and Lucas Herzrud.
Yeah, Lucas just basically caved in the big 4 to
For the first ball in the 10th, yep.
yeah, to give himself an opportunity to shut out Jeremiah.
Yeah, what is it, strike 6 to shut him out?
Yes.
So you can see that on 15, which would be one of the last sets of pins there on the right of your screen. The next shot will be a Lucas Herzrud second ball in the 10th. Needs strike 6 to shut out Jeremiah Smith. And that one's good. Got the 10 out. All right, needs 6 to shut out Jeremiah Smith, and he was kind of right around that edge of making a run towards the finals here with a few games to go.
Yeah, he was 140 over, which is 60 pins out of the cut. But 2-teen with a win will help his cause. Got Austin Ducharme over to our left, is going to shoot 184 probably, but
Which is a win.
will be a win.
Yeah, over Blake Wallstrom, which the day has kind of gone south for Blake.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And that'll be a 215 win for Lucas Herzrud over Jeremiah Smith. Ryan Salk and Mike Morris finishing up here as the last couple matches in Game 9 conclude. And we'll move on to Game 10 right at the noon hour here on Sunday. Live from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Pamela Savoy watching from Superior, Wisconsin. Well, Ryan is in really good shape right now, so we appreciate you tuning in. Matt says, where's Travis? He is here. He is watching. He decided not to bowl after seeing how many people were signed up, and he just thought it's going to fill.
Well, and I think work kind of stood in the way. He said he got home pretty late Friday night, too.
Yep. And like I said earlier in the show, we had 99 bowlers enter yesterday, which was a record for this tournament. And we were talking about it all day yesterday that there were probably 15 or so bowlers who were capable of making a cut at this tournament standing back watching yesterday. So a lot of talent in the building, a lot of good bowlers in the building, and we do appreciate the interest in this tournament and the people entering. We do appreciate everyone making the trip out here to Sunset Lanes. Pamela, thank you for the kind words. That is our goal, is to bring live bowling into the houses of as many people as possible, especially the friends and family of those bowling here today.
Jeremiah with a 210 keeps his Player of the Year hopes alive.
Yep. All right, pair to our right, it looks like Clayton Moore and Zach Andreessen on our featured pair.
Yeah, Clayton was right there too. No idea what happened the last game, but it was very close. We're gonna have Taylor Wallstrom, who was our 5 seed going to this past game.
Okay.
And looks
Against
like
perhaps Van Fersen.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Matt says Sunset Lanes needs to expand. Moorhead Bowling Stadium 2032. Yeah, if only.
I mean,
There's room out to the north. I mean, you know, you could go out that side.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you could probably throw on a little bit. You'd get awfully close to that road, but you could do what they do at, I think it's Expo in Indy, where they have the back-to-back.
Yeah, back to back. So you'd have to go down the hall. Yeah. The more common way is you walk in and you have the desk in the middle and they go side to side, where the one in Indianapolis, you had to actually walk down a hallway at the end of, I think it was 40 lanes too.
Yeah.
It was a pretty big center. So you either walk down a hallway next to lane 1 or you walk down the hallway next to lane 40, and then you would come out and have to walk down the length of the lanes going the other way. So all the machines butt up against each other. And it was definitely
It was
one I've never
interesting.
seen.
Yeah. Not something I think they're looking at doing, though.
No.
And yeah, it looks like it's going to be Jason Van Fersen and Taylor Wallstrom.
We saw Jason on our show here at the Classic a couple of years ago, right?
Looks like there could be some smack in this one.
2 Minot guys. We all bowl league together. Like I mentioned earlier in the show, Taylor is fresh off a 300 game last weekend at Minot City Tournament, and then he followed that up with 800 on Tuesday night in league. Pretty impressive stuff from him lately. Throwing a dark moss at the moment. Is that going to hook here? No.
I think that's kind of been the story for him since he's switched ends of the house. It's pretty good and wraps it around. Looks like we've got a Peyton Sumner's Ryan Savoy match just to our right. Country Randy Peterson, Nick Heilman, Jeremiah,
Brady Stearns, Lucas Herzrud,
and Brent Newman, and Eric Goldbrinson way down on the end.
Yeah, Ryan Salk had to move all the way down to 1 and 2 this next game. Israel Potter, Dawson Peterson immediately to our left.
Mike Morris, I believe Jonathan Domingo, and
Oh, and we've seen it so many times on this pair. People can't hook at single pins like the 2-pin because it's not going to get there.
yeah, if you get it going right at all, it's got no chance. Yep, the guys who can't watch down on the low end are on the low end currently.
Right?
So my lovely eyesight doesn't, I don't know if I'll be able to help a whole lot with that. Yeah, not sure what he shot last game, but Jason Van Fersen was one of those guys that was kind of right on the edge.
Looks like the snow is about making its way to the FM area. Looks like light snow anyways.
Still nothing outside that we can see
We
here.
don't see any flakes here from the booth, but again, we are in game number 10. 2 more games here and then a position round, and then we'll be underway with our Stepladder finals.
Nice shot from Clayton right there.
Whoops.
And
Unforced
Clayton.
there for more.
yeah, Clayton not happy with himself.
All right. Taylor Walson's going to have to right the ship here.
Looks like he's going to make a ball switch.
Did you see what he put down?
It's right in front of the dark moss, but I can't tell from here.
That's potentially a phase 5 for Wallstrom. Good change.
Right, that looked pretty good.
A little chance of snow from 1 to 3, or so then other stuff is coming after 6, I believe. Matt, I hope that's the case here for Fargo, as once I get out of here, I'm heading straight north to Grand Forks. I am steering clear of going towards Bismarck, I can tell you that. But the beauty of going from Fargo to Minot is you have several different ways to do it. And it appears the best way for me is to go north right away. Oh, geez. Yeah, we have North Hill Bowl up there. Well, I guess I didn't change that. We'll just remove that then. We'll just say in the booth is us. There you go. Operator error there. The funny part about all that is this morning I had graphics made games 1 through 9 in a position round, thinking that there's no way this thing's going to fill and we're going to go 12 games of match play. So I had to make the graphics this morning, and clearly I
Wasn't paying attention.
yeah, clearly we didn't do it right. So yeah, we're definitely not in Minot, North Dakota. But yeah, we tried to make new graphics this morning, and clearly I failed. That's just how it is. So in the meantime, for the next 2 games, you're just going to know who's in the booth.
Taylor almost getting it the hard way.
Well, Taylor doesn't like that one, so he's going to take that one back to the bag, and we'll see what happens next. This pair seems to have that effect on people. We've seen it all day.
Well, it's like you said, Jason's kind of a guy who can overpower the lanes in a different kind of way. Not like, the two-handers or Austin. He kind of, he gets enough on it, but he just kind of can get through everything, and then he, does that.
See if we can move some stuff around and oops. Now let's see if this works. There you go. Match play game number 10 at the NDBowling.com Classic. We'll just cover that up. And Clayton misses another single pin on lane 13. Unfortunate misses there for him.
Yeah, not a fan of lane 13, which doesn't surprise me with how much it normally hooks. And Ryan Savoy just throwing up a quick 3-bagger, so he's kind of off and marching.
Another day at the office for Ryan Savoy at a major, because he was leading most of the day in Minot too. Ended up making the show and Falling just short of the win there. But been a good year for him.
Appears as though Lucas Herzer, on a double.
I see a 3-bagger.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong pair. Yep, you're right. Yep, he's got the 3-bagger going up against Brady. Eric down on the end. Looks like he has a double in between some strike and spares. So he's kind of marching along.
Dawson Peterson looking good.
Yep, Dawson with a big double right there, going up against Israel. Shot from Taylor. Like, I think that's the key on this pair is you have to keep it tight. If you're gonna play left, you have to keep it tight.
I agree. Yeah. Oh. Well, it looks like Taylor's got the right lane figured out, but lane 11 has a mind of its own lately.
Oof. Dawson with a big 4 on a double over there, so
Yikes.
it's not good news.
Taylor crosses over. 9.
Not quite. Yeah, and that's kind of how this pattern is. It's like you get it going left, and it's going left.
Ryan Savoy over here throwing a Zen on lane 16. Goes nose for a split. Following that 3-bagger. Still in decent shape in that match.
Clayton can't get a ball to the right on lane 13. And is not happy. But Taylor with the spare. First one of the game, so. And Clayton still not happy after a chop 3-6-10. Kind of getting to that point in the day for some people, or I think they're just like, yeah, I'm kind of over this.
Yep. And it's understandable, you know. 12 games is a lot, and struggling your way through it gets to be frustrating times. But that's the game of bowling, right?
Yeah, it is.
Wow, the 10 pin does not tip over for Zach. On lane 14.
Yeah, and you know, for somebody like Zach who hasn't had the best of days, this is great experience for him.
I agree. Looks like Blake Wallstrom decided he wanted to bowl again in the tournament, going strike 9 spare 5-bagger.
That reaction after he threw that last one was like, yep, that's it. Of course it is.
Yep. He probably finally went to something that he's been tossing back and forth in his head for a while, and
Eric Gulbranson calmly going along with probably 220 on the board right now. Down on the end. Was it Lucas and Brady this match, I think? Looks like Brady's got... Oh,
All right.
well, I'm going to stop now since we have a new score sheet.
Yeah, Game 9 scoring update. Ryan Savoy still leading at, what, 400 and...
Oh, yeah, 436
436 over. This is with bonus pins. Eric Galbranson at 344 over. Doug Wagner in third at 291 over. Dustin Harold in fourth at 236. Dawson Peterson in fifth at 232. Clayton Moore at 192 over in sixth. Lucas Herzard at 185 over in seventh. Austin Ducharme at 179 over in eighth. Taylor Wallstrom at 168 over in ninth. And then it drops 70 pins to 98 over is Brent Newman in 10th. So the big gap is between 9th and 10th right now. John Breckel in 11th, Jason Van Fersen in 12th, Nick Heilman 13th, Peyton Sumners in 14th, Randy Peterson in 15th. And then downward from there.
Clayton looking back at us, asking if we saw a zero spare. Which, no, sorry, we did not see that, Clayton, but since you pointed it out.
Yeah, there's a zero spare by Clayton Moore. So that is your Game 9 scoring update. Hopefully, Tyler, I was able to update that score for you that you were looking for. Dawson in fifth. Let's see, looks like in a dogfight with Israel Potter at the moment.
Yeah, Israel with the strike in the ninth just needs a count on the 10th frame to get one from Dawson, which will hurt his chances.
Yeah, unfortunately, Dawson's going to lose game number 10, but we have a couple more to go before the Stepladder finals.
Ryan Savoy tripping a 4.
Yeah, he's in good shape. He still has 231 left.
Israel needs 2 of those now just to secure that one, so. Dawson a glimmer of hope, I guess, but
Yeah, you can see that 3-6-10 over there on lane 9 in view, and Israel needs 2 of those in order to shut out Dawson Peterson and
fine. Yep.
on the spares. So that'll be a win for Israel Potter.
Blake Wallstrom probably going to shoot 280, and unfortunately for him, it's not going to help.
Yeah,
a lot.
Blake going into this game was in 23rd place at minus 78. So he's got a ways to go to get there.
Ryan Savoy is going to stretch his lead. Eric looks like he's shooting a solid game, though. So, I mean, those two are kind of pushing their way above everyone. That 280 by Blake Wallstrom is being shot against Doug Wagner, too, so that's unfortunate for him. But he's got
still 220 left for Doug.
Yeah, and I mean, 220 would help out greatly, but yeah, it's not going to be a win for him this game. Yeah, and unfortunately for Clayton Moore, this could be the end of his chances right here. Yeah, looks like we could be seeing some more shakeups in that 3-4-5 area again.
Michaela says, where is Austin in the standings? Austin Ducharme is currently in 8th place at 179 over. And the cut to top 5 is currently at 232 over. Again, we'll have game number 11 following this one, and then a position round after that. And once we are done with 12 games, we will cut to the top 5 for the Stepladder finals.
Now, the good news for Austin is I think he's got 280 going too, down
he's
on
got
3
a
and 4.
Big game going.
So that'll bump him right back up in the race.
Yeah, so Austin Descharme could be the big mover following this game. Looks like we need a full rack or something. I think Slots is on it. Yep.
Yeah, just an easy reset.
Yeah, it looks like all of them are there, so Taylor Wallstrom still has an opportunity to win this match. He can shut him out here.
And Booth Jinx alive is unfortunately Austin just split in the 10th frame.
Yeah, that's on us.
So that's
It's got to
280
go.
down to 240 now.
Still a pretty good game, and we'll still move considerably in the standings with that.
Yes.
Taylor Wallstrom getting lucky right here in front of us with a crossover. Brooklyn has an opportunity to shut him out, win this match.
It's kind of a big point for him, too. It's like he needs us double in the worst way.
Yep. He's yet to strike on this lane this entire game.
Doesn't look half bad. That was a good
Shot.
one there, finally. Over to our right, Ryan Svoy actually opened in the 10th to lose his match.
I'm going to go find where my jacket went for obvious reasons.
That would probably be a good thing.
I believe people have been moving it around, so I'm going to take a step out for a second. Big strike there for Taylor.
Yeah,
Back
just
in a second.
needs count to win his match there. I believe we could have a switch at the top right now after open from Ryan and what I believe is a decent game and a win from Eric.
Well, looks like Taylor got it done. Good match there to shut out Jason Van Persen. Alex Rath checking in from Dakota Magic. Well, I hope your luck is a little bit better down there than it was up here during the tournament. Appreciate you tuning in from the casino. Yeah, hopefully you're not playing Keno there, because there's a lot of Keno being played here.
Yeah, unfortunately, and then unfortunately it's been on this pair too.
Yeah, our championship pair has been interesting over the years. Let's just say that. We've had finals where it's 250, 260, and we've also had matches where it's 170, 160. So a lot of different things happen on our TV pair, and
Yeah, typically tends to be a tougher pair, but yeah, there's been some good ones.
and there's Jason Van Persen finishing out at a 162. That'll be a win for Taylor Wallstrom in the 180, so he'll still go plus 10 with his 30 bonus pins this game, which was definitely needed for him, as Taylor is sitting in 9th place at 168 over. And with Austin Descharme going the 240 and a win, he's going to be the one jumping up there, and I think there's going to be a little bit of a gap between Taylor and the people ahead of him, depending on what happened down on the high end that we can't see.
Yeah, so I believe Eric won his match. Actually might be the leader now with Ryan opening and losing his match.
You know, you tell me you get a Randy Peterson versus Savoy match, and a lot of people are probably thinking a Todd Savoy Randy Peterson match, but in this case, Ryan Savoy is here, continuing his run as you see him there up on the right of your screen. He's kicking off game number 11 here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. It looks like we are going to have Dawson Peterson and not sure yet. We have yet to see Austin Descharme on our featured pair, so perhaps he could be next.
It could be a very
or
big
Jonathan
game.
Domingo, it looks like.
All right.
So here we go.
I say, if it was Austin, that would be a very big game for both of them.
Yes.
A little further right, looks like Clayton and Nick Heilman. Another match you would think would be for some pretty good stakes, but I think Clayton just, his chances are about done. Got Peyton and Eric Gulbranson a couple pairs over.
Oh, welcome to 11 and 12, Dawson. Nice crossover strike there.
Oh, we might have a question mark on it. Who's bowling where?
Yeah, because now Austin Descharme was here, and now he's taking his stuff away.
Realizes he's not supposed to be there.
It looks like Austin Descharme is facing Taylor Wallstrom this game, down on 5 and 6, so that's a pretty big match going there.
Yeah, that's a big swing one way or the other, because Austin opened up probably a small bit of a lead, but it can easily be done. And we got Doug Wagner to our left.
And we're just shy of the 12:30 hour. Looks like we'll probably be wrapping up game number 11 and starting our position round right around 1 o'clock. So I would guess 1:30 we'll be starting a stepladder final. Which puts us right around 3 o'clock to finish our tournament here today, which is about expected. So if any of you need to do some running, step away for a little bit. I'm guessing the show or the stepladder finals will start right around 1:30, give or take a few minutes here and there. If you could, share the stream with everyone you know on social media. We do appreciate that. Hit the thumbs up button, and please consider subscribing if you haven't already. Last I checked, we were getting close at 1928 at the moment, so 72 subscribers away from 2,000. Pretty good year here for NDBowlTV as we wrap up year number 10 here at NDBowling.com. Like a quick double for Austin Descharme and a spare strike for Taylor Wallstrom. That match we're going to keep an eye on.
Yep, and appears that most of the guys that are in with a chance are kind of in our view. Eric looks like he's just going to go spare. We've got Ryan who went strike spare just to our right. Dawson Peterson right in front of us. Lucas Herzert, I know, was halfway close, but staring at a super washout, currently down on 19 and 20. And Eric with the 7-pin miss.
Okay.
Over on 17 and 18. I mean, he's still.
Yeah,
Him and Ryan are still well on the show. And I said I think Eric is probably leading at this point, but you know, if you're looking for the battle for that top seed, it's probably going to come down to that final game, and could be pretty close.
Yeah, we're likely going to see a Eric Galbranson, Ryan Savoy position round right here on our featured pair, which I don't know if they're going to be too excited about having to come to this pair for position round, but
well, we haven't seen Ryan yet, and Eric was early on this morning, so yeah, it could be interesting.
yeah, we currently have 2 lefties in our top 5, and you got to give them the advantage with the way the righties have been taking out the right side at the moment.
Yep, got Dustin Harold's down on 3 and 4. I believe bowling Mike Morris, and I think he went double 9 spare, if I can see that correctly. So,
And a thing to consider, the last time Dustin Harold bowled on our pair, didn't he have 270?
269 was
69, yeah.
Yep, he had first 8.
And that was right here on the TV pair, so something to keep in the back of your mind when it comes time for that final if those lefties get in there.
Oof. Big 7-pin over there from Dustin. Austin with a double and 9 spare, and Doug just chopped a 3-6, and that's gonna hurt with Jason on a double.
Ooh,
Austin
big
made
break.
the break.
Austin.
And that was a single pin miss from Dustin, and it's just one of those, you watch somebody, it's like, oh crap, nope, don't watch them anymore.
Yep. Things starting to tighten up here as we enter the final game of match play before the position round.
Got a big wow from Dawson as he's walking back.
Okay, I do see the standings after, well, yeah, after game 9 is posted on the Sunset Lanes Facebook page, so head on over there for that.
Mike Morris with back-to-back opens, bowling Dustin Harold. Ryan's just kind of plodding along in front of us. Make my spares. Keep myself in it.
Yeah, solid day for Ryan Savoy. He hasn't had a game under 200 yet through 9.
That's very impressive, and especially when you can win matches.
Yeah, has he lost yet? He lost game 2 with a 206. Otherwise, he's 8-1 through 9 games.
Yeah, and that's oh. That's why he is leading and has been leading for a lot of the day.
All right, little update here. Austin Descharme, double spare, strike, spare, strike. And it looks like Taylor Wallstrom goes spare, strike, spare, double.
Yeah.
So a pretty close match there, and one of the bigger matches, I would say, in the building at the moment.
Yeah, I would say it's probably close if Austin is in the 5 spot or not at the moment, but, you know, a match, like you said, to keep an eye on. Dustin Harold is not convincingly taking care of business, but unfortunately Mike Morris not having a great game. And Dustin is in control through about 5 frames there. Doug Wagner and Jason Van Fersen to our left a little bit. Jason staying clean with a double, whereas Doug hasn't had a double yet, so he's in need of some help. And we go a little further right. Eric Gulbranson has got a double up. Looks to be in control of that game against Peyton.
Yeah, you can see Eric keeping an eye on that Ryan Savoy score going on, as they're the top 2 right now. I'm sure we will get a Game 10 update shortly to see where things are at.
Double from Austin right there after Taylor went bang bang for a 4-bagger. Dawson in just let's keep it clean mode. Yeah, this could be one of those position rounds where 7 or 8 guys have a chance.
Those are always fun, aren't they?
They are. Just watched Eric cave out the 6-10, I guess, for a 3-bagger. He's well in control of his match.
So who are we all cheering for in the chat? Who we got the biggest fans here for? We got a lot of players with a chance here today. We got Ryan Savoy, Eric Gulbranson in there, Doug Wagner, Dustin Harold, Dawson Peterson, Clayton Moore, Lucas Herzrud, Austin Descharme. Who's everyone cheering for out there? Who are you hoping takes home the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy?
It's a nice shot from Ryan. He needs that. Going against Randy, who's trying to play spoiler right now.
Yeah, Ryan's got 114 in the 6th with a strike up in the 7th. Randy's got 107 in the 5th with a spare up in the 6th, so Randy's got the advantage there.
And Eric just caved in a 3-pin for a 4-bagger, so...
Big shot for him, 4-bagger, yeah. And looking over there, what a match going on down there. Taylor Wallstrom goes spare, strike, spare, 5-bagger. Austin Descharme goes double, spare, 3-bagger.
Yeah,
Right?
double, spare, strike, spare, 3-bagger.
Okay.
Nope, and we got a game 10 sheet.
All right. Game 10 scoring update. And following Ryan Savoy's first sub 200 game. Ryan Savoy still has a lead, but he's only leading by 24 pins over Eric Galbranson. In second, Doug Wagner in third. 116 behind Eric Galbranson. So the top two kind of separated themselves. Dustin Harold in fourth at 22.57. Austin Descharme now in fifth at 22.53. So 4 pins separating fourth and fifth. Dawson Peterson, there's another jump down there of 39 pins from Descharme to Peterson from fifth to sixth. Lucas Herzrud at 22.12, and then another drop down to Taylor Wallstrom in eighth at 21.78. Clayton Moore at 21.28, and Nick Heilman has made his way into 10th at 21.22.
Yeah, and looking down there, Austin just left what sounded like a shaker 10. So he has now 230 max, whereas Taylor is already in the 240s. So that's a big game both ways. Taylor can really jump up close if
and that is a flagged 10 pin by Austin Descharme.
So 226 max for him now.
So that's pretty much already a win for Taylor.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, because Taylor just needs count in the 10th frame.
Okay, so Taylor's going to go a big game with a win, and he's currently at 21.78. He's within 100 pins of the top five, and
he's
going
about
to
to shoot potentially 270, which,
Yeah.
you know, that would get him really close to Austin already. And then, you know, Dawson is not doing much, unfortunately. Lucas and Zach, I believe, are in a pretty tight match over there. So, yeah, Dustin on back-to-back split opens, which he's still ahead in his match with Mike, but he does not have a very good game going, so yeah, I think it depends on what's happening down with Lucas and Zach currently on what could be happening, and somebody else has a big string down there, but I don't know who it is.
Now, one thing I do want to point out that's kind of the situation within the situation here is Jeremiah Smith is currently in 21st place.
Oh
And
boy.
it's very close between Jeremiah and possibly top 15, top 10, so to speak. And Jeremiah is currently leading the NDBowling.com Player of the Year race. And if Taylor Wallstrom finds himself in the top 5 and perhaps wins this tournament, I don't know if there's enough points there. There possibly is between the two finishing positions. I'll have to take a look at what's going on for how we do our points, but that is very possible.
And in a bigger twist of fate, Austin Ducharme just opened the 10th, and Taylor has the first strike, so that's 80 pin swing currently, which
Means he's already passed Austin Ducharme in the standings because they're 80 pins apart roughly at 78 and 53. So yeah, Taylor Wallstrom will pass Austin Ducharme going into the position round. It's just a matter of how far will he go. Will he be in that 5-6 or that 3-4 matchup? Who knows?
He's in the 260s with 270 possible with one more strike. Dustin Harold looks like he threw up a strike. Mike Morris just threw up a double, so that could be a tighter match than we think.
Well, looking to our left here, Doug Wagner up in the 10th, possible 201 left. His opponent has 189 left, so he could win that match and almost lock up that 3 seed with a...
Or at least going in as the 3 seed currently, because...
Yeah, he's got a 40-ish pin lead over Dustin Harold in 4th, but he's 100 pins back of Galbranson in 2nd. So Doug Wagner's pretty much in that 3 spot.
Yeah, and if I'm seeing right, Dustin had 2-0 on the board. I think he has 180 max now, but still can get the win. So
Big shot here for Doug.
Yeah, just to kind of hold that 3 seed.
Be the shot here on the left of your screen. There he is. And got it.
Yeah, and you can tell he knows it.
Yep. Well, a big triple here to the right for Ryan Savoy. He's still got 234 left, and he can still win this match over Randy Peterson.
But
Meanwhile, Eric Galbranson's got 258 left, right?
Yeah, 258.
So Eric Galbranson could be your leader going into position round.
I mean, it's still very much up in the air on if Ryan can win this match.
Yep. And I believe they're both from Superior, Wisconsin, so they're probably very familiar with each other.
More than likely, yeah. Oh, what's going on down there? Lucas looks like he just split open in the 10th.
Big string for Country at the moment.
Oh, so it's Country that's got, okay. I could see the string but didn't know who it was.
Actually, Country's the one up on the left lane now, so whoever he's up against, which is Brent Newman, I think.
And I think Brent was a little far out of it at this point, yeah.
Yeah, Brent had a 132 in game 10, so that kind of...
Well, with a spare from Randy right here, that will force Ryan to mark to win his game.
Okay. So Randy on the spare, you know what needs to happen. Ryan Savoy will be up on the far right lane in view here.
Yeah, 9's a tie and strike, or well, 9's a tie and anything more obviously is a win then.
And not to mention right in front of us here, 6th place at the moment, Dawson Peterson can max out at 192 and a win.
Now, this match obviously not over yet either.
Ooh, 9 count for Ryan Savoy, which will be good enough, but he's got to pick it up.
Yeah, and I think he's a little upset because he knows what's going on over to our right with Eric.
Yep, so that if he wins this and gets the 2-teen, and Eric Galbranson will likely be our leader going into the position round.
But it'll come down to who wins that match as far as who's going to be the top seed.
Yep.
As Eric goes flush for the first one, and not to be overlooked is if Jonathan Domingo can throw one more strike here, Dawson Peterson will need a mark.
Okay. Important match going on right here in front of us.
Yeah, because I believe Dustin just shot 170, and I could be wrong, but Mike might be striking out to steal that one.
Well, the 9 count there was...
That was kind of big because now 9 pins for Dawson right here is a win.
Okay, 210 winner for Ryan Savoy to our right over Randy Peterson's 201.
Eric's got 246. How close were they?
30-ish pins.
Yeah, 24. So Eric will be leading going into position round.
Dawson with a strike will get the win in that match. And he was 6th going in. Ducharme had
205 with a loss.
So here he gets let's say 192 in front of us. He'll get the 222. So he'll beat Ducharme by 17. So that looks like, and Dawson Peterson cannot catch Austin Ducharme, so it's just a matter of where Taylor went. Taylor went ahead of all of them, so I'm guessing Taylor is probably 4th going into position round now.
Possibly, in because Dustin, if I'm seeing it right, I think he shot 170 and lost.
So what I think is going to happen is you're going to have Ryan and Eric in the 1-2 match. You'll have Doug and potentially Taylor in the 3-4. And then Dustin and Austin.
It's going to be close with...
Dustin and Dawson could be really close.
Yeah, the 5, 6, 7 should be really close. And I mean, even, Taylor's not going to be that far ahead of him, I don't think.
Yeah, Taylor's just going to be right in the middle, but I think Taylor might be the 4 after that. And getting into the match against Doug Wagner, which you believe they go here and then right?
Yeah, so I'm pretty positive it will be the 1 and 2 will be on our feature pair, which thankfully for them is kind of inconsequential. It's just who gets 1, who gets a 2.
Yep.
3, 4 will be on our right, 13 and 14. 5 and 6 should be on our left, 9 and 10. Now, I have not talked with Darren or Lonnie to confirm that, but that's typically what we've done.
Logically, with us being on 11 and 12, you would go to 13 and 14 for the next match just to make it even the whole way back and forth. But
Yeah. And that's what we've done the last few years, I'm pretty sure. So,
well, it looks like that concludes it. Brady Stearns just threw the last shot of game number 11 down on 24. So everyone will turn in their scores. They'll compile everything that they have so far. And we will be underway with a position round match here momentarily, likely
it'll be
by the top of the hour.
Yep. Be a few minutes, but yeah, should be a fun position round to see what's going on around us.
That gives me a brief moment to let everyone know you are watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. I'm Darren Sini alongside Ken Fletcher, bringing you live coverage of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Once again, follow us on all our social medias. Like the Facebook page, follow us on Twitter. Please subscribe if you haven't already. Big thank you to the folks at Storm, being the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network this season. We are about to enter our position round here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, the season's final major, the NDBowling.com Classic. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. And again, just a brief delay while we compile the scores and get our position round underway. And then our top 5 will go to a stepladder final once that game is complete. Just a brief downtime for a moment. Again, we do believe the folks here at Sunset Lanes will position the 1-2 match on our featured pair. And then the 3-4 will go to 13 and 14. 5-6 will then go over to 9 and 10, and they'll just kind of rotate back and forth so that the lower scores are on the ends of the house. But we will see what happens here momentarily. In game number 11, Taylor Wallstrom went 258 with a win. And I do believe that vaulted him into the top 5 for the position round. Austin Descharme went open in that match against Taylor to finish at 205. So I do believe Austin will be in the 5-6 match somewhere. Eric Galbranson should be your leader. Ryan Savoy should be number 2, and that will be our featured match here right in front of us. I believe it'll be Doug Wagner against Taylor Wallstrom on the 3-4 matchup, but I could be wrong there. It's very close between between Dustin Harold, Dawson Peterson, and potentially Austin Descharme, Lucas Herzrud. We don't know where those scores are, so we will see following the score compilation at the moment. Well, Ken is our numbers guy here, and he is going to be on the horn. Looks like we have an updated.
We have a Game 11 score sheet, which was literally just handed to me as I was putting my headphones back on. So, as expected, Derek Galbranson in first at plus, what is that, 485. Ryan Savoy in second at plus 473, so it's winners in as winners number 1.
Yep.
Third place, as expected, Doug Wagner at plus 324. So, 1 and 2 are pretty much set. It's just who's going to be 3, 4, 5. Fourth place, Taylor Wallstrom did jump up into fourth at plus 277. Austin Descharme at fifth at plus 258. Dawson Peterson not far behind, plus 233 in sixth.
Okay.
And just a few more pins back of that, Dustin Harold at plus 228.
Okay, so high intensity position round coming right up.
Yeah, and to finish it off, Lucas Herzrud at 185.
Lane 11, Eric Galbranson. Lane 12, Ryan Savoy. Lane 13, Doug Wagner. Lane 14, Taylor Wallstrom. Lane 9, Austin Sharmy. Lane 10, Dawson Peterson. Lane 15, Dustin Harold. Lane 16, Lucas Herzrud.
I would really like it if he would read the scores, because the players would likely want to know the scores going into something like this, but maybe they'll pass out the sheets too. And
Yeah, I believe they were.
okay.
Lane 5, Peyton Summers. Lane 6, Blake Wallstrom. Lane 19, Randy Peterson. Lane 20, Jason Van Persen. Lane 3, Zach Anderson. Lane 4, Brady Stearns. Lane 21, Mike Morris. Lane 22, John Breckle. Lane 1, Jeremiah Smith. Lane 2, Israel Potter. Lane 23, Jonathan Lango.
So
Lane 24,
if we're the side thing here is Taylor Wallstrom's at 79.75 points. He's like 27 points away from Jeremiah Smith, and I don't know if there's 27-point difference between last place today and first place today when it comes to Player of the Year points. I don't know that. I can pretty much guarantee that your top 5 Player of the Year or Team of the Year is going to be Jeremiah Smith, John Breckle, Randy Peterson, Ryan Selk, and Taylor Wallstrom, as long as Taylor can get enough points to pass Josh Craig and Rodney Holm. Otherwise, one of those two will be in in Team of the Year. So high impact games going on here. We're going to have Eric Galbranson against Ryan Savoy. Winner pretty much takes home the #1 seed. To our right, we've got Doug Wagner against Taylor Wallstrom. We will keep an eye on that one for everyone.
Yeah, Doug with a good hold on the 3 seed, although it is not a for sure thing. And then the 4 and the 5 seed is up in the air with, 4 different players, and don't count out Lucas Hershard if he can throw up a big game.
Yep.
He's not that far behind. So,
And fortunately for Lucas, he's on essentially the bay he just finished on over here on 15 and 16.
and they weren't doing any warm-ups, correct?
Correct. Everyone should be just going right now.
Okay, I'd say just making sure that was going on. I didn't quite catch.
Yeah, since it wasn't too much of a wait, they just keep going with this one. I know at the CMA, since the wait's a little bit longer to verify everything, that they sometimes do. Oh, what a break by Taylor Wallstrom. That is good. You're going to need a score correction, Taylor.
And, Nikki's on that.
So Ken's going to be our numbers guy here. We're going to try to figure out our final 5 at the completion of this game prior to what the official word is from Sunset Lanes, as we normally do.
I will say I saw Austin's first shot, and it was not convincing. Taylor's first 2 shots, not convincing, excuse me. Dustin was not exactly convincing in his first shot.
You all right?
Those hiccups that I always get have just returned, so I'll survive.
All Ryan, welcome to 11 and 12.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Well, that's not what you want to see from Taylor, but at least it's early on. Spare for Ryan. Nice shot from Doug. He's somebody that I don't know if I'd want to face with what he can do.
I would agree.
And unfortunately for the way that I think this position round match might go, this could be a tough way to finish a tournament for Ryan if he doesn't find something quickly, because I could see... We'll wait to see this shot here before I finish my thoughts.
Yeah.
And if it goes like I expect after those 2 opening shots from Eric, Ryan could lose his top seed that he's held on to for a majority of the day, and
looks like Doug got a little fast with that one, throwing the gold IQ, it appears to be.
yep, that's you pretty much see him with that ball wherever he goes.
Yep, yeah. I feel like he threw it the last time he was like on our show here at the Classic like 6 years ago.
And I'm pretty sure when he was up at the CMA when he made the show that he was throwing it there too.
Yep.
Quick double over here from Austin Ducharme too.
Okay. Against Dawson Peterson in that 5-6 match, so a very important match going on over there. To your left. Ooh,
gets
fortunate.
that the hard way.
Fortunate to get that spare for Doug. So Doug goes spare, strike, spare. Wallstrom strike, 9 miss on the pair to our right.
Dustin Harold with a couple spares, and Lucas started with an open and a strike. So
Open here for Eric right in front of us.
yeah, the thing to watch, like Lucas, I think he's in he can't miss mode.
Probably, yeah.
With how far back he is, that's his only chance.
Unfortunately, I just saw a single pin miss from Austin Descharme in that 5-6 matchup against Dawson Peterson.
Looks all right. Yep, trip 4 there looked like from Ryan, so that was a much needed better shot there. Taylor on the spare. And Dawson answers the gift single pin miss with a 210.
Well, it seems to be like every tournament you and I do, the 3-4, the 5-6, it seems like one of those matches both players kind of struggle, and then you have to start looking around at any of the big scores happening around them.
Yep. Yeah, it really is. Can anybody in the 3 through 8 throw up something? Because if they can, you could make a move, and Lucas with a double after the open, so we'll see. Taylor with a lucky. Good break there, we'll say. And I think Lucas knows it, leaving that 4-7, that he could be in trouble. And Dawson Peterson with a big 4.
Yikes.
Is also in a little bit of trouble.
Giving it right back to Austin Descharme.
Well, looking over here to our right now, Dustin with a strike up is only 30 pins out. Yeah, he's 30 pins exactly behind Austin in 5th. So, can he get something going? Doug right here with a strike could... Nope, that was
10
left all the way, so... Just letting Taylor hang around and...
Shot there by Eric. Again, quick thank you to everyone who's tuned in today and those who've been participating in the chat room. And if you haven't, thank you for tuning in for just to watch. We do appreciate every one of you out there. Again, we're in the position round of the NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Again, I'm Darren Sweeney alongside Ken Fletcher, calling the action of the season's final major. $2,500 top prize going to the winner.
Ooh. Taylor tripping out a 9.
Big double for Taylor. I like that.
Now, what I'm starting to think about right now for Ryan is if this match gets away from him, I don't think it's going to the way it's now going. But do you start looking at what else you can do on this pair?
Yeah, I mean, if you know the game's going to get away from you and you're kind of locked into that number 2 seed, I would start fishing around. You know, you're going to end up back on this pair bowling a match in probably an hour, you know. So definitely something to think about.
Yeah. It's another big break from Taylor by tripping out the 6 there. And actually, I think he already did. That looked like a ball switch.
All right, Taylor on the spare. Nice job there. Not seeing any like eye-opening games happening around us, anyways.
No, it said it. Lucas was about the lowest person that probably had a chance. You know, Nick was another 20-some behind him, and he's not doing anything. Then it's another 40 back, so it's pretty much our 3 through 8 is where you're looking at to see if anything is going to happen. Doug likes that right lane right now. All strikes on lane 14, but nothing on 13. And Dustin up with another chance to throw a double on the board, which would be much needed for him.
Yeah, and that 7-8 match against Herzrud, but goes high.
Yep. And unfortunately, over in our 5-6 match, Dawson Peterson is completely lost.
So advantage Austin Descharme in the 5-6 match. Currently over here to the right in the 3-4 match, it's pretty much even through 6. Nobody's doing anything crazy, but nobody's kind of throwing it away either. So it's kind of a matter of, can Austin seal up the last spot over there on the 5-6? And a unfortunate break there for Doug Wagner, who is currently in the 3 spot. How big of a lead does he have on Taylor?
47 pins over Taylor, but he is 66 pins over Austin.
Okay.
So, and then he, what is it? Another, yeah, he's almost 100 pins over Dawson and about 100 over Dustin, so.
Nice little crumbler there by Ryan Savoy for a double.
Yeah. So at this point, we have 3 bowlers who are pretty much locked in.
Okay.
What seeds they're going to be, we don't know yet. And then it's looking like the 4-5 is probably, like, we might know who all 5 bowlers are here very shortly.
Yep.
Just based off of what is happening in our 7-8 match and our 5-6 match. It's just we don't know the order yet.
Savoy High Greek Church. That pretty much will.
It's going to about
Walk up
seal
our-
the deal here in this match. Well, I mean, there's still an outside chance, but. Austin with a big 3-bagger. I think that's going to take away any chance of Lucas, even if he were to strike out for 240. Taylor with another stick going Brooklyn, but that's a big double. Well, Lucas maybe trying to make a push, but I think it's going to be a little too
He's got,
late.
what, 245 possible over there?
Yeah, and he is 70 pins behind Austin.
And
And
Austin's got a 3-bagger there.
yeah, so like, unfortunately for Lucas, it's like he's going to put up a good game and have a really good finish, but it's probably not going to be enough to make the show. It's whether or not Dustin can get enough to potentially catch Austin. But he cannot figure out that right lane, and that one's probably going to pretty much settle it right there for him.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Dustin will not be on our show, as well as Dawson Peterson, so it's pretty much.
It's a lock city at it appears as though Eric will be our number 1 seed. That's not a for sure thing quite yet, but looking like that. And then Ryan Savoy will likely be our 2 seed then. As far as the 3, 4, 5, it's going to be some combination of Doug Wagner, Taylor Wallstrom, and Austin Descharme. We just don't know the order yet.
Yeah, unless somebody falls apart and Lucas can sneak in there, that'd be the only other option, right?
Yeah, and that would have to be Austin. Doug is too far ahead, and with Taylor winning this match against Doug, he's going to stay ahead of whoever is behind.
Yep, I would agree.
So Austin right now is already in the 2 teens, so unless he goes open, even then, I don't think that's enough for Lucas to jump, because that would put him at 180, 240. It's probably not enough.
Okay, so Taylor Wallstrom up here on the pair to our right on lane 14. He's got a double working up here now in the 9th.
Because he needs to beat Doug by a few pins in order to get to the 3.
Go crossover.
Doesn't get that one to fall, though.
Okay, so he still has, what, 2 teen left? 215?
Yeah, and he, at this point now, needs a double in order to shut out Doug.
Yep. And he needed to beat Doug by 18 to pass him, right?
They were 47 apart,
So
so
an 18 pin win, he'll pass Doug
yes.
with the bonus pins.
And then Austin is only 19 more, so 37. He's got 230 on the board.
So Austin could be the 3.
It's still entirely possible.
Okay. Yeah, we could see a Taylor-Doug Wagner rematch in our first match on the show.
Yeah. At this point, any one of 3 possibilities could still happen.
And Hersrud leaves a 2 pin, so that pretty much ends any hope over there.
Yep. Said he's going to win his match, but it's not going to be enough. It's now, can he get enough to jump ahead of Dawson for 6th place, I believe, then.
Okay, so our first score that's going to be complete will be Taylor Wallstrom here. That'll hook. Got the 10 out. Nice shot by Taylor. So that puts him into the 200s here. One more and he'll shut out Doug, and that'll pretty much lock him in. But will he overtake Doug for the 3? Will he stay ahead of Austin for the 3? That kind of thing. It's going to be a combination of those 3 somewhere.
At this point, Doug strikes out, he is the 3.
Okay.
There's nothing anybody can do about it.
Even with the loss?
Even with the loss, if
Okay.
my math is right, he'll stay ahead of Taylor. And even with 236 for Austin, he would stay ahead of him, I'm pretty sure. And with that right there, that's going to seal this match, and Eric will be our 1 seed.
Yep. Taylor
And
goes
Taylor goes-
Brooklyn to shut out Doug Wagner and lock himself into our show. Needs 2 pins.
But every pin matters currently in order to potentially get the 3 seed, because
So Austin Descharme is up now. You can kind of see his arm there. He's about to throw on lane 10. He's working on a strike. He still has 236 possible. Big shot here for him. Does get the strike. It's pretty big.
and no matter what Taylor does, which the 9 is fine.
So 214 for Taylor with a win, so add plus 44 to him.
Yep. And so if Austin strikes out, he will pass Taylor. But it is down to what Doug does.
Because Taylor needs to beat Doug by 18 to pass him.
Okay. So Doug needs strike 9 spare.
First shot for Doug goes nose for spare, so he's got 186 left. Yeah, so Taylor's going to overtake Doug, but will Austin overtake Taylor?
yeah, so Doug will be in our 4-5, and it's all on this shot right over here on lane 10. On who will be our 3 seed.
So Lucas goes 224 with a win, so plus 54 for him. Austin strikes.
So yes, 19 pins, so he needs 8.
So Austin needs 8 for the 3 seed. Is
8
that
for
what
the
we're-
3 seed if my math is correct.
Okay. Regardless of what Doug does, because he's chasing Taylor, is that what we got?
Yeah,
Okay.
because 80 pins Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Austin Descharme up on lane 10. If the math is correct, 8 pins for the 3 seed, and he'll avoid bowling that first match. Doug goes strike for 186, so Taylor has passed Doug with the win there. Let's see what Austin does, and that'll determine our final 5.
Looks pretty good.
There
That
it
is
is.
it. 66 gets him to 24. Taylor with, yep, 3 pins.
And then we've confirmed that Lucas didn't have a shot with the 224 and a win. Like
220, no, he was 40 pins behind.
So Taylor Wallstrom is our 4.
Taylor should be our 4, and then Doug, I believe, will be the 5 then. Again, that is never 100% certainty, but by my math, that's what it should be. We'll wait for them to announce it.
Yep.
But a big shout out to Lucas Herjud for his,
Likely a 6th place finish, I'm guessing.
a 6th place finish in his first NDBowling.com Classic against this field is incredibly impressive, and same goes for Dawson Peterson.
Yep.
I'm not sure where he's going to finish after shooting 142 that game.
All right, so we'll await our final tally, and then we'll be underway. 2 shots in each lane from the 3, 4, and the 5 seed. And like I said, roughly 1:30, we'll get started with our stepladder finals. How does a camera angle look for everyone? Would you like a closer look here towards the lanes, or does everything look good? Let us know in the chat. We're about underway with the finals here shortly. All I know is things are going to tighten up towards the top of the NDBowling.com Player of the Year race. Not quite sure how it's going to pan out, but with Taylor Wallstrom making a run here, he could just sneak in there. It is possible. We'll have to go back to NDBowling.com HQ to figure out the winner. Hope everyone's enjoyed our coverage today of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic. We are now on the verge of the stepladder finals, where we believe it'll be a Taylor Wallstrom, Doug Wagner 4-5 match to kick us off. Again, that is not official, but we will show you the stepladder final bracket here momentarily once we get confirmation from the folks here at Sunset Lanes. Big shout out to Darren Sundstrom, Lonnie Thielbar, who have been hard at work this weekend in helping this thing run as well as possible, as well as the rest of the staff here at Sunset Lanes. I know Mike Emerson showed up last night. He kind of worked the after the tournament shift.
Mike has always said he's not one that wants to be around during this. It's a little much, but you can't have a tournament without great owners like these guys. And I've been staring at that comment. Yes, we know, Chris Carrico, that you had plenty of Brooklyns yesterday. I saw a few of them.
All right, let's see here. Should bring it on into the booth. Ken, what do you think so far?
I mean, kind of been what we expected. It's been a lot of a grind today for a lot of people, but it came down to the last couple games, and I can't say I'm surprised to see pretty much any of these guys there because they're all, outstanding bowlers. And,
Yep.
Eric especially, I think he got the benefit of having the draw without another lefty.
On that low end to start. Yep, I agree.
Yeah, and had, used it. Ryan bowled amazing for basically 11 games and had a rough game right there on, unfortunately, our championship pair. But,
Yep.
qualifying second is no joke today. And, leading by, they're 150 pins ahead of Doug in third. So, yeah, it's going to be a good final. It's kind of a different final. Like, we don't, obviously players that we would expect to be around it, but.
I mean, if you think about it, other than Austin Descharmes, there are no majors. Austin's got the only one with winning the Open earlier this year.
Yeah, and
so there are 4 guys that could win their first major here today, and that's exciting. I got to give a shout out to my boy Taylor Wallstrom. He's had a heck of a week, shooting 300 in Minot City tournament, shot 800 Tuesday night in league. Like he was due for a tournament performance like this, and to see it pay off for him, to see him in the Stepladder finals of a major, I mean, it's pretty cool to see. So props to him.
Yeah.
And Doug's a mainstay here in town. I know he was briefly at Wichita, but he's been here in the Fargo-Moorhead area for the longest time. He's been one of the best bowlers in the area for the longest time.
Yeah, and you could see it when he was younger. I mean, he was 14, 15, and you could see the talent in him. And,
yep.
It is not a shock to any of us that he's bowled as well as he has, and the way that he kind of started the morning too is a little interesting, to say the least.
Right. Yep.
The last bowler in the building, I mean, plenty of time. I think everyone was here before 7:30, but yeah, he walks in, and then as practice started, it's like, oh, where did Doug go? And to get, about a minute of practice and then come in and be our confirmed number 5 seed.
5 seed. And, Lucas was 80 pins back, 70 pins back in 6th. So it was pretty. So here we go. So your 5 seed is going to be Doug Wagner. Number 4, he'll face Taylor Wallstrom. And number 3 will be Austin Descharmes. Number 2 seed is Ryan Savoy. And then leading away, the lone lefty in the show is Eric Galbranson, the former Wichita State product, the only lefty on the show, looking for his first major title here at Moorhead. Sunset Lanes coming right up. Let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to win? Let's start with this first match, Taylor Wallstrom against Doug Wagner. 2 shots on each lane, and they'll be underway here shortly.
I don't know if this one's going to favor either way because they both have kind of similar games. And, they've got higher ball speeds. They've got, higher rev rates. So this is kind of a coin flip, really.
All right, get a little adjust our things here. Let's find our finals graphic, which has the correct location on it. And here we are. Again, Taylor Wallstrom against Doug Wagner. A 4-5 matchup.
Taylor bringing out another ball.
White hot, I believe.
Looks like it from the last match. Doug probably going with IQ Tour Gold.
Yeah, well, if it's Doug Wagner. If it wasn't the IQ Tour Gold, I'd be surprised.
At this point in the day, yes.
All the time. All right, Matt Miller going for Austin Descharme, who is the lone major champion in the Stepladder finals right now. Ryan Savoy has had such a great year. I mean, he killed it at the CMA, finished top 5. I believe he was second or third there.
Yep.
Crazy good year for him. It's nice to see Eric Galbranson back out bowling again. I know he was for the longest time bowling well down in Wichita, and then I didn't see from him. I don't know if he just didn't bowl or he was somewhere else in the States and we just didn't see him in our area. But lately he's been back out here. I saw him bowling up in Minot, and to see him back here having success at Sunset Lanes here in Moorhead is pretty good to see.
Yeah. Somebody we kind of grew up bowling against down in MJBTs.
Yep.
I think he was a little younger than me and probably close to you, but yeah, it's going to be a good final. I said you have to give the edge to Eric right now just because being the only lefty and the way the
Oh, and knowing how this pair is for the righties is just brutal.
Yeah, but you can't look past any of the 4 righties that are here because you said these two. It's pretty much an even match. I think it's all on who's going to make the better shots. Austin can be right there with him. He's got a little bit different kind of game, but yeah, who knows?
Again, Taylor Wallstrom against Doug Wagner. Taylor is the 4 seed, so he will get lane choice to start the match. Rodney Holm, thank you for the kind words.
Yes.
We appreciate that. Can't wait till Reno. Hopefully I am bowling with you and not sitting back in the stands, but good to see you out here bowling. Good bowling this season. You had a pretty good year out there. As you can see by the Player of the Year points, you were up there. Hopefully you still stay in the Team of the Year, but we'll see come Monday or Tuesday when the final tally is made. I think the biggest mover is going to be this guy right here, Taylor Wallstrom.
Here's a radical idea. If I'm one of these guys right now, play for the Brooklyn.
Yeah? I mean, that is such a Ken Fletcher thing to say. Let's be real, that is such a Ken Fletcher thing to say.
But you think about it. How ugly has this pair gotten for the right side?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
You shoot for the Brooklyn, and is it going to piss people off? Yeah, it probably would. But honestly, I think your chances go up drastically if you're doing that instead of trying to hit the pocket. Because I'm not sure if anybody's going to be able to beat Eric with the way it looks. I mean, I know he's only coming off of 196 right here, but is there a 196 from any of these guys currently on this pair?
That's a good point. We'll see. Well, here we go. We'll have someone, it looks like Doug's just going to do it himself. We'll reset the scores, and we'll be underway here with our first match of the Stepladder Finals.
I think they might need a little bit of help.
Yeah, it looks like the staff here is busy handing out checks, so if we're just looking to get the scores up, that's it. Sub-Zero says lefty has a huge advantage when the righties have absolutely no missed rooms to the right, and the lefty can basically play straight up 7 board. He'd really have to throw a bad game to lose. Yeah, I would agree. Eric did have a 196 in the position round on this pair, so I don't know if it's exactly walled for him, but I know he's got a little more room than the righties do for sure. We'll see what happens, but in the meantime, we are underway now with the first match, Taylor Wallstrom against Doug Wagner.
And a good break tripping out the 9 right
I
away.
feel like that's such a hard spare to have the sleeper there on the right side. Looks like there's a good amount of people sitting here watching. There's some open bowlers that'll sprinkle in and will likely be bowling on the ends of the house as we are sitting here right in the middle.
Yeah, I think if one of these two guys can at least get in a rhythm on this pair, maybe. But this first match is going to be a grinded out. Who can stay clean, who can maybe sneak out a double somewhere.
Yeah, I would agree with you. We'll see what kind of look Doug has on this lane. His practice shots looked pretty decent. Yeah, you just got that a little left, and you saw it kind of read at 35, 40 feet. And
yeah, it's so hard to get in far enough for what you need to right now, but still be able to feed it far enough right to hit the pocket. And unfortunately, the reset on this spare is not friendly.
yeah, you did have kind of a loose pin there moving it around too.
Yeah, this is so choppable right now, unfortunately.
Well, he covered it.
That's a really good spare.
All right, so this match, the player that finishes in fifth will take home $700. Fourth place is $800. Third place is $900. Second place is $1,250, and then our top prize is the $2,500 top prize to go along with the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. Aaron, you just joined. What'd you miss? We are in the Stepladder Finals, the first match. Taylor Wallstrom against Doug Wagner. The winner here will take on Austin Descharme.
And
that's what I call a shove.
Yeah.
It didn't seem like he had the rev rate on that he normally does, so I feel like he was so focused on getting it to clear the fronts, he just missed it.
Yeah, that was the overcorrection from what he probably thought was a halfway decent shot on 12, and it just goes, especially on lane 11.
It's so easy to do when you're trying to trick your hand into getting the ball to kind of push just another 2 or 3 feet, and then you do that, especially in this kind of moment.
Yeah. So, see what Taylor's able to do.
Okay, Wallstrom's first shot up on lane 12. Looks better if it hooks. I thought that'd get enough of the head pin, but it was it just labored down at about 45 feet.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's going to be. It's like, can you catch the perfect shot? And again, you remember, go back to what Mike Morris did, 3-4 games ago on this pair. That might be the way to go.
Right.
Oh, boy.
We'll miss there for Wallstrom, but early in the match, neither one of these players really have what I would consider an overly nice look to the pocket, but
no. So does somebody have the guts to move right and give it a shot? Because that might be what it takes, because I don't think there's anything better than a 180, 190 of playing left.
It's got to hurry. Yeah, well, play the Brooklyn, Ken Fletcher. Here we go.
I mean, that looked like an even bigger left move, and it still never stood a chance.
So again, we're paying out just a little bit shy of $13,000 in prize fund this week. Thanks to Country Titan Games, added money of $1,000.
was close. Well, Doug cleaned through 3 frames right now, but unfortunately, not anything that close yet. And as I say, that one, that was a lot better.
As we mentioned before, tough sledding out here for all these players as this pattern breaking down a little difficult. A lot of the players started further left today than they did yesterday, so the breakdown wasn't as friendly.
Oof.
Yeah, unfortunate leave there for Wallstrom. So at this point, do you try fishing for something, or what do you do?
He was kind of looking back here as far as like what should he do, and I kind of gave him the is right the play look, and I don't know. I think at this point you got to try something. He is sticking left currently, but yeah, I mean, this match could turn on the flip of a dime for either one.
Yep.
See, that didn't look that bad, and it just doesn't have enough.
Yeah, if you're Eric Galbranson right now, you are with blood in the water. You just got to shoot 190, 2-0, and you got to feel like you have this.
Yeah, like the wild card is Ryan Savoy, I think, because Austin is going to be close enough with these two. Careful. Yep. Austin is going to be close enough with these two as far as how he's going to kind of be playing the lanes that, Ryan's slower ball speed might help him if he can get lined up.
That is true.
And he just went over to the practice pair, and I might have seen it wrong, but he might be trying to play right.
Who knows? Almost got a big break there, but fortunate to leave the 610.
Yeah, currently over on the practice pair, Ryan Savoy is trying to play up the gutter.
It's probably a smart move. I know a lot of people in our chat room are saying the same thing. Norm Duke would be doing that. I also would think a guy like Anthony Simonson would be good in this situation, being able to throw the backup ball as effectively as he can.
That's 100% true. And Doug on the spare.
That's all you got to do right now.
The good news is he's keeping clean. He's making his spares, so.
Ooh, I didn't think that was that bad. And there's still life for Wallstrom.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, it's a big lead right now, but it is not out of the realm of possibility yet. Got a little ball work going on. I think Taylor's been having issues with that dark moss thumb hole.
Took some tape out. Try to
Yeah.
clear it a little better. We'll see what happens. Yeah, Aaron, in the chat room, I would agree with you. Being able to throw the backup ball effectively would be a pretty good big advantage here. I know there are quite a few two-handers on tour now that can do that very effectively.
Taylor's staying with the left shot and just fishing around different balls. Hopefully,
There's a
find
dark
something.
moss. If it can get there, it's still too early. He's having a hard time clearing the ball. But a spare here, you know, he's still within 30.
Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm with the way it's playing right now. All right, good spare there. Yeah, you got 4 frames. Who can find anything?
Well, got to find something here. A little loft.
That one looked pretty
ticket,
good there. A little more left, a little more loft. See if that's something that maybe Doug paid attention to, because he's certainly got that in his game. He can do that.
Absolutely, yep. Again, Austin Descharme, Manitoba Open champion, looking to win 2 majors in 1 season. Will be up next in the quarterfinal match. Doesn't get the 10 out. Soft 10 is actually pretty good leaving this situation.
Yeah, I would say that wasn't a bad shot. It was one of those that was kind of a heave trying to get it through everything and at least stay somewhere in play, but
It's crazy to me how, and I think this is a lesson for everyone out there as far as how to, you know, play certain patterns. Yesterday we had 99 people in here bowling 8 games, and I feel like where they're at right now was where we were at games 7 and 8 yesterday, and we bowled a fraction of the games on the same lanes. It's insane to me how different things break down just based off where you start and a variety of people moving around like they did today. It's crazy.
yeah. Well, and you know, we say it too. You oiled that pattern yesterday over the house shot, and then this morning you oiled this pattern over that pattern from yesterday. So it's always going to play harder on day 2. And when you have everybody who is starting closer to where they finished yesterday, it's just going to do what it is doing today, which
That is not an easy spare in this situation.
no, not one bit, and brings this match. Said it can flip just like that, and with this spare right here, oof, we could be looking at a pretty even match here very shortly. And
Spare
that's-
left the
yeah.
9 back there. That's the hard part of that spare and the way these lanes are playing. Opportunity here for Wallstrom. He's just got to figure out the right lane, which he chose to finish on.
Well,
Maybe he saw something in practice that
I don't think it was necessarily that. I think it was just, well, I'll start since I can, because I don't know if either one of these guys were comfortable on either of these lanes.
big shot here for Wallstrom.
Goes with the loft, and that still.
Just never got down lane.
Yes, Matt, you're correct. Ryan Savoy has been practicing throwing it up the gutter down on the practice pair.
Yep. And like Ken alluded to earlier, we saw Mike Morris come to this pair throwing an exotic gem up about 7 to 5 or so, and he made it look pretty good at the time.
He did. And I don't think that's something that Austin appears to have in his game, as he's been practicing on the practice pair in front of the ball return.
Sure. Yep. He does have, I feel like, the highest ball speed in our Stepladder finals, or at least the highest ball speed being used today.
Between him and Doug, I think they're probably pretty close. But I think he also probably has the oh, what a break.
All right, so Wallstrom with 179 left. So spare here for Doug, and he's got 167.
And a ball switch coming.
A fate. So he picked up a fate instead of the gold IQ. So interesting moment to ball change.
Well, my bet, he saw what happened. Nope, going back.
No, it's thought against it.
I would say my guess would have been he saw that 10 pin and he's like, I need something just a little bit different, to shape it just a little different. And last second he's like, nope. I stand a better chance of just heaving this thing down the lane right now.
All right, Wagner up now, frame 9. Looks okay. Doesn't push through enough. 4
Yeah, and that was close again. Just, what do you do?
So now with that, Wallstrom can't be shut out, right?
Nope. Right now, Doug can strike out to force Taylor to go double 9, which I don't think either one of those are going to happen. But it's balls in Doug's court, if you ask me, because he's got the lead currently. This shot right here, I think, is the key shot, though, for him.
Yeah, first ball in the 10th on that lane, yep. And he's gone open on this lane the last 2 times he's been up there.
Yeah, if he can somehow find a strike right here, that will be huge, because not only will Taylor need to strike, but then you would need strike 9 spare potentially if Doug can go strike spare. Left, and
almost
he doesn't
got
get
lucky.
the break. But a 9 spare, and if you can find, another 9.
Yeah, count is big.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, he needs a spare. That would force Taylor to throw the first one.
On the spare, all right.
Got it. Yeah, count is still everything right here. Because, I mean, you look at first ball averages right now for these two, and it's not pretty, so.
Again, Austin Ducharme, the 2023 Manitoba Open winner, will be up next. Canadian national team member. He's had a pretty good run of it this year at the CMA, and now here in Moorhead. Wagner in the fill ball.
And
9 count.
All right, well, still forces a strike either way.
Okay, gotta have the first one.
Heard him talking with his brother after he came back from that last strike.
Yeah, he hasn't thrown a strike on this lane, and in fact, he hasn't gotten over 8 pins on this lane. Got a strike.
Went for more loft and more speed.
Never
and
saw it. Never saw the lane.
Yeah.
And he switched to the phase 5 there instead of the dark moth, so Doug Wagner will advance.
Yeah, that's that's about what I think we expected right there.
Okay, so 165, 147 final. Doug Wagner defeats Taylor Wallstrom.
Just a battle of attrition is who can make the shots right now, because I don't know if we've seen it this ugly in a while.
Yeah, and I never expected it to come down to this point. So Austin will get 2 on each. Let's update our bracket here. Doug Wagner will move on to take on Austin Descharme. Winner will get Ryan Savoy in the semifinal match. And Eric Galbranson is our top seed, the lone lefty in the finals. Waiting in the wings. Let's head back to lanes to see what Austin plans on doing here. Looks like a lot of the same that we just saw.
Yeah, like I said, what I've seen of Austin is, I'm not saying that he doesn't have the game to play right, but with his rev rate, it's not an easy thing to do, obviously.
Yeah, it looks like he's throwing what appears to be an idol. Let us know in the chat room who do you think is going to win this match. Doug Wagner against Austin Descharme.
Yeah, at this point, I wonder if plastic would not be a terrible option for these guys.
Right? You can see him trying with loft, and it's just not going anywhere. So then you got Earl and the Canadian contingent over here trying to offer up their thoughts in the matter here.
Taking thumb out of the idols, trying something else here.
I thought Earl said Bigfoot, so this might be a Bigfoot about to go down the lane. That's what it looks like. A little cleaner through the fronts. Did see the lane, and I think he's going to like lane 12. I'd be surprised if Austin didn't choose to finish on lane 12 based on what we've seen. Adam Peters says, well, Doug doesn't have plastic. Well, takes that out of the equation. Come on, Adam, you gotta drill him up something in Cruz's Pro Shop, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Aaron says there were a lot of plastic balls thrown around here the last couple games. I do believe that. The way the lanes are getting remind me of the year that Scott Endersby defeated Matt Smallin in the final of the KFYR TV Bowling Classic not that long ago, where Scott Endersby ended up throwing plastic up the right side to win that match and ultimately take the title. The lanes were about as ugly as they are right now, and it's you wouldn't think a 43-foot pattern that's 3-1 and 27 mils would turn into something like this, but again, it's the nature of where people started and where people were playing today. All right, looks like Austin has elected to start the match on the left, which is kind of what I was expecting for him to want to finish on the right lane.
Yep.
So here we go, underway in our quarterfinal match. Again, we have to
Looks like they might need some help again.
Yeah, go ahead, Ken. Okay, here we go. Got our scores up. We are ready to go. Austin Ducharme against Doug Wagner here in our quarterfinal match. Winner to take on Ryan Savoy. Brooklyn strike.
More of the same.
And now something to keep note that he did throw the Bigfoot there on the left lane, which he did not throw that ball in that lane at all in practice. He was throwing the idol, I think, both times.
Yep, but at this point, I mean, as good as Austin is, I'm not sure if he has a read on this pair yet, because, oof.
Yeah, and he looks like Doug's going with that fate. He's trying something new.
And that hooked at his feet.
So back-to-back Brooklyns to kick off our quarterfinal match.
I mean, what did I say to start the match last time?
Sub-Zero says, when's the next tournament you're streaming? As of right now, we will not be streaming a tournament until August at the Midwest Youth Championships in Alexandria. If there are any tournaments out there who are interested in us covering the event, you can contact me at darren.cini@ndbowling.com. You can find that email. I believe it's in the description below. Otherwise, you can message the ndbowling.com Facebook page. We'll give you a free quote.
And,
There
well,
we go.
all it takes is a Brooklyn and a trip 6 to get our first double. So
Evidently, Ken Fletcher needs to be on tour reading ball motion because he said play the Brooklyn before this even started.
you tell me anything that has worked better so far in stepladder matches.
You're not wrong. And
See what Austin can do here.
looks pretty good there. He likes
Nice.
12.
I worry if he gets just a smidge bit left of that, what it does, though.
Or right.
Well,
and it does never sees it, too.
We saw what it did when he gets it right, and it just flags the head pin. And not that that's the worst thing in the world, but, you know, board left of that could easily be Big Four territory.
Looks like he took his hand out of it. Kind of fortunate to leave just that flat 10. I would
Yep,
say that's good.
No, that I
Right,
mean, like,
you know?
that might be what you have to do. I feel like that's kind of what Doug tried to do in second frame, is just back the hand out of it a little. And on the spare with some Deadwood action now.
Deadwood. We'll have a Deadwood clear here by...
Looks like Lonnie's going to run down there.
Give us a brief moment to give a shout out to Slots. Lonnie Thielbar, one of the proprietors here at Sunset Lanes. Going to retrieve the Deadwood on 11. So shout out to the staff here at Sunset Lanes this weekend for helping everything run smoothly. Sub-Zero, do you know if any platforms are covering the PBA Regional in June? Unfortunately, NDBowling.com will not be live streaming the regionals in June. The regionals come into agreement with Beck Communications out of Bismarck, so they will be covering everything, so you'll have to contact Beck for information as to what they will be.
That was a really good
covering
shot there.
Good shot by Doug. So yeah, if those of you interested in the PBA Regional, you can go to ndbowling.com, click on the upcoming events page. There is a link to register at either event, either here at Sunset Lanes or at Midway Lanes in Mandan. And there's also a link to buy spectator tickets to each one as well. And again, we will not be live streaming the event. I know a lot of people have asked, but unfortunately we do not have the rights to those at the moment.
Shot from Doug, and
Ooh,
there's-
dirty.
Yeah,
that was dirty.
a little bit, but you know what? With what I think they're both trying to do right now, that's going to happen because you could tell that was get it down the lane, just try and hit the pocket. And I can't say I'm surprised with how it hit, but still unfortunate. throw it that good and hit the spot, and oof. But get your spare and you keep your lead.
All right.
All right, Austin up in the fourth.
Now on his good lane. Tony, there are no dogs in the building at the moment, but anything can happen, I've learned.
And nope, that checked up right away, and he's looking at it like, are you kidding me?
I thought he laid that one down short. He didn't have the sort of push through the front part of the lane that he did the other two shots on that lane.
Yeah, I think I would kind of agree with that. And this becomes a very choppable spare right in this moment.
Yeah, this is really hard. This is one of those where I would be standing way left by the gutter and just firing it at the 5-pin going towards the 9.
I think that's what he's doing. He's not as far left, but I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I would rifle this hard and straight as you can. Yep. Just like that.
Yep. Smart move.
Yep. And I just saw Earl gave him I thought you laid it down a little too early and just didn't get the push through the front part of the lane, so I agree. And what a benefit that has to be able to turn around and you have a national team coach back here talking to you. You know, it's just and Earl from Canada.
Yeah, if if only we were all that good that we had that person behind us.
Ain't that the truth? That one got the push through the front, but I never saw the lane. That's the other side to the token.
Yeah. It's what makes it so difficult right now.
Charm on the spare.
Oh,
Leaves the 4-pin.
Oof, that's not good, especially with Doug having that 3-bagger to open.
All right, advantage Wagner.
Yeah, he
And leaves a 10.
Yep. Looked like he gave that a little bit more than the last couple, and that just...
I honestly feel like that's such a good play on this, to just almost play this like fallback feather to the pocket and don't have much movement. You know, just let it kind of get into a roll and go forward like straight to the right of the 5-pin and just call it good.
Yeah, which was what he was doing those first couple of frames, I think, and like I said, that one, I think he just got a little bit too much of it, and it caused it to go nose.
All right, if you're Doug now, you're just trying to leave stuff you can make, pick up your spares, and force your opponent to do something. Again, Austin was the winner up in Manitoba in early January to win the first major of the season. He's here in Moorhead trying to win the final major. Austin's the only major winner out of our final 5. Wagner now up in the 6th.
And a lot of the same of what Austin just did.
Still fortunate, only to
Yep.
leave the 2-8 there. That's fine.
Fine, but not an easy spare.
No.
Like, give me a single pin right now. Leave me the 2 or the 8, and you can just throw straight at it.
Any sleeper combination right now is a very tough spare. Let's see how he tries to give this one a run. Well, gonna hook at it.
Not much,
Nice
but that was,
play there.
that was well done.
If you don't recall, earlier in the day, he was on this pair and tried to hook at a single pin twice with a TNT and ended up missing it right both times. So I think he's kind of learned his lesson on this pair that the middles aren't going to hook.
Well, back then they weren't. Right
Yeah.
now I think they would, because Taylor threw at a 2-8 last game and hooked past it.
All right, Ducharme up now in the 6th. Got to get something going here.
Yeah, given a little reprieve by a couple spares from Doug.
That's a ball change with a little bit of loft. Hooks up and gets the 10 out. Nice shot there for Austin. So that was definitely a ball change. Loft and cap a little bit.
And that's probably the way he's going to have to go, because what he was trying to do, I don't think worked, and to get in far enough. He's about the only guy that really has this in his bag, I think, out of who's left.
I would agree there. It'll be interesting to see what Ryan Savoy comes up with in our next match.
Back to it, but doesn't push and gets the
with
break.
the double. And in this kind of situation, you run it. You run with it all day long.
Well, that's one apiece for them, if I'm not mistaken. Doubling by going through the nose, so. Let's see what Doug can do. You know, just he's stayed clean so far. Just keep that going, and you're going to be in good shape.
Oh, and there's that 4-pin again. Almost the exact same shot of the last time he was on that lane. All right, good spare.
Yep.
Doing what he needs to do.
Yeah, I don't feel like Doug is too far off right now, and Austin's got an idea of what he probably needs to be doing. At this point, it's now just, can you execute the shots you need to? Just feel like Doug needs to back his hand out just a little bit.
Yeah, on lane 11 for sure. Lane 11 is kind of the problem child at the moment, I think, for everyone here.
There he did it on that one, just got it left early. But still, makeable spare. All right. Still staying clean. That's really good right now.
Yeah, we've already got the last game beat.
Yeah, here's probably the key shot of the match after getting that break in the 7th. He's throwing a couple decent ones on this lane. Can he throw one more here to catch a 3-bagger and pull himself even?
Yeah, he's got the advantage here. He only has to throw one more shot on 11.
It's pretty close.
Pretty good. Messenger doesn't
Oh,
connect.
that was behind.
That was on the way there, and he's giving that 10-pin the business right now. That messenger was on its way there, and it just never connected.
It's a big break for Doug, if you ask me.
Yeah, especially Doug's got to finish on lane 11, so he's going to need all the help he can get when he goes into that 10th frame.
Careful.
That's 8-10 possibility right there.
Yeah.
That is Austin Deschamps skinny jeans.
Say I've never noticed, but he flips it a little back up at it.
Yeah, almost backs it up, yeah.
Because, like, that off his hand, I'm like, that's good. And then I'm like, I see the roll, and oh, boy.
Yep. Like, he gets heavy with the ring finger and just slight back up to the ball, and it goes right. All right, well, take the break, move on. Austin Deschamps now up frame 9. Big loft, and it never hooks.
That was right. The good news for him is the makeable spare.
Yep. But isn't this the one he missed in the 5th?
It is. And the bad news for him is now Doug he needs to stay clean with good count.
On the spare, I got it this time. Again, the player eliminated in this match will take home $800. The winner will move on to face Ryan Savoy in the semifinal match.
Yeah. And again, here's the key shot for Doug right here. If he can get this hit, it makes the 10th frame a whole lot easier.
Yeah, get the good lane while the good lanes. Well, 9 count is fine. Spare out, you're still in your two teens already, and best Austin can do is 209. Count comes into play here shortly.
Yeah, well, so I said if he could have pulled that hit out, the 10th frame is so much easier. You just go spare 7. But 9 spare 9 in the 10th frame right now is a Lock City.
Which is not easy on lane 11.
No, not one bit.
Careful, okay.
Got spare. Yeah.
So you say 9 spare 9 for the win?
9 spare 9, 8 spare strike. Strike would be even better.
Strike and
Strike
9
and 8.
pins and 2 balls.
8 pins and 2 balls.
Pins and 2 balls, okay. All right, writing's on the wall for Doug Wagner.
Yeah. You need your best shot right here.
Sub-Zero says, too bad these guys don't have the Simo shot in the bag. That's what we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
The backup ball would be fantastic right now. Our top seed is a lefty, so he's clear advantage at the moment.
It's pretty close.
Oh,
no.
Is it going to trip out the 6?
No, it's in front of it.
So split, and a very difficult split.
And again, count comes into
Count,
play right
yeah.
here because
Not just big.
you need 2 to force Austin to go strike spare to win by 1.
Yeah, so 2 is big here. You got to make sure you get the 2. Don't go for this. Get the 2. Oh, no.
Well, all right. You know what, though? That's still 9 spare strike.
Okay. And this is Austin's good lane, so he's got the opportunity, ball in hand. Austin Descharm, frame 10 for the win.
It's got a hook. Oh no, that's a loss.
That's a loser.
That
Yeah, he can only get to 195. Doug Wagner advances.
wow.
Unbelievable finish here to our quarterfinal match. Sends it out the window, and the count was so important on that first ball.
Oh, gee. Wow. Kind of,
Wow, indeed. I mean, a great tournament for Austin Descharm. I was not expecting that on that lane for him.
no, and the way that the pair just played out, it's like, oof. Yeah,
Yes, indeed. So here you go. Here is our updated Stepladder finals. We're just going to move Doug Wagner on again.
yeah.
Take on Ryan Savoy, with the winner taking on the lone lefty and Eric Galbranson. Ryan Savoy and Doug Wagner coming up next.
And the big looming question, I think, is what is Ryan going to do for a line choice, ball choice? We'll find out here with some practice shots. And this shot will tell the difference right here on what he may or may not be able to do, I think. If he can find something playing out there, Ryan might have a chance.
All right, Ken, what are you seeing so far?
Well, he's got one more shot on the right lane for his warm-ups, but he did throw one from right on the left lane. I feel like he's probably going to do the same thing here. It didn't look too bad for the one shot. Left does not look good for him with what he was throwing. So a hunch says he's going to Yep, he's going to try one right, and I personally would be more than surprised if he doesn't stay there.
Urethane. Oh, yeah. I like that better than anything the other guys have been throwing.
Yeah, and he threw one going more up the lane on lane 2, or lane 11, excuse me, and it didn't look too bad. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's a smart play because I don't think you're going to beat the lefty any other way.
No, and Ryan doesn't have the ball speed to really play that inside shot the way it needs to be played right now, I think. Go give him some help again real quick. Oh,
Yeah, they're just going to flip him around because Ryan wants Doug to start on 11.
yep.
Okay, there we go.
Nice and easy. So should be a good match. Doug said I think Doug has a pretty good idea. Ryan is going to do something completely different, and I said it from the start. I think that's the only way you're going to have a chance.
And with Austin Ducharme losing in our last match, we're going to have a first-time major winner.
Yep, we
No matter
will.
what.
Two guys who have been in a couple finals, and one guy who is not around here but is no stranger to bowling in some big moments. Careful, get spare. Let's see what Ryan's going to do, but said I'd be shocked if he doesn't stay right.
Okay, urethane up the right side. Looks okay. Went 2-8-10 to start. Yeah, I feel like he's got just a hair too much belly on it towards the outer part of the lane, but then you know, if you don't do that, you hit the burn down lane. It's
Yeah, and I
fine
think
line.
with Ryan's game, I think he has to play the belly. Because playing it up the lane, it's going to hook early and go through the nose. And I think that was a tester shot. I think he might go back left after seeing that.
No, he picked up the urethane ball again.
Oh, it's going to stay right. That one was better there.
That looks really good.
Yeah, so, yeah, you got to tighten it up a little bit. You got to find a way to project it enough right, but not so far right like you did on that first frame. Because up the lane probably is going to just hit the burn spot and go nose.
Now it's like, can Doug throw enough perfect shots from where he's at to get enough score, you know?
And that was heave it with a little bit of extra loft, and I mean, I'd take wrap 10s right now because you might kick some of them out. I think we're still at the point again. It's stay clean. If you can pick a double somewhere, you're going to be in really good shape. Oh boy.
Careful.
Yep. And give the open right back.
Well, like they say, you leave it until you pick it, right?
Yeah. Said though, leaving 10 pins, there's far worse things for these guys right now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, and like everyone's saying in the chat, a win by Ryan would be an all-superior Wisconsin final.
Wouldn't be the first all Wisconsin final we have. It's just not who you would expect.
Ain't that the truth? This is probably the first year in several years where we haven't seen a lacrosse boy in the finals.
Very likely. And Nick tried to make a push for it today, just couldn't quite get it done and get enough
Overcome
weight.
that slow start he had today.
Yeah. Well, let's see what Ryan can do here.
A little more direct up the lane, which I like. Yeah,
That was better. That
pretty good shot.
wasn't as much of a belly as the last one. Still projected it enough, but yeah, that's a lot better look than I think anything from left right now. It's gonna hook enough.
Hook. Oh no.
Oof. Yeah. Well, open right back. See what Doug can do with it.
It's okay. Got the 10 that time. Seems pretty comfortable on the right lane. Still battling on the left lane, trying to get enough shots together to get score.
Yeah, he seems to be able to get the ball to push far enough on 12, but
All I know is if I'm Eric Galbranson sitting over there, regardless of what happens over here, I'm making the righty finish on lane 11. Regardless of who you play. Really.
Yeah, if he's paying attention, I think you have to. There you go. That was two really good pitches from Doug right there.
Yeah, he needed that right after the open from Ryan. Good answer there. Sub-Zero says, I wonder if weak reactive like a tropical surge would work. I guess it depends on where you're playing. I feel like if you played where Ryan's playing right now, it's going to read the fronts way too quick. And if you push it through the fronts, it'll just kind of be lazy on the back end. So it depends on where you want to play. And
you almost think it's one of those that if you have somebody like Jason Van Fersen who can just fire it up there, but at least have enough on it, might not be a bad play.
hooked early.
Yeah, that one read early, and I just don't know if it's neither option right now is looking very good. But the way it's been, you got to find a way to make this spare first, and it's still anybody's match.
Very difficult spare here. See,
Yep.
6 pin left.
There's way too many ways to chop that spare. I don't care how you shoot it.
I mean, I think he did the right thing by playing right at it, because if you tried to cross lane that one there, I think it ends up checking somewhere.
You either going to do the same exact thing or you run the risk of leaving the 9-pin. But yeah, now what do you do? You had 2 good shots in the second and third, and the other 3 have not been especially great, and he is
The move
going
left with a phase 5.
And unfortunately, that's what it's been.
Yep.
Yeah, Ryan's got to feel like he's in jail right now.
Hard spare. Get it?
Oh, good.
Barely caught
Yeah.
that in there. It's a good spare.
And again, go back to at this point now, you just fire it at the head pin from right if you want any kind of chance, because there is not much out there on the right side currently. Unless
Got
you're
enough of it.
Doug,
It's a
who
huge shot.
can openers that one. That was a big shot.
It seems like he's just gone to using the speed and just fluffing it off his hand just so it sees the lane just enough. And if you flat 10, you flat 10. If it carries, it carries. That's kind of where he's at with it. And the old IQ 2 or gold is what's doing it, man.
Yeah. And the way it's looking, it probably could be enough to win this match. I don't know about the next match.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall order to beat a lefty on this right now.
It is, but the other thing that we're probably not paying too much attention to is what is everybody being so far left doing to Eric's line?
Right, yeah, he did only shoot a 196 here in the position round. That's something to consider.
Yeah, and being that Ryan is the only one that has played right of, 25, you know that you're burning up Eric's head oil right away.
Right?
So if that's something that Eric is prepared for, we'll find out soon, but yeah, I mean, at this point, I think Doug has the right idea, and, unfortunately for Ryan, what do you do?
Right.
I don't know.
Well, he's going to go left on lane 12, and I think he'll see a better ball reaction than he did on 11. I just don't know if he has enough time to figure out the other ones. Oh, carry the 10 out.
Good break, but yeah, he's got to be so precise right now.
Appreciate everyone tuning in. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Be up to date on all things NDBowling.com related. On the spare there for Ryan.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, he's by no means out of the match, but he needs one in the worst way right here. And I think if either of us knew how to do it, we might be out there right now.
Yeah, right. I think Doug's just resorted to overpowering what's in the middle of the lane and just trying to place the ball in that spot right of the head pin. Make sure you catch enough of it.
Yeah.
And again, if you leave a flat whatever, leave something makeable and move on. It's what you have to do. That was closer.
Yeah, I'd say that one still was right there, but doesn't catch the break. Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're Doug. You throw up 2 marks in the 8th and 9th, and you're pretty much secured.
And Eric's been bowling over there this whole time. He's been making sure he's been throwing shots probably every 3 frames of the matches over here, so he hasn't sat at all.
But you got to think he's a smart enough guy to be paying attention.
Joseph Franchuski says, I'm surprised no one has tried something cleaner, way left, and slow hook the lane a touch. Actually, they have been trying that, in my mind. It's just everything's wanting to read at roughly 30 feet.
It's left.
Yeah, you missed
And that
one
was,
left.
that's the risk that he's running doing that, but said at this point he's okay with one of those. You throw one more like that, then you might have an issue. But as we've seen, Doug's got the ball speed. This place bounces. I wouldn't be shocked.
All right, got the count. So Doug's got 153 in the 8th, 213 left. Ryan's only got 188 left.
Yeah, I say Doug he needs clean.
Yep.
He needs 2 marks right now. This looks all right. Yep.
Big shot there.
That's not going to seal it completely yet, but that goes a long way to making the 10th frame easier, even if Ryan strikes out. Looks okay, and it still checks and goes high. Yeah, even with the strikeout in the 10th frame, Doug needs count.
Yep.
This one's pretty much over. Well, unorthodox way to pick that up, but it still works. Yeah, I just got to be disappointing for Ryan, leading for so much of the day. And
really the same thing happened up in Minot. He was leading for most of the day in match play as well, and then the last couple games he fell out of that top spot and ended up losing in one of the final 2 matches. And again, it's a great finish to a big tournament. But like you said, he's got to be disappointed just based off where he was for most of the day.
yeah, and I don't think any of us could have seen the pattern breaking down quite this rough.
Yeah, not at all.
Not after how it played yesterday. And, that's the unfortunateness to the game. It's like Ryan doesn't necessarily have the game to overpower a lane like Doug does. And
yeah, so Doug's going to try some things here since he just needs 2 pins. Or a pin, 1 pin here.
Yep.
So you might as well try some things, look around, see what you see.
Not sure what exactly that was, but
So what do you think Doug's going to have to throw here to win this?
I think if he shoots about the same kind of game, he's going to be right there. It's a gut feeling just based off of how the righties have played and with what Eric had in position round. It would have been nice to have that extra ball, I think, but
Right.
yeah, I think if anybody shoots 200, it's going to win. They'll probably win rather easily.
Well, there you have it. Our championship match is set. Eric Galbranson against Doug Wagner, who has been running the ladder as the 5 seed all the way up to our championship match now. The winner will take home a $2,500 prize and the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. The loser of this match will take home $1,250, so a lot of money at stake.
Yep.
The trophy, of course, goes with it. A lot going on, so let us know in the chat room who you think is going to win this match. While we have a brief moment, I would like to remind everyone that you're watching NDBowlTV, the High Plains Bowling Network. Again, I'm Darren Steen alongside Ken Fletcher, calling the action at the season's final major here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, Minnesota. Be sure to follow us on Twitter, like our Facebook page, and if you haven't already, please consider subscribing to our channel. Hit the thumbs up button and share with everyone you know on social media. That would be greatly appreciated. And again, I'd like to thank Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. This is our final show of the 2022-2023 season. And thank you to everyone for tuning in this year. We do appreciate it. Again, Eric Galbranson is a former Wichita State product, as well as Doug Wagner for a brief time. So both of these players had played at Wichita at one point in their careers. Arguably one of the best bowling schools in the country. As you can see, not exactly the best look on the left either, but
Well, he is trying something that I don't think he's thrown a whole lot today, too. Threw one shot with, I can't even tell you what it is, but first shot with one ball that looked pretty good, and then the last two he's thrown with, looks like a Venom Shock, have not been great, so.
yeah, and the Shock is more of a cleaner, smoother ball. Looks like this is a Jackal Ghost, which has a little more movement towards the back part of the lane.
Yeah, and I think he's probably going to go that way.
Okay, so Eric's going to have Doug start on the left lane, which means Doug will then get a finish on lane 12. Which I think is a good draw for Doug, if you ask me.
Based on how the left lane has looked today, yes.
So here we go, underway with our championship match. Doug Wagner going to go with a ball change here to that ball he tried out in the 10th frame the last game.
Reaction looked like it was urethane, but I can't say that for sure. Good opening shot there.
Okay, our first look here at Eric Galbranson. First shot here in the finals. Throwing a Jackal Ghost.
Ooh, that hooked at his feet.
So there you go.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. That's kind of where the righties have been laying down. And a tough spare to leave right now. There it goes. Yep. Well,
maybe not as clear cut as we thought. We'll see what happens here.
said the more and more this goes and the more and more you really look at it, I'm not surprised that it might go this way. Just because of where the righties have all been at.
If you look back here, you can see Doug's parents, and they look a little nervous.
Oh, 100%.
It's the first time I turned around and saw him back there, so. Oh, there's better projection there for Eric. Much better shot.
Yep. Yeah, if he just... That first one felt like it was a little bit tight. Just went too straight up the lane. If he gives it just that little bit of belly, you know, he's... Like, that's kind of his game where, like, just give it a little bit of room to the left, and
He's got to make sure he clears the fronts where the laydown point is for the righties. If he does that, he'll see a dependable ball reaction.
Yeah. And Doug just keep heaving it.
Yep, I believe that's an idle pearl for
Is
Doug.
it? Okay. And
Shot
that's,
there.
That's 2 really good shots to start this game.
I mean, if anyone's got this pair figured out, Doug's on his 5th game here. 4th game.
Yeah.
The advantage of playing in the first match and running with it.
Yeah. I
All right, Wagner now up in the 3rd, working on a double. Sending a message to the lefty early on.
looks a little left.
No.
Oof,
Fortunate.
Well, take the 9 spare and move on, because those 2 opening shots were about as good as you could throw, and with the way it's been for him so far today,
Shout out to Don Bankers in the chat room. Thank you for the kind words. Do appreciate you tuning in.
hook.
Hook, uh-oh.
Oops. And just maybe a little mental error there.
Yep. Yeah, and that's I think it's a 3rd single pin on our featured pair that he's missed right today.
Well, let's see what Eric can do. I think it's a key shot for him early. Was that just a bad shot in the first or something else? And that one looked like it checked up too.
Okay, fortunate to just leave the 2-pin.
Yeah, and maybe he saw something where he doesn't like that right lane.
Yep.
Because said that one didn't look too bad and it was still checked up.
And it seemed like he tried to like project that one over the fronts a little bit better than he did in the first frame. And it still, like you said, went high.
Yeah, I hear talk behind me, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a ball change from Eric in the 4th, or the 5th frame, excuse me. All right, yep, that one
Fortunate to leave a single pin.
didn't look too bad, but yeah, good break just leaving the 6.
So Doug, with that open in the 3rd, still has a lead in the match. Got to be able to put that behind you and move on and focus on what's in front of you.
And good spare for Eric. Let's see what he can do.
Looks like a primal shot coming out now for Eric. He went over to his bag and brought that one out. The new ball by Motive. Wagner now up, frame 4. Looks left.
And it's definitely left, and
Well, thankfully count isn't in the equation for that shot.
nope, but it leaves a spare that there are too many ways to count that you can miss this.
And I think we've done all of them.
Yes. It's
All right.
pretty good. Well, it's couple good opening shots. A couple shots have been a little bit left. Let's see if he can come back with one here.
All right, 9-pin match, entering the 5th frame. Threw it hard, gets the 10 out, leaves a 6.
It's like maybe tried to move just a smidge bit left off the last shot, and still it's like it's a fine line for Doug. You have to project it, but you can't throw it out the window because as hard as he's throwing it, it has no chance.
Again, fortunate to just leave the single pin there.
Yeah, outside of the 10th frame last game, he's been, you could say, fortunate with just leaving single pins or makeable spares at least. You know, if you're him, you hope that just continues, but he's well in this match, and, you know, with a lead currently. And Eric seeming to be a little bit confused on the right lane. So
okay, so did he make the move? Yes, this is the primal shock right now that he's got. Deciding to take a couple more seconds here. Go back through your routine. Okay. Still going with the ball change here on the right lane. A little bit of loft, hooks back, leaves a 3-pin.
looked fast.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make sure he gets it down the lane, gets it through that head burn from the righties. Maybe a little gun shy because of the first shot that he threw on that lane.
Yeah. Having 2 shots check and go knows he's making sure that he gets there, and then that one just went too much.
Okay, so on the spare, still a 9-pin lead for Doug Wagner through 5 frames.
Looks like he might be going 2 balls.
Okay, so you picked up the ghost here on the left lane.
And you can see that one going too.
As well, yeah. Fortunate to leave just the 4-7.
Probably going to be a case, I would bet, that he's going to go to the same ball in both lanes after that shot. That I don't think was too bad, but...
Well, like on any ball change, you're essentially making a little bit of a guess. So I think he learned enough on lane 12 with that ball change that he's just tighten it up just a hair, and he probably has a good look.
Yep, yeah, I said it should be fine on 12. It's what does he want to do on 11? Does he try and stick with the ghost, or does he switch to the other one too?
It is to note he did lose a couple more pins in count there, as our count totals are pretty close. Wagner now frame 6.
It's pretty close.
Oh, dirty.
Wow.
Stone 8 for Wagner.
Ugh. I don't think you could throw it much better.
What a good shot there.
I mean, good news is he's still 10 pins up. He's got an easy spare.
I mean, you would think easy if he tries to hook at this. All right, should be good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's so deflating though when you throw one that well and have that happen. But you just come back, do it again.
Yep, repeat the process, stay in the moment. It's so easy to let those get to you. Looks okay if it hooks, never does.
But kick the 10 out.
1-2-4 leave for Wagner there as we start talking about count again.
And as we saw in our earlier matches, this is no gimme spare. Oh boy.
Oh boy, yep.
That was that one just came out of his hand and just went goodbye.
All right,
Oh.
opening here for Eric.
Yep.
Looks like he's sticking, well, he's actually throwing the Ghost now on the right lane. He's going to go with the Jackal Ghost.
Interesting.
Big shot for Eric here. Kind of made sure he got it there. Good shot.
Yeah. Looked like he moved a little bit left and just tried to kind of almost fluff it out there. See what he does here on the left lane.
Yeah, imagine if you could put up a double right after your opponent. Flag to spare.
Sticking with the Ghost.
Yeah, even a spare here will give you the lead in the match. Good projection.
Same thing, it just
Soft 7.
a little, like I said, it looks like he's just playing that fluff shot off the boards, and you know, that's the risk you run.
So a spare here will give Eric a 6-pin lead.
But Doug can come back, throw a double, and take the lead right back.
Okay, on the spare. Well, I guess this is biggest test for Doug after a couple probably spares you would guess normally he would make pretty easily.
Yep. Yeah, you got to be able to put that last turn behind you right now.
It's left. Fortunate to leave just the 610.
Saw the 7 up there late, so yeah.
Oh, here we go. Pick this up. It's a 6-pin match. 2 frames to go. Aaron says still anybody's match at this point. Yes, it is. Got a barn burner here in the final of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic. Number 5 seed Doug Wagner against the top seed Eric Galbranson here in the final.
Oh, boy. Ooh, well, maybe that'll calm him down. He can throw a good run right here because he needs a good shot here in the 9th frame.
Yeah, and this is a $1,200 match. We're giving away $2,500 for first, $1,250 for second. And of course, the shiny Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy will go to the winner.
Goes to the loft.
Left,
Missed
5
left.
pin. Wonder if that got caught up on his hand or
Or if he was trying something on that one, trying to get more left and
all right, gotta have it.
Say, he's still not out of this match yet. All right, good spare.
All right, ball in hand for Eric Galbranson now. He'll be the first to finish. He can lock this one up.
Yep. He needs a double somewhere. Whether it's 9th and 10th or double in the 10th, two strikes with the spare to go with it will shut out Doug.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay,
No, it's okay. Easy spare.
make it a 5-pin match now with the count. Well, 99 bowlers going yesterday, 8 games. We went 12 games of match play today. Now our 4th game in the Stepladder finals, and it's all going to come down to the 10th frame. It's 5-pin difference
What else could you ask for?
on the spare.
Careful. Okay. All right.
Well, here you go. Writing's on the wall.
Got to come up with your two best. Double and 6 for the win. Just good mark. Forces Doug to double.
All right, Galbranson up, frame 10, 5-pin lead. Looks right. Ooh, high flush.
Holds it enough.
So striking 6. And Eric can win his first NDBowling.com major title. Anything less, Wagner will have a chance.
That's right. Yep.
7 count, so he's got 183 on the board with a spare.
Yeah, say at this point, count isn't a huge deal.
So Doug's got a double.
Yeah, it just comes down to, can he throw 2 shots?
Well, Wagner's going to have a chance once again, regardless of the count here. So 183 for Eric Galbranson. That'll be the final for him. Doug needs a double and
Double and 6.
double and 6, just like Eric did. Here we go. You know, Doug's kind of calmed down in his day, but he throws a couple here.
You could see him getting a little amped up earlier today, but if he throws 2 here,
Yep. All right, gotta have it.
that's left.
He carries
And
out the
wow.
snowplow. Still has a chance. Striking 6 for the win. Unbelievable finish here. Wagner needs strike and 6 to win the NDBowling.com Classic.
I think he's going to throw a good one here. It's just whether or not it's gonna carry.
Strike and 6 for the win. Looks pretty
Got a
good.
chance.
What a shot.
Wow.
What a shot by Wagner. 6 for the title. We've been in this situation before, Ken. I don't want to call it too soon. We've been in this situation before.
6 is not a gimme, but honestly, if I'm Doug,
Rifle it.
you rocket it at the head pin. You just throw like you're throwing a spare ball.
rifle it.
And I think
6 for the win.
He's sticking with his hook ball, I think.
Okay, 6 for the win. Hook.
That's
6
enough.
for the win. That's enough.
That's enough.
And Wagner wins by
Wow.
1. Unbelievable finish here
Oh
today,
my.
folks. Doug Wagner is your winner of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. Congratulations to him. What a finish, folks. We will have a word with Doug here momentarily. He ran the ladder. And we might as well update our bracket. Doug Wagner is the winner. He'll take home $2,500, the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy, and his first NDBowling.com Major Championship. We'll have a word with him shortly. All right, Doug, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
All right, bring us into the booth, the winner of the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic, Doug Wagner. You ran the ladder. How'd you do it?
Wow, I mean, this is just a literally brutal pair. I mean, you could miss by not even a board, and it's not going to hook or it's going to overhook. This is a grind. I mean, there's a lot of mismakeables. The pair was just atrocious. I mean, just grinding it out. There's like no one way to play this, I think. I mean, Ryan tried throwing the urethane. He threw 2 in a row, and I was like, man, this guy's just going to run me down. Like, This look is insane. The next thing I know, he's, 6 count, 7 count, and I'm like, holy smokes, man. Like, just grind it out and, kind of just trying to throw out the head pin, not trying to give it away much, but like I said, you got to try and get the tip a little bit because it's not going to go through the pins. I mean, I smashed an 8 there. And
Yeah, that was such a good shot.
I nutted that one pretty good, so.
So at the end, I believe it was the end of the match against Ryan, you went from the Gold IQ Tour to, what is an idle pearl, was that?
Yeah, I was kind of thinking it was like a pin down idle pearl, and I was kind of thinking if I just, shim it and just get to like read a little bit, and then it'd kind of die off, and it kind of get me to the pocket. But it looked good. The first 2 shots I threw it really good, and then I just a few bad shots here and there. But I don't think it mattered what you had if you just had to make something, find something to work out there. I got pretty lucky, snowplow right through the face in the 10th one, and I thought I threw that 11th one pretty dang good.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
I was like, you know what, you just got a miracle here. You got one shot to pretty much give yourself a chance to win this, and I threw it really good when I needed it, so that's all that really matters.
Yeah. What was the game plan the last shot? You needed 6. You were thinking you were just going to rifle it down the middle.
Yeah, I was kind of trying to just baby it at the head pin a little bit, and it fell off my hand a tad, so I was thinking if I should have just rifled it down the middle, but I was a little nervous. I've never, first, big win I guess I'd say I've had, so a lot of nerves there for sure. I mean, I whiffed a 1-2-4, so. Yeah,
a lot of spares that you had, but you got it done when you needed to.
Yeah, so. I mean, at the end of the day, my score beat Eric's. That's the whole goal, right? But it didn't look pretty by any means. But I don't think there was a single 200 on this pair, was there?
No, I think you had 190 something against Austin, and I was high by 10 pins.
Yeah, I think I had the advantage, getting to bowl all the games on there. I kind of just knew what you had to do. I mean, everyone kind of came in like Ryan thought he came over here, looked like he had a game plan. Austin looked like he had a game plan. And I just, in my mind, I'm like, if their game plan works, it's great. But the way the pair, made out to be, Howard got so thrashed like as it is. I mean, it was just trying not to give away the head pin. And usually I'm pretty decent at just trying to throw it at the head pin and kind of just getting it to go through it. But they were brutal. I mean, you don't miss by much, and you're going to split or. Even Eric there. I mean, he had a few shots where I think what happened for him was he's running to where the righties were so far left. We're tracking up the left for him.
Yep.
So I figured it was going to be an interesting match with him trying to track it, where we were throwing it, and he had threw some pretty good shots, but at the end of the day, I mean, got to beat the other opponent, so he kind of came through there. So.
All right, so you win your first NDBowling.com major of your career, and on behalf of NDBowling.com, we'll give you the Glenn Haynes Memorial Trophy. There's that. Congratulations.
Yeah.
How does it feel?
I didn't really come into the weekend throwing the ball great. I went and practiced before I came out. and I didn't really envision myself winning this. But I mean, you know, I guess I came in and got it done this weekend. It feels amazing to, you know, take home a piece of hardware. I can, you know, put this on my shelf and be able to run myself like, hey, you went out and you won something.
right.
Yep.
Not that I've not accomplished much, but I mean, I've never won a major tournament or big tournament around here. Feels good to beat out, you know, pretty stacked field, 99 bowlers this weekend,
Absolutely.
biggest turnout we've ever had. You know, it just feels amazing to come out and, you know, win this trophy, and yeah, I'll be cherishing this for a while. So,
Cool. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We'll get a picture with you shortly.
got it.
Doug Wagner,
Congratulations, Doug.
the winner. So we're going to wrap things up. We'll get a picture with you when you're done.
Awesome.
There you go. So that'll do it for us here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. We're going to wrap things up at the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic. Again, 99 people entered. Big thank you to Country for contributing $1,000 to the prize fund. Also, Bergseth Brothers for their contribution. Again, big shout out to Darren Sundstrom, Lonnie Thielbar, Mike Emerson, and the entire staff here at Sunset Lanes in Moorhead. And again, thank you, Ken, for joining me for another show.
Absolutely. Always enjoyable. And as always, heck of a stepladder final we had, and heck of a day all day.
That's right. And again, thank you to everyone who tuned in today and has tuned in all season long. Again, if you haven't already, please consider subscribing, as we are going to try to hit 2,000 subscribers by the end of the season. Again, you can follow us on all of our social medias. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Again, a huge thank you to the folks at Storm, the official bowling ball sponsor of the High Plains Bowling Network. Once again, I'm Darren C. with NDBowling.com, alongside Ken Fletcher, saying good night from Sunset Lanes in Moorhead, where you're watching the 2023 NDBowling.com Classic. Good night, everybody.